Good morning. I want to welcome all of you to the September 27th, 2022 meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors. And I want to thank all those who've joined us in chambers and those that will join us throughout the day, as well as those who may join us remotely via telephone. So with that, I'm going to turn to our clerk today, Alma, who's going to read some information into the record. Then we'll do a Pledge of Allegiance and make any announcements, and then we'll get started with the morning's agenda. I know we have a number of presentations and guests that we're going to recognize, along with some business items as well. So, Alma Munoz, I'm going to have you read into the record, please. Good morning.
Member Cerna?
Here.
Kennedy?
Here.
Desmond?
Here.
Frost?
Here.
Natoli?
Here.
And you have a quorum. This meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors is cablecast live on Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel on the Comcast Consolidated Communications and AT&T Uverse cable systems. The meeting is closed caption and is webcast at metro14live.saccounty.gov. Today's meeting will be repeated Friday, September 30th, 2022 at 6 p.m. on Channel 14. The Board of Supervisors fosters public engagement during the meeting and encourages public participation, civility, and use of courteous language. The Board does not condone the use of profanity, vulgar language, gestures, or other inappropriate behavior, including personal attacks or threats directed towards any meeting participant. In compliance with the directives of the county, state, and Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the meeting will be live streamed and open to public attendance pursuant to health and safety guidelines. The practice of social distancing and wearing of face coverings, mask, or shield is recommended for the health and safety of all persons participating in person during the meeting, although it is not required. Seating is limited and available on a first-come, first-served basis. Members of the public will be given 3 minutes to make a comment and are limited to making one public comment per agenda item or off-agenda matter. Please be mindful of the public comment procedures to avoid being interrupted or disconnected while making your comment. To make a comment in person, please fill out a speaker request form and hand it to clerk staff. The chairperson will open public comments for each agenda item or call for off-agenda matters. When the chairperson calls your name, go to the podium and make your comment. To make a public comment by phone, dial 916-875-2500 and follow the prompts to be placed in queue for a specific agenda item or off-agenda matter. Please refer to the agenda and or watch the meeting to follow along to determine when it is the best time to call to be placed in queue to make your public comment. Clerk staff will transfer calls into the meeting accordingly. Each agenda item queue will remain open until the public comment period is closed for that specific item. You may be on hold for up to an extended period of time, and your patience is appreciated. You may also send written comments by email to boardclerk@saccounty.gov. Your comment will be routed to the board and filed in the record. If you need an accommodation pursuant to the Americans with Disabilities Act or for medical or other reasons, please see clerk staff for assistance or contact the clerk's office at 916-874-5451 or by email at boardclerk@saccounty.gov. Thank you in advance for your courtesy and understanding of the meeting procedures.
Thank you, Alma. Appreciate reading on the record. So with that being said, I'm going to ask if you'd please join Supervisor Kennedy in leading us in Pledge of Allegiance, if you would, please.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you. So let me turn to the clerk once again. Do we have any items that to be continued? I know we'll take our off agenda in a moment, but is there any items that we're going to continue this morning?
I do not have any notes about continued. Well, we do have introduction of ordinances and adoption of ordinances.
Okay.
So
We want to get to those in a moment. We want to take any off agenda first, and then we'll get into that.
I do have one more announcement.
Okay, go ahead.
There is an administrative oversight related to the order of the items. Item 46 is scheduled at 9:30 and will be the first timed item.
It will be. Okay, just swearing in? Okay.
Yes.
All right, we'll get to that then. Okay. So with that, then recognize we're going to get to item 46 in just a moment. Let's go to our off agenda. We have one item, one person in chambers on off agenda. So this is an opportunity to address matters that are not on the agenda. So I have Karina Bensley. Is that Karina? And come forward, and we'll be 3 minutes. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Karina Benskin. I purchased my home in Boston Court, Sacramento County in May of 1999. And 4 years ago, I had a neighbor turn me in for something or other. And that's when I was introduced to the Sacramento County Building Services. So I've been dealing with these issues. I'm trying to refinance my home, so this is costing me money every day that's not resolved. And so I found out that there's a violations department and then there's a building inspection department or something. There's two different departments that deal with my residential building issue. I'm not a builder, so I have no idea. So I'm 57 years old, and I'm disabled, and I feel I was discriminated against by your building inspector yesterday, Mr. Robert Robbins. He looked me straight in the eye, and he said to me, and he wrote it down too, provide plans and permit for building wall and hallway blocking master bedroom from the rest of the house. Okay, I can show you a picture. There is no wall in my house. So what Sacramento County Building Code or State Building Code tells me that I got to get a permit for something that doesn't exist? That's totally asinine, okay? If I was a man, he never would have looked at me and said that, okay? And then I had a kitchen remodel done by Kitchen Mart in 2005. So he says, we don't have a permit for the remodel. Now, Kitchen Mart drives around in my neighborhood all the time doing jobs. I'm confident that they took a building permit because this is their first rodeo remodeling a kitchen. So now I got to call these poor people and say, hey, 17 years ago, you remodeled my home, and the building inspector decided he doesn't have the building inspector code, building permit for it. So these poor people are trying to track it down. Again, it's harassment, okay? I need these issues resolved ASAP or I can't refinance my house. It's costing me money, and I want to know what's going to be done about it.
Karina, let me do this. In the audience today, we have Dave Defani, who oversees our building inspection planning areas. And maybe we can get a card, Dave. I didn't mean to call you out, but and then he might even be able to talk with you out in the lobby to see if we can get some attention. It sounds like you're in the midst of a refinance. Obviously, you're concerned.
And it's costing me money, right? Because the interest rates are going up every day.
Correct. So again, our board can't take any action on this item. It's not on our agenda, but we certainly can assist you this morning and see what we can do to, and again, apologize for maybe the way you were, you at least felt
If I
this.
was a man, you wouldn't have done that, okay?
Yeah, I understand your point. So we need to help you get this cleared up. So Dave, if you could maybe connect with Karina. And thank you for coming down this morning. Hopefully we can help you get this addressed. So, okay. Do we have any other off agendas? Any callers? Any matters not on the agenda?
We do not.
Okay. All right. So at this point in time, then those are off agenda. I do have a someone in the audience wants to speak. If not, it gets pulled off. We'll see when we call the items in just a moment. But all right. So with that, let's go to our consent calendar, and we're going to do the swearing in as soon as we do that item. Is that right? Or you want to take 46 before that?
No.
Yeah.
The consent calendar first.
Okay. Right. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, Alma. So I'm going to get some items you want to read into the record, and then we'll go to board members and see if we have some testimony on any items.
Yes, for item 13, you're introducing an ordinance amending sections 2.09500, 2.61.260, 8.04.001, 8.04.030, 8.04.110, 8.04.130, 8.16.030, 8.16.050, 8.24.065, 8.34.055, and 8.36.130 of the Sacramento County Code to change the name of the Sacramento County Animal Care and Regulation to Sacramento County Animal Care and Services, waive full reading and continue to October 4th, 2022 for adoption. Adopt an ordinance amending, item 14 is to adopt an ordinance amending Sacramento County Code sections 22.40.035 and 22.40.045 related to the reestablishing of factors in calculating area of land dedication for neighborhood and community parks and amending the acreage dedication requirement for the Sunrise Recreation and Park District, waive full reading and continued from September 13th, 2022, item number 59. And item number 15, you are adopting an ordinance repealing Title 16, Chapter 16.16, and amending Title 16, Chapter 16.20 of the Sacramento County Code relating to the Sacramento Housing Code, waived full reading and continued from September 13th, 2022, item number 21.
Okay, thank you, Alma. All right, we do have a supervisor in the queue, Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to have a comment on number 7. I'd like to pull number 31 for discussion.
Okay, so we're going to comment on 7, pull item 31. Other members of the board? Oh, Supervisor Cerna.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like the record to show that I'm abstaining on items 10 and 16.
Okay, number 16. Okay, all right. Supervisor Desmond, any items? Okay, Supervisor Frost, any items you wish to pull? Okay, and I did want to make a comment on item 13, so, all right, so with that, I do have someone sign up on item 31, so we'll be pulling that item. And let's go to item 7, if we could. Alma?
Item number 7 is to approve a contract extensions for paid student internships with University Enterprises, Inc., Auxiliary of California State University, Sacramento, the Community College Foundation, and Cristo Rey High School, Sacramento, Work Study, Inc., for the period of October 17, 2022 through June 30, 2023, with an estimated expenditure amount of $68,700.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to make the comment, this is something that I've worked on over the years, and the county, unlike a lot of jurisdictions, a lot of agencies, has never really had a deep culture of internships in the past. It's just something that others do, frankly, more often than better than we have in the past. So I want to thank staff for seeking this extension and keeping this program going, and with the hope that in the future we can even grow it and find a way to make it a part of our culture. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Patrick. Very well said. Okay, if we could just call item 13. Next.
Item 13, I called this item. It is an introduction of the ordinance.
Right, and just would note that I'm very supportive. It's been a long time coming. One question, and maybe it's grammatical and it's not an issue, but we have Sacramento County Animal Care and Services. How about just Sacramento County Animal Services? Is there a reason why the "and"? I know that's additional printing, and I'm... No. So maybe just Sacramento County Animal Services.
There is no reason, so
Yeah,
it's,
might be shorter for title.
would we have to change all the ordinances?
Yes.
Sounds like you have to
I'm
buy a
sorry.
vowel.
So we couldn't introduce it today?
Well, I mean, we could.
No, I don't get it. Why
It's
would I do it?
probably more legally sound not to, but
Okay.
I mean, it is a substantive change.
Okay. David, did you want to weigh in at all? Is there any reason for the "and"?
I think we were just going with what it was before with "and" regulations and
Yeah.
keeping it consistent with that, and we can bring it back. I know Annette Bedsworth is on the line if you wanted her to comment on that.
Okay, sure. And if there's any reason for the "and", again, Sacramento County's Animal Services that's what we're doing and the "and" is,
Mr. Chair?
yeah, Supervisor, sorry.
I assume, David, that no printing has taken place yet with the new name?
I'm not
No.
sure. No.
Okay. Business cards, that kind of thing?
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Yeah, and before we did the printing, that's why I was thinking. So, Annette, yeah, you're on the phone. And just so, any thoughts on this?
Good morning, Supervisor Natoli. We were trying to make it simple and just have a total reflection of who we are today, and Animal Care and Services was just deletion of regulation and adding "and services."
Well, I agree. I agree with the change. As I said, it's been a long time coming, and I just didn't know if you just say Animal Care Services, that kind of covers it, but the "and's" fine if you want to modify it. So it's a little more printing, and I don't know.
I say leave it as is.
Okay, I'm good with that. So everything's going to have an "and" on it, including your cards. So, okay, fine. Yeah. All right, very good.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Okay, next, I'm noting certainly Supervisor Cerna when we get to a vote on items 10 and 16. Next item would be item 31. So if we can call that, please. And do you have a speaker here on that?
Item 31 is to adopt the amended Sacramento County Mental Health Board bylaws.
Okay. And Supervisor Kennedy, I know you're our board representative on the Mental Health Board, and I understand there was quite a bit of discussion regarding this, and it's before us today for our consideration, so I'll turn to you first.
Thank you. And I as the staff report indicates, there was at the board there was 7 supportive, 5 not supportive, and 2 abstained. I was one of those abstentions, and the reason being is I just don't feel it's appropriate for me to come to a decision on something that's coming before the board prior to the board hearing it. So that was the reason for my abstention at the time. I would like to, for discussion purposes, say that I do not support this bylaws change. It's highly unusual. I don't think any other board that we have has such a thing that I think is potentially divisive in nature, particularly with the mental health board, which is very unique in its makeup. As you all know, there's, members of the board consist of members of the community, consumers of mental health services, as well as family members, which is, of course, was designed by the legislature. And while that gives a broad input into the issues that come before the board, it also, just by definition, sometimes adds to some friction because these different categories sometimes have competing interests. Sometimes priorities are different, and so this is a board that is potentially, I'm not saying it is, but potentially somewhat volatile in nature, and also very emotional because these issues are something that are very close and personal to people. I just find that giving this authority to board members, I can't imagine if we did this with the Planning Commission and we had a 4-1 vote and 4 of them decided they wanted to remove somebody because they didn't agree. Or subjectively were not being cordial to their fellow members. I just think that this is something that should rest with the board. We all are very capable of appointing people who are quality people from our communities, and also monitoring and reacting to, if we hear from board members to, I would have no, and I don't think any of my colleagues would have any, issues with if we heard that there was issues with a appointee of ours to pick up the phone and call that member and have a discussion about what's appropriate, what's not appropriate, and so forth. But entrusting what is traditionally a role of the board in one of our appointed bodies, I think is a precedent that I don't support.
Okay, thanks, Supervisor Desmond, and we do have a speaker on this as well. So,
and thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Supervisor Kennedy. I completely agree with all of your comments. I'm particularly persuaded with the argument that this is a board that it seems that was intentionally created to include different perspectives and intentionally created to promote a robust discussion with different perspectives. And my fear is that if we start going down this kind of path, it might create a chilling effect. It's already sometimes difficult to get appointees to some of these voluntary commissions. And I, for one, want there to be that robust discussion. I want people to be able to articulate a different perspective, and I think that's crucial for all of our advisory boards. And I do think, just to pick up on another theme that Supervisor Kennedy mentioned, is that issues come up. A specific issue has come up this year, for instance, and we have working with and through our Board of Supervisors appointee to this advisory board, working through County Council. I think there are other ways we can try to resolve situations that come up among advisory board members, that we can resolve them short of having to resort to this. And I think just on its face, I think it's a very large change, and it did not even get a majority of the advisory board members present, much less a majority of the entire advisory board. And so I think that's also an important point to bring up. So for those reasons, and of course the reasons articulated by Supervisor Kennedy, I also will not be supporting this change.
it did get a majority. It didn't get a 2/3 majority. Is that right?
It's 7 affirmative, 5 negative, and 2 abstentions.
So
Yeah, so it got
not a majority of members present at
half
the
of the
meeting.
members present.
I see. Okay, we're present. Okay. All right. Just clarification, and we'll get to the speakers. So all of our board appointees, though, advisory and/or those that have stand because of the way they were established or created, they still serve ultimately at the pleasure of the board. Is that correct? So, I mean, there are some, like cemetery districts, once they're appointed, they serve as if elected, but for those that are in an advisory capacity to the board, for the most part, almost all of our boards and commissions, there is a process where the board could seek either person's resignation and or removal, I guess, if that was the case. So.
Right. So I was actually just looking in, or not just, but
Yeah.
yesterday in the county code, and we don't have a specific provision like the city of Sacramento does for removal of officers or commissions and boards in the county code, and I wasn't able to find it, I don't think, in the rules of procedure either. So it is sort of a tricky case by case, because some boards have automatic removal if you miss a certain amount of meetings. A few boards actually in their creation in the county code have removal processes, but it is subject it's only from the board. The commissions can't initiate removal,
Right.
like what is being contemplated here. So it may be something that we should look into, an overall revision or section in the county code for those situations that aren't covered. But again, the authority would rest with the Board of Supervisors, not the subordinate body.
Yeah, I guess I would just say that, and I don't know what level of urgency there is to what you just talked about generally, but I think that it would be a good idea for this board to have some policy directive, obviously, retaining the discretion that goes with the board appointments to actually have that. So I don't know, it seemed to me going forward, recognizing the point about this being asked here, that in this case, the mental health board would seek that consideration by the board. But I think recognizing the board's authority that's vested, there probably should be something in code somewhere. And if there's nothing you said in the policy, we don't even have it in the policy?
Well, our board rules of procedure are very limited and thin, so we
Yeah.
are looking at that as well.
Okay, that's
But
what you mean.
I didn't find anything in there either.
So it might be something in board policy and procedures that you would have. I don't necessarily be in the county code. I guess that's something that this board could, discuss and debate at a future time. But I do think it'd be a good idea to have some guidance. It was the last time I recall, many years ago, with the Human Rights Fair Housing Commission, back long before I was supervisor, so it's been a while ago. There was controversy, and there was some difference of opinion, some personality clashes, and some issues that got to the level of the board's discussion by virtue of some of the board members and as well as the staff. But that's rare. Nonetheless, it can occur. So there's probably some good reason to have some guidance regarding that. So,
Right, and just because it's not in the county code doesn't mean if there was actual malfeasance or a conflict that the board couldn't vote to remove a member of a subordinate board or commission. But I do think it'd be helpful to have it either outlined in the county code and or the board procedures in the future.
and because if we give guidance regarding absences and missed meetings and so forth, which, again, those can occur for a variety of reasons, that you vacate the seat, it would seem to me there should be some mention at least about how the board might have what role we play in any determination about removal before the
Right.
term
And I
starts.
will say most of the boards that have actual bylaws do address the issue of vacancies and missed meetings, and some of the boards and commissions that are established in the county code address that as well. So that's definitely more common in the actual bylaws or the county codes. But again, it would be something that would be helpful to have universally, I think.
Okay, very good. Okay, we do have a speaker on this, Dr. Corinne Sacco. Corinne? Good morning.
Display.
Good morning. We get to get up there. Okay.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. I had a feeling this item would be pulled for discussion, so glad I showed up. I'm Dr. Corinne McIntosh Sacco. I have the privilege of serving as the chair of this county's mental health board, and I strongly encourage you to approve the proposed bylaw amendment that sits before you today. Just to be clear, this is not an item that would give the mental health board authority to suspend or remove a member. It is simply a bylaw amendment that codifies how we would go about making the recommendation for a member to be suspended or removed from serving. And it actually delineates a pretty transparent process for that. And right now we don't have that. So a little bit of history. The Mental Health Board purposefully did not have a removal process bylaw for behavior related to making verbal attacks, insults, and being disrespectful. At least 10 or more years ago, a similar issue regarding a board member's repeated misconduct occurred, and the Mental Health Board ultimately decided not to seek a Board of Supervisor approval to add a removal process bylaw for that type of behavior, and instead determined that based on the goals and the purpose of the Mental Health Board, as Supervisor Kennedy referred to, it'd be better to attempt to address these types of behavior informally. The thought was if a member's rude, discourteous, or aggressive behavior was due to a behavioral health issue, the Mental Health Board should not take any formal action to remove a member. And as a result of the prior situation, the comfort agreement was created, basically a set of rules of engagement. This was revised and renamed the Conduct Agreement in March, which you see displayed here, after receiving approval by a majority vote of our board. And adherence to this agreement is also included in board member minimum duties. The Conduct Agreement's read at the beginning of every meeting, and it contains explicit ways in which members will conduct themselves. As you can see, it contains statements such as no personal attacks or criticism of self or others. The Comfort Agreement also had an item that stated, and it is item 15 on this, that if a member consistently disregards the conduct agreement, co-chairs will determine a course of action that are consistent with this board's bylaws. However, we do not have anything in our bylaws currently that states what that action would be. And I would like to This is the process of what the bylaw amendment would be. As you can see, it's not a process where someone could easily be removed just because of natural disagreements or friction over ideas. A lot of time, energy, and intention has gone into this amendment. And even if co-chairs come to the conclusion that all efforts at handling such a matter informally have been exhausted, it must be approved by a 2/3 majority vote of the board, and the member in question is allowed to present a defense before a recommendation even goes to the appointing supervisor. So again, we do not have the authority to suspend or remove a member. That is with you all, the appointing supervisors. Please approve the bylaw amendment so that we can be an effective and functioning advisory board while also promoting a safe space for different opinions and diverse voices to be expressed, as Supervisor Desmond mentioned. All mental health board members deserve to serve without feeling insulted, degraded, or fearful, and all members are expected to adhere to the conduct agreement. The proposed bylaw amendment is meant to create and foster an environment in which individuals are encouraged to express differing opinions while maintaining decorum and respect. This amendment also serves to protect the integrity of the Mental Health Services Department, this county at large, and most importantly, the individuals with mental illness whose rights we are committed to championing. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Corinne. I have a question. Lisa, we do have counsel. I know this goes back many years ago when some of the issues that were alluded to in Dr. Sacco's presentation, but even before that, where we have counsel sitting with mental health board at each and every meeting. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And of course, they're not the necessarily the party that would intervene or if there were issues, but I think when it comes to the comfort agreement that folks would, I guess, voluntarily agree to as being a part of the board and read into the record. And again, I served as representative on that board for some years prior to Supervisor Kennedy's election, and I know that that was pretty common that we would have that discussion and people would be reminded of that and wouldn't necessarily read all the items in, but we would acknowledge that. Has your office been involved at all relative to, I mean, again, the conduct and or conversation isn't council's role, but again, I know your council, if it's the same one, has sat with that board for many, many years, and I'm just curious if you've had any feedback that would lend concern relative to policy framework or to the item before us today.
Yes, we have been involved in the bylaw, the issues around surrounding the need for this bylaw amendment, and have tried to work through some of the issues somewhat successfully and honestly somewhat unsuccessfully. And as you alluded to, the person that used to sit with the mental health board is no longer sitting with the mental health board. So there was a change in council right around the time that some of the incidents that brought this to head arose. Hopefully, we've been able to remedy at least that portion of the problem or perceived problem going forward with some oversight, training, and experience, I think, as well, just because it is a unique board.
It is.
And so we do appreciate that for sure. In our representation, as you did say, attorneys aren't really the arbiters of decorum and behavior. That also goes to the staff of the mental health board. And again, with experience, I think we can improve, but we are aware of the issues.
Okay. Thank you for that. Well, and I just would note, I'd sort of go back to my colleagues, a couple have spoken already, but would just acknowledge that obviously the role that this board plays certainly in deliberations of, not just policy matters that are only come before this board, but certainly in looking at budgetary matters and behavioral health services in this county, which are certainly a key and critical part of service delivery for people from all walks of life in this county. And again, the willingness and I think the interest that folks express in seeking to serve on that board, and certainly then the conduct, not just of the meetings, but overall. And again, the board is designed to advise this board, certainly under state law. Its makeup is outlined, and I know this board over the years, certainly by virtue of having one of us, and certainly again, thank Supervisor Kennedy for his willingness and interest to serve. It has a, not all boards have a member of the Board of Supervisors serving on their board, in addition to obviously to the folks that come with the expertise and experience that folks bring to the table. So with that, I'm going to turn, Supervisor Kennedy again has the floor.
Thank you, Chair. And yes, it can sometimes be an awkward position, as you well know, to be in when you're advisory to yourself. But we try to thread that needle as well as we can. So with that, I want to thank Dr. Sacco for being here and for the time that you put in your dedication. And we will agree to disagree on this particular way of achieving the what you ultimately want to achieve, and I think we share that vision. So with that, I will make a motion to deny approval of this bylaws change.
Okay. We do have a motion. Do we have a second? And I see Supervisor Desmond's punched up as well. So.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll second the motion, but I also want to thank Dr. McIntosh Sacco. We may not always agree on things, but I also want to thank you for your service and your stepping up to a leadership position on the advisory board. But with that, I'll second the motion.
Okay. Do any other member of the board wish to weigh in on this? I would just note, though, I think that decorum is very important. Certainly, strong personalities and points of view, but the ability to work collaboratively, even at times when there are differences. And again, there can be times when those relationships get very strained, certainly around the table, but even outside of that. And I think there's an agreement relative to the way folks as a body have agreed to conduct themselves, and that needs to be adhered to. And, personal attacks and those types of things are not to be tolerated. And again, I think obviously Supervisor Kennedy's presence, he knows that. And again, only as one member of that board, but I think, we need to, in the vein of working together and the mission that this body has to advise this board and to weigh in on matters that are of great consequence to people in this county. We don't want to discourage folks from serving because of, the interactions that can occur at meetings. And so with that, I will support the motion here again, but I think getting this straightened out to the degree that we can is an imperative. So with that, then if nothing further, please vote.
And there's unanimous vote to deny item number 31.
Okay. Again, thank you, Dr. Sacco, and to our members of the board, on the Mental Health Board. All right. With that, then, those are the only consent items that we had desire to speak on, and we can go ahead and then take a motion on the remaining portion of the calendar, acknowledging that Supervisor Cerna will be, was it abstention on those two items? Or
Correct.
no? Okay.
10 and
abstention on
16.
10 and 16. Okay. So do we have a motion on the balance of the consent calendar?
Second.
Okay, moving to second. Let me check, do we have any callers on any other consent items?
No, sir, we do not.
Okay, all right. So if there's nothing further, then please vote.
Unanimous vote,
Thank you.
recognizing that Member Cerna will be
Abstaining.
abstaining from item 10 and 16, and item 31 was a separate vote.
Yes.
Thank
Okay,
you.
Thank you. All right, then we're going to move to item 46, which is our first of among several presentations and items in that category. So if you want to call that item, and then we have some.
Item number 46 is the swearing in of Rosa Vega, coroner, oath administered by Richard Vega, and along with their two sons, Alonso Vega and Abram Vega.
Okay, so this is our new county coroner, and we're going to do a swearing in. And we were introduced to Rosa here a couple weeks ago, and now we see her entire family. So with that, welcome you to the podium and allow you to do the official duties. Go ahead, Rosa.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors.
Good morning.
You are hereby being sworn in for the position of Coroner, County of Sacramento, State of California. On behalf of the County of Sacramento, I, Richard Vega, am hereby swearing in Rosa Vega for the position of Coroner. Please raise your right hand and repeat the following statement. I, Rosa Vega, do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
I, Rosa Vega, do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
You are hereby sworn in before me, Richard Vega, this 27th day of September, 2022.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Board.
Oh, you want to introduce
I'm
introduce
sorry.
your family?
Yes.
I know that. Yeah.
This is my son, Abram Vega, and this is my other son, Alonso Vega.
And a gentleman to your immediate
My
right?
wonderful husband, Richard Vega.
All right, Richard. Okay. Well, congratulations to the whole family, and wish you well in your duties. And it's good to get started this way. So congratulations to you.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
You bet.
Thank you.
Okay. Again, congratulations to Rosa and to the Vega family. Thank you for being with us today. Okay, we're going to go back into our presentations, and Madam Clerk.
Item number 42 is a presentation of resolution congratulating Robert A. Davison upon the occasion of his retirement.
Okay, the day is fast approaching, Mr. Davison.
Right.
Hi, David.
Next week. Oh, boy. All right. So this one is near and dear to my heart. So Robert A. Davison, or Bob as we all know him, was born in Newfoundland, Canada, on a United States Navy base as the fourth of 5 children. That's actually something that I learned just recently. Bob grew up in San Ramon and attended Cal Poly San Luis Obispo, where he earned figured I'd get something out of that, where he earned a bachelor's in civil engineering and then went on to earn his MBA from Sac State. He started his career in the private sector before joining Sacramento County in October 1989. A momentous event that some may believe have precipitated the Loma Prieta earthquake that happened the same month, but that could also be a rumor, I'm not sure. So Bob started with the county as an associate engineer in the Public Infrastructure Planning and Financing section, as it was known at the time. And over the course of his 33-year career with the county, Bob advanced to senior civil engineer, manager of special districts, and then to his current position of county engineer. Bob also held the very unique role of executive director of the Sacramento Metropolitan Cable Television Commission since April of 2006. Bob is a true expert in his field, including Mello-Roos and development impact fee programs, and he's been absolutely instrumental in helping a number of developments throughout the county over that 33-year career, including Metro Air Park, and we've certainly seen the success there, Antelope Vineyard, North Vineyard Station, Vlorin Vineyard, and all the Jackson Corridor master plans as well, along with many, many other development projects. But most importantly, Bob is, just a fantastic person and friend. If you know Bob, you know that. And very much a loving husband to his wife, Karen, of 24 years, son Matthew, daughter Jenna, and granddaughter Phoenix. I've never actually had the pleasure of meeting his family. Hello, how are you? But I feel like I know them because Bob talks about them quite a bit. He's obviously a very devoted family man, loving husband and father as well. And I know he very much looks forward to spending more time with them next week when he retires. Wow. Bob also loves the Raiders, which we forgive him for, and he's a huge music lover, most notably the Kinks. And we've heard many stories, actually, as of last week, about his run-ins with that particular band, along with the Stones and Beatles. And I know he's looking forward to attending a lot more concerts, and he has great stories, again, with his run-ins, and hopefully those will continue coming our way over the years. So I'd like to thank Bob personally for all of his support he's shown me over the last 18 years. Again, just an incredibly caring and trustworthy person, and just an all-around great guy. We are all going to miss his friendly face, his quirky humor, and his booming voice throughout the office, which he is very well known for. But rest assured, Bob, you leave a fantastic legacy here at the county, and that legacy will continue to echo throughout these halls for many, many years as well. So congratulations on your retirement.
Well, Bob, would you like to say something? I know you got a party later this week, and some of us are going to be able to be there and probably to share some more stories with you. But this opportunity, I'm sure board members are going to want to weigh in here too. So
sure, I'll just take a few minutes.
Go ahead. Go right ahead.
After being at this board for so many years, this is super weird, by the way. But with that, like I said, I'll make this short. I want to thank my family for putting up with me all these years. My lovely wife, Karen, is here, and she is just the best support in the world. You are the old boss, and she is the new boss. I've been blessed and fortunate. You can't do jobs like I have. I happen to have a side job, the Cable Commission, as well as the county engineering job. You cannot do both those jobs without good staff. Some of them are here, but you're nothing without your staff. And so I'm blessed and fortunate to have great staff, both with the county engineering and the Cable Commission, and the support of the other managers and staff throughout the county. Of course, we do this for our constituents and the public, and I've always tried to keep that in mind and be the kind of employee who is helpful in resolving items. I always try to be the one that helped the people along rather than to be the roadblock. It's been a pleasure to serve this board. This is truly a great board. I feel it's a board that cares about its employees. I mean, where else do you see? I was on disability one time, a long time ago. Supervisor Natoli called me at home to check in on me. Where else does that happen? So I also feel I'm leaving the county. I'm a little bit jealous because the management team right now is so strong, with Ann and Dave and now Troy Givens. I think the future is wonderful, and like I said, I'm a little jealous. It's weird. It's weird to leave. 33 years is a long time. When I first started working in the county, email didn't exist, iPhones didn't exist. We answered pink messages, and we did board staff reports with a clerical pool. So things have completely changed since those early days. And I won't go into all the development projects, but for most of my time, I've been involved with development projects, and it has been amazing to see the county grow. In 1993, I was a young engineer working on the Metro Park financing plan, and so to see what's going on there now is truly a great resolution of the career. And of course, there's so many other county staff that are working on that project. It's just truly amazing to see. So with that, that's all I had. But thank you very much. I appreciate it, and it's been a wonderful career to be here for this time. So.
Well, thank you for those comments, Bob. And we're going to go to board members here. Supervisor Cerna.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So first of all, congratulations on a terrific 33-year career here at the county, Bob. And I've had the good fortune of working with you for nearly the last 12 years. And I'm glad you remarked the way you did about Metro Air Park. While I haven't been affiliated with Metro Air Park nearly as long as you have, I think we both shared the objective in mind to ensure that it didn't languish, and to be sure, it certainly has not. It's, I think, more than just a feather in our collective cap. I think it's become a real regional epicenter for economic development, and that is really the fruit of, as you've mentioned many times already this morning, a great team effort. And your leadership relative to that project is never going to be forgotten, certainly not by me. But I also wanted to say that besides your great taste in universities and music, that I've always enjoyed your presence during these meetings. I think you've always interjected, whether it was intentional or not, a certain sense of humor that at times was very welcome because it helped lighten the mood. And there's something to be said for that. But again, I want to just reflect on a tremendous career that that you're going to look back on with, I think, a lot of pride. And I think the fact that you mention constituents the same way we mention constituents, those that we serve, really speaks volumes about your commitment to public service for more than 3 decades. So thank you very much, Bob.
Thanks, Bill. So Desmond.
And very, very briefly, I want to underscore the comments of Supervisor Cerna. Certainly, I haven't known you for very long, Bob, but all of my interactions have been great with you, and I very much appreciate your willingness to sit down and try to resolve some of these issues that probably a majority of which come from District 3 over the course of your career, I could imagine. But you've always been great in terms of trying to work through problems to ensure we're responsive to the needs of the constituents while making sure you're carrying out the obligations of the county. And I just want to echo my good wishes for your retirement, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Thanks. Supervisor Frost.
Bob, I didn't know you were so funny. I did not know that about you. I guess I didn't know you that well, but on top of all the other wonderful things that have been said about you, I just want to wish you all the best in your retirement. I hope you enjoy every minute of it, and hope you don't get bored. I know leaving the county might leave you like, what am I going to do now because I'm not so busy, but
It's going to be interesting, yes.
So best wishes.
Thank you.
Well, Bob, I've had the good fortune of working with you for your entire career with Sacramento County, and certainly my previous role is assistant to County Supervisor Toby Johnson when I first got a chance to meet you and work on some things that were kind of nuts and bolts as it related to matters in the district, but certainly in the county. But over the course of your career, and certainly mine as well, you've worn some unique hats, again, public infrastructure and kind of having that separate component evolved from the time late 70s when some of the ability to finance public works and advance development and making sure that the public infrastructure was properly financed and funded. And again, your work in that role, I think, helped evolve the strategic approaches, but also, again, help put together the components that really have laid out, the quality neighborhoods and business districts, certainly industrial developments as it relates to Metro Air Park. And that's no small task because, again, you've had a team of folks that you've worked with and have, led and certainly reported to. And those are, again, we have not just the financing component, but all the various aspects of engineering and the collection of the information that then provides the backdrop for the financing and actually delivery of those projects in a timely fashion. And that has certainly served this county well, served the people that all of us are responsible to. But in addition to that, obviously your role with the Cable Commission, again, that's totally unique. There's, two separate tasks. And again, you've had good support staff there, but obviously you've been the leader for many, many years in that respect. And again, have looked out for the interests of the customers, but certainly to the county and to the various entities that, are jurisdictionally responsible for the cable service in their respective communities, the cities and the county. And above and beyond all that, though, just I think your willingness to be there to respond to questions, certainly as members of this board would inquire about, but I think generally with constituents, and I know you just handled one on a Cable Commission matter in the last few days. Yeah. And again, so I think, again, you've been able to balance that in a way that has served this county and certainly its people in a very good fashion, and one that you can be proud of, exceptionally proud of. And your friendship over the years. Again, I've had the opportunity to converse with you, in addition to obviously the business at hand and responding to constituent calls and needs. But again, as it's cited here, I know that you probably could write a book about your concert going, not just your stories with a particular band, but I think those that you've seen and evolved, and you talk about how the workplace has evolved. Obviously, some of those rock and rollers are, probably nearing the end of their careers, but nonetheless, you've certainly...
Keith Richards is just getting started.
Yeah. But again, I think that's, again, part of the balance in your life. And obviously, Karen and your children and now your grandchild, are a big part of your life, and you've never lost sight of that. But I want to just say congratulations to you on a very fine career, one that you can be very proud of. You can drive around the county and see things that you've had a role in, but you know that you kept the interests of the people of this county at your heart and at your daily task. And for that, I say thank you. And I'm grateful for having known you, worked with you, and certainly the friendship and professional relationship that we've had as well. So I wish you well, and I got a chance to see you at your send-off party later this week. And but I know you'll fill that time well. And Karen, I'm sure she's got a list of things. Yes. And you're looking sharp in your Garcia tie today. So,
Yep.
Yeah, I've kind of wondered myself in retirement. I've got a whole closet full of those, and I don't know. So maybe if you're interested, although you won't have to wear a tie anymore, and I probably won't have to either. So
I'll be paring them down.
Anyway, Bob, it's been a great run, and congratulations on a well-deserved retirement. So
Thank you so much.
you bet. All right, Ann, did you want to I'm sorry, before we get...
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Bob, we've just been getting to know each other in the last 18, 19 months, and in that short time, it has certainly been a pleasure, and appreciate your long and good career, and wish you just wonderful time in retirement. And I'm sure the honey-do list is long, and want you to enjoy.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
All right, very good. Congratulations.
Thanks.
Did you want to get a picture with Mr. DeFonte? Did somebody get a picture of that, presenting that? Dave, did anybody get a picture of? Did somebody get a picture? Why don't you go up there and represent it to him, make sure you get a... There you go. You in there, Karen? Okay. All right. Good job.
Goodbye.
Okay. Again, congratulations to Bob and Karen. All right. We'll get some additional folks we're going to recognize here in the audience today. So if you'll call the next item, please.
Item number 43 is the presentation of resolution honoring Code Enforcement Officer Gennady Marmoyenko, Senior Deputy Probation Officer James Sumner, and Deputy Probation Officer Leopoldo Latelpa for rescuing a family from a burning home while actively performing their duties.
Okay, and I think we're going to have some folks join us at the podium. I know Marlon Yarber, and I think Mr. Chamberlain as well. And we have some resolutions, and I'll let folks...
Say just a word. Yeah, good morning, and thank you. Marlon Yarber, Chief Probation Officer. First, just let me say thank you to this board for the recognition of both code enforcement as well as the probation department and what our officers were able to do in the community. We had a chance to recognize Senior Deputy Probation Officer Sumner and Deputy Probation Officer Latelpa internally, and certainly, there was some nice media coverage as it relates to the event, but want to make sure, we share our appreciation that you're now doing this in a little bit more of a public format. So again, thank you to both departments as well, the officers and their bravery. I just want to state just how incredibly proud we are as a department to recognize, the work that they did. Certainly we're out in the community every day and, come upon things all the time and appreciate their quick thinking and as well as I think some teamwork as perhaps scaling a fence might have been involved, and it took a couple people to at least get the rescue of the family started as they were removing, I think, a mom and several kids from a burning house. So with that, let me maybe turn back to Mr. Chamberlain and see if he has any comments on code enforcement's involvement.
Yes, thank you, Board, for this recognition. This is huge for us, and we're really appreciative of the honor. I'd like to say that code enforcement prides itself in being aware of their surroundings. This is the ultimate example of this. He's out in the field doing his job, looking out for himself, but also looking out for his community. Quick action, quick response, turned what was a tragedy because the people lost their home and preventing a larger tragedy of a loss of life. So I commend Gennady. We're very, very proud of him. Code enforcement's very, very proud of him. This is only the first of 2 opportunities that he's going to have to be honored. He's going to be honored this year at Casio for his duty in this situation. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Barry and Marlon, for those comments, and I think setting the stage for the recognition here. We have board resolutions for each of the officers, and certainly we have copies for the departments if they'd like to have them as well. But this does go into some detail, and I think it's already been expressed here that these gentlemen in the day-to-day performance of their duties certainly were out in the community and observed, obviously, a burning home, and rather than stand by or maybe take action that might have not resulted in the good outcome here, quickly rose to the occasion and scaled the fence and helped the mother and 6 children, as I understand it. Is that right? Is it 6? 3? Grandmother. Oh, grandmother. Okay. So I'm going to let you come here and tell the story then, so because I'm getting it all messed up right now. So with that, we're going to let them make some remarks. But we do recognize you with a board resolution that again, cites you. I think your courage and valor. You might not see it as that way, but I think that's what it is that doing the right thing in a moment of urgent matter, and you did that. And obviously, as both Marlon and Barry expressed, you saved a life, and again, property damage certainly can be very disconcerting, but you can replace houses and homes, but you can't replace lives. And so, and I think you set an example for those young children, and certainly for the parent figure, the grandmother, that people do care and you do respond. And you're certainly a credit to the organizations which you serve, the departments within the county, but to this county as a whole. And we want to commend you and honor you for your service, day-to-day service, but certainly for your stepping up and assuring that the right thing was done and people's lives were saved and they were carried away from the burning home. So with that, I'm going to invite the three officers to come up and make a couple comments, and we'll do a presentation. We'll do a picture with the board if they'd like. And so whatever order you choose, go ahead.
I'm Code Enforcement Officer Gennady Marmienko. I've been with the department since 2013. I was hired as a temp employee, worked through 6 months probation, and then was offered a full-time position. So in all, it was 18 months of probation with the department for me. And so I worked hard. I'm originally from Ukraine and came here in '98 and, started with private doing security, and then joined the campus Los Rios Police Department as a campus patrol officer, and then got hired with the Code Enforcement Division. So it's been interesting. It's been challenging. I've learned a lot. I see a lot of communities that do look to us for assistance. It is our job to improve the property values and then reduce crime, because I think that's what we contribute in our communities. And constituents call us all the time and they request for help, and so we always provide them with, and we exert the exceptional customer service. And so I believe working through all these years and being with the department and going through a lot of training with the leadership that I had in training geared me to become a better officer that I am today. So I am appreciative of my chief and my supervisors. But thank you, board, for this recognition. I'm very honored. I wasn't expecting this, and again, I'm very grateful. I can only contribute back from being given an opportunity to be in here in this country. So I have nothing else other than good things to say about my community and my department and the board. Thank you, everyone, for honoring me, and my family's here, so thank you for all your support.
Good morning. James Sumner, Sacramento County Probation, 17 years. We just happen to be in the right place at the right time. I think it's maybe blown out of proportion that we're doing something out of the ordinary, but I believe it was the human thing to do. It was the correct thing to do. And that's why I say it's the right place, right time when we're there. I think if you ask any of us, even if it would have been our day off, if we come up to a situation like that, we still wouldn't have failed to act. I think it's just the human thing to do to help out our fellow humans. So, thank you.
Thank you all for having me here. I really appreciate it. Deputy Probation Officer Tlatelpa. I've been with the department for 7 years now. As far as field work, I'm actually newer to it. I only have about a couple months, 6 months. So that day I recall I was out with my training officer, Mr. Sumner here. And like he said, we were at the right place at the right time. I recall vividly we were yelling, trying to get people's attentions, and all I recall from that day is I hear children screaming, right? When I heard that, I knew we had to do something. We couldn't wait for fire. We couldn't wait for others to come help. So like you said, right place, right time. And during the course of our duties, obviously, I felt the need. It wasn't whether we needed to do something or we had to do something. And again, I appreciate you all for having us here, for just recognizing us, although it's not needed. Like I said, we'll continue doing this, and if it happens again, I would 100% do it again, right? Not just for the spotlight or anything like that, because like you said, it's a humanly thing to do, and it's the right thing to do, and I would hope others would feel the same way in the community as well. So thank you all for having us.
You didn't tell us who had to climb the fence, though. All three?
Yes.
Yeah, so you all went over the fence, okay. Well, with that, I would invite my colleagues down. We have resolutions, maybe take a picture down here in the well, and if you'd like to have your family come down and join us for the photo, we can invite them as well. But so we. I have for one of the departments, Barry, and then if Mark. Join us for a photo. If family members like to come down and take the photos, feel free to come down.
Supervisor Natoli, while you're gathering, I just want to take a moment to say how proud I am of all of you for the work that you do every day. And this was a remarkable circumstance, but the daily work makes me proud.
So I was going to try to get one just with the, I know. Can I just get a photo of the probation? Yeah, Chief, could I get a photo just with you and the officer? Sorry. Did you want me to take a picture? One, two, three.
Happy birthday.
And happy birthday. That's great. Very good. Thanks again to all of you for certainly the department leadership, and appreciate your presence in our community. Okay, with that then, we've got some additional presentations, and call the next item you could.
Item number 44 is a presentation of a resolution proclaiming October 2022 as Sacramento County Employee Giving Campaign Month.
Okay, Mr. Lamera. I'll come down and join you in a minute, Ben. I'll let you kind of do the introduction. I have a resolution to present to you, so, okay.
Supervisor Natoli's a little bit taller. So I want to thank the board and for their support and their services to the County of Sacramento. This is a tough act to follow. Sorry. And I also want to thank the volunteers from our department for this employee giving campaign. and the kickoff. Cheryl Chappelle is our lead loan executive, and I want to thank her. She's been doing a lot of the coordinating, a lot of organizing. This started way back in March, and actually it started even before that when we were helping out with waste management. But it's been a lot of work with her, our staff, Matt Henning and Zanielle McGuire. We also have some co-chair departments, the public defender, Amanda Benson, and Joe Kress, their loaned executive, and the director of water resources, Michael Peterson, and Terry Lynn Larson, the loaned executive. This year's campaign theme is "With Community Comes Unity." Our focus really is on community and its importance. It's where we work, where we recreate, where we raise our children. It is basically where we live. Community is also about people. It's our coworkers, our classmates, our neighbors, our church, our friends, and it is our family. Our goal this year is to raise $200,000 through the Employee Giving Campaign. As you're aware, the Employee Giving Campaign provides an opportunity for the employees to support their community, to organizations that provide services for those or with fewer resources that are available. It also is an opportunity to give to organizations that provide various health services, cancer research, such as cancer research, blood or organ donations, trauma counseling, mental health treatment, and also organizations that provide community services, such as the food bank, river cleanup, and youth sports. Our largest countywide fundraising event is the 5K race, run, walk. You pick what you're going to do there. And that will be October 28th. And our sign-ups for that will start October 3rd, and it's going to be held at Discovery Park. Again, thank you for your support in this event.
Well, thank you, Ben, for the introduction and certainly to the effort that's gone into thus far. And I think as you highlighted certainly in your comments and recognizing your colleagues and our loan executives and the folks that do a lot of the day-to-day work behind this, this is an important aspect of public service. And I know that the employees of Sacramento County have been very generous over the years. And if somebody did the math, going back to the combined campaign, probably many decades, I'm sure the order of magnitude is several million, if not many millions of dollars of folks who've reached into their pocket and with programs that they support and or recognition that there are folks who are less fortunate, certainly many good causes, and that in recognizing that they then give generously of their certainly time in many cases, but also obviously of their coin. That's okay. I thought maybe that was a buzzer. I'm done. So I've had that happen before. At any rate, I want to just recognize certainly Ben and his leadership, that of obviously the folks that have taken on this aspect of additional work, but leadership in our county and in our community. It makes a difference in the lives of people, not just here in this community, but certainly elsewhere in the region, the state, the nation, and in the world, some of the causes that folks give to. And so all that being said, we recognize in the resolution the folks who are going to be leading the team this year, and would encourage folks, and I know many board members have been out over the years for the kick off the 5K race, walk, run, ride, crawl, whatever it is. People get out there, have a good time, and I know the departments really get into it. But the departments do other things too. They've had bake sales in the past, and they've had other fundraisers with raffle gifts and so forth.
And there's one going on outside right
Is there?
now.
Okay, all right. So call your attention to that out in the lobby. All that being said, though, we do proclaim October 2022 as the Sacramento County Employee Giving Campaign Month, and we know that, again, we'll be very successful through the efforts of folks that are here today, as well as obviously all the county employees that participate and give back in so many ways. So congratulations, Ben, and we wish you well, and we'll look forward to the results and hearing from our federated campaign members later in the year. So congratulations.
Thank you.
You bet. Thank you. want a photo? Can somebody want to take a photo?
Where do we do this at?
Yeah, here, yeah. Yeah, come on down. Any of the folks that are part of this, yeah, come on down.
Actually, Cheryl needs to be in the middle.
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
Okay, I'll hold it.
Okay, thanks again. Okay, with that then, we do have another presentation, and I'll have a clerk read that in the record, and then we'll get some folks to make some comments, and each of the board members will be involved in this as well. So,
Item number 45 is a presentation of resolution proclaiming September 2022 as National Food Safety Month.
great. And I know Jenna Monasterio and Rolando Villarreal are both here, and so you're invited down and do some well-deserved recognitions here. So, good morning, Jenna.
Good morning. So good morning, Chair Natoli, members of the board. My name is Jania Monasterio, and I am the Director for the Environmental Management Department. Joining me this morning is Rolando Villarreal, Acting Division Chief for our Environmental Health Food Safety Program. I would first like to thank the board for declaring September as National Food Safety Month, and also recognizing the winners of the Food Safety Awards of Excellence for their efforts in maintaining outstanding food safety practices. Recognizing these recipients acknowledges the excellent health and safety work of the restaurant owners and operators, as well as our inspectors, both working together collaboratively as a team to ensure there is reduced foodborne illness in Sacramento County. In fact, Sacramento County continues to remain below statewide averages for foodborne illnesses. Chair Natoli, would you please join me here at the podium in order to present this important resolution recognizing September as National Food Safety Month? We would also like to take this opportunity for a photo.
Make a quick comment here before you take the photo. Again, on behalf of the board, pleased to present the resolution proclaiming September, which is almost over, so we can roll in October, November, December, January, all 12 months, keeps going as Food Safety Month. But again, officially September as National Food Safety Month here in Sacramento County, and certainly we lend our congratulations to our dedicated staff, our professionals who, again, are out there working in the community with food service and restaurateurs, and folks who are serving the public in many different ways with a variety of foodstuffs. And we also this resolution recognizes, in addition to declaring the month, it's Food Safety Month, we recognize, and I know Janaea is going to cover this in a moment, the 5 businesses that are being recognized this year for their excellence. But this resolution specifically recognizes National Food Safety Month, congratulates our employees, your leadership, Janaea and Roland, and certainly thank you for all you do to keep our community safe, but also to prevent foodborne illnesses and make sure that people are protected, but also that they can enjoy that with the confidence of knowing that the food preparation and such and handling are done in a way that they can have confidence when they enter a restaurant or a cafeteria, whatever the setting might be. So congratulations, and we'll do the middle. Very good. Okay, good.
Thank you, Supervisor Natoli.
We have one for each of the 5. So.
And we have a presentation as well.
I'm sorry, you said?
We'll show the presentation.
Oh, show the presentation.
Yeah. All right. So as Supervisor had mentioned, we have, in the past, we have invited award attendees to come to the board chambers to receive this award. However, due to the lasting impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic and current staffing demands, we instead met each winner at their place of business to present their award and also to congratulate them on their excellent efforts in maintaining food safety. So Rolando Villarreal will now explain the selection process and present the award winners from each district.
So, good morning, Chair Natoli, members of the board. My name is Rolando Villarreal. I'm the Acting Chief of Environmental Health. So, National Food Safety Month is a special time of the year for EMD because it gives us an opportunity to recognize and celebrate restaurants that do a tremendous job when it comes to food safety. Restaurants are highly regulated, and we are pleased that over 650 facilities inspected by EMD met the difficult criteria established for this award. We'll be recognizing 5 businesses today, 1 from each supervisor's district. I would like to give up some background about our food inspection program. Last fiscal year, EMD issued over 7,000 food permits and conducted over 14,000 food inspections. This was all accomplished with only 28 environmental health specialists who work in partnership with food facilities and restaurants to ensure the highest food safety standards are met. EMD is pleased to present the Award of Excellence to facilities in Sacramento County to highlight their dedication to food safety. The hard work and dedication of our food facility owners, operators, and staff, and EMD's consumer protection team is reflected in the number of recipients this year. We had over 5,100 facilities eligible for the Award of Excellence. We are pleased that 668 food facilities in Sacramento County have received this award. The criteria is high: no major violations during the last 3 unannounced routine inspections, and only a limited number of minor violations. With that said, in District 1, Supervisor Cerna, the Award of Excellence winner is Origami Asian Grill, located at 4801 Folsom Boulevard in Sacramento. Supervisor Cerna, would you like to come down and say a few words?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, and members of the public, I'm pleased to be here this morning to recognize Origami Asian Grill. As has been mentioned, this is a restaurant that is located in District 1 and East Sacramento neighborhood. And while I've not had the distinct pleasure of dining yet at Scott, is it Scott Ostrander? Yeah, Scott Ostrander, who's the executive chef and owner's restaurant. I did get a chance to look around, as you can see from the photos, and I was very impressed with not just the welcoming nature of the restaurant and its cleanliness, but it looked like they have a tremendous menu. I asked the owner, Scott, what they're known for, and he mentioned it's the fried chicken. He said that's to die for. So as a fried chicken lover, you can bet your bottom dollar I'm going to be dining there shortly. So congratulations to Scott and the whole team at Origami Asian Grill for the exceptional attention that they pay to food safety. And I'm pleased to be able to get this award in his hands here shortly. So thank you.
Thanks, Phil. Round of applause for Origami. And
in District 2, Supervisor Kennedy, the Award of Excellence winner is Panera, located at 8120 Dulles Shore Circle in Sacramento. Supervisor Kennedy, if you would like to come down and say a few words.
Yes, we actually, with 668 excellent restaurants here in Sacramento County, there was a bit of a snafu, and District 2's was going to go to somebody in District 3. So we quickly had to adjust. And because we have such a fantastic slew of restaurants who have maintained the standard of excellence, that was not hard to do. And within minutes, we had Panera Bread. And I will tell you that Panera, in addition to providing much of the food that we often serve here at the county for meetings and so forth, they're quite often our caterer. If you have not been to a Panera, people take for granted that a chain is a chain is a chain, and that's not always the case. We forget that these are also mom and pop franchisees and small businesses, and our neighbors actually own and operate these, and Panera is no exception at being an exceptional operation. The cleanliness standard, the food standard is always at the height. I have breakfast there quite frequently in the Delta Shores, where this particular one is, and their professionalism, the staff, and their dedication to keeping our community safe and fed is second to none. So thank you very much on behalf of Panera for this award.
So in District 3, Supervisor Desmond, the Award of Excellent winner is Rim's Deli, located at 5241 Hazel Avenue in Fair Oaks. Supervisor Desmond.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and my colleagues and staff. I'm just very honored to be here today to recognize Rim's Deli. Been in business for 36 years, I believe, in Fair Oaks on Hazel near Madison. Went out there for the photograph. I too admit that I have not eaten there, and that's pretty pathetic because I always describe myself as a local kid. I should know everything about the district. But to make up for that, next year when I'm board chair and we do a board retreat, I'll commit right now to buying lunch for everybody from Rim's Deli. And Chair Natoli, you are certainly welcome to come as a supervisor emeritus and partake in the Rim's Deli fare. But I talked to several of the patrons there when I was there, and when you walk into this place, it just really has an old school kind of charm in terms of the deli. They have the old kind of menu marquee where you just put up a little plastic letters to spell out what the menu items are. And this is, as I talked to some of the patrons there, I realized that people have been going there for decades, literally through multiple generations. So just really appreciate David, and I believe, is it Gail? Gail. Just terrific members of the community. I was also struck by how many awards they had on the wall from prior years. Something I suggest, and I'll throw down the gauntlet right now for my successor as chair. I mean, I think we should at some point recognize body art locations, and so maybe when Supervisor Kennedy is chair, I'll buy lunch for everybody. He can propose free tattoos for everybody when we do a board retreat in District 2.
I'm glad I'm retiring.
But just really want to thank Rim's Deli for food safety, and thank EMD for all the terrific work that you do, and congratulations to Rim's for winning the award this year. Thank you.
So in District 4, Supervisor Frost, the Award of Excellent winner is Dairy Queen, located at 9295 Greenback Lane in Orangevale. Supervisor Frost.
Well, I'm delighted to receive this recognition on behalf of Joe and Cynthia Ellering, who are the owners of the Dairy Queen in Orangevale. The Dairy Queen in Orangevale is formerly known as Foster's Freeze. About, I'm going to say 40 or 50 years ago. 40 years, it was in June of 2022 that Joe and Cynthia celebrated their 40th year there. So they've been there for a long time, and they're not only wonderful restaurant owners, they are entrenched in the community. They've been involved in the Greenback Lane Orangevale Visioning Project. They have been involved with the chamber, and Cynthia does some volunteer work to raise money for veterans, disabled veterans, And we have so many community events, and I've eaten there, and it's, what can you say? Ice cream. It's one of those things where I can remember over the years, my husband and I would pull up to the Dairy Queen, and my husband's mother would be in the back seat, and we'd go, I don't know, I probably should get a small, but, I really want a medium. And Mom would say, well, did you ever think of maybe, getting a small and sharing it? And we turned around and said to her, no, Mom, we didn't think of that. So it's a place where we all go to enjoy happy moments and have ice cream eating contests. And so it's not just a great restaurant that is excellent at what they do and has excellent food. It's also the ownership there is very special to the entire community. So on behalf of the Ellerings, I want to accept this with gratitude and thanks. And I really appreciate all of our staff who I know it's a lot of work to go through all those restaurants and identify which ones are doing the best job. So thank you so much for what you do as well. Thank you.
So in District 5, Chair Natoli, the Award of Excellence winner is Organic Delights, located at 2256 Sunrise Boulevard in the city of Rancho Cordova. Supervisor Natoli.
Well, I'm pleased to recognize Organic Delights. I want to thank Janae and Roland. I know they met me out there last Friday, and there's an opportunity to get a chance to meet the owner, Raul. And it's a restaurant in the Sun River Village Shopping Center there, just as you approach the American River and in the area on the west side. And he's been there about 8 years, I think he said to us. And it really is a passion for the owner. He's everything there he was describing, he tries to be 100% organic and makes his own ranch dressing. All the various plates and the offerings are fresh vegetables. He's talking about how he goes out certified markets, and obviously both in the selection of the foodstuffs but also in the preparation. And it was interesting while we were in there, Janae and I, we met a couple of retired county employees who were very passionate about certainly the food and its tastiness, but also the healthfulness of the various things that he serves. And again, it sounded like they were not only very satisfied customers, but repeat customers. And it's kind of tough sometimes to be in a large center where you have a relatively small space. But again, he is very, very passionate about the cleanliness and the preparation of the food and the fact that it's organic and a wide offering of foods. And I know that Janae got lunch, and so she could probably tell you how good it was. But nonetheless, I just wanted to congratulate him. And when we walked in, the other thing that was certainly caught my attention is that he had received a certificate of excellence a year ago, I believe. And so he had it displayed on the table there, very proud of that. And obviously he has one to go with it in being one of the 5 recognized food establishments this year for excellence. And again, I would encourage folks having the opportunity, if you're out that way, to stop in. Again, it's a sole proprietor, but he obviously cares very deeply about his customers and about the value that he brings to the foodstuffs that he serves to his customers. So congratulations to Organic Delights and to the owner and to those that assist him. But again, thank you to our department for, again, recognizing restaurants. And again, this is pretty elite group of folks. Again, as mentioned, we have thousands of establishments, but only a few hundred that actually received the recognition over the year, and then a smaller percentage that obviously with the 5 that are recognized here today. So we offer our congratulations to Rao and to Organic Delights in the Sun River Village Shopping Center in Rancho Cordova. Congratulations. Thanks.
So with that, I want to thank you to all the award winners. This is not an easy award to achieve. We appreciate your commitment to public health and protecting your community. Thank you. And that concludes our presentation.
Very good. Thanks again. Good. Oh, yeah, one more time. So if you're not hungry now, it's your own fault, so. Okay, very good. Thanks again to our staff and certainly to all the folks in our community who serve us daily with good foodstuffs. Bless you. All right, with that then, those are our recognitions for this morning. We congratulate everyone who's been recognized here, and we'll move into our other items on the morning's agenda. So,
Item number 47, this is County Service Area Number 1, Zone 1, public hearing on the benefit category change and levy of increased service charges for the Pacific Pallet Exchange Project located at 3315 51st Avenue.
great. Cheyenne, good morning.
Good morning, Chair Natoli and members of the board. I am Cheyenne Raymond with the County Engineering Division. The Pacific Pallet Exchange is in the South Sacramento community on 51st Avenue, located approximately 1,600 feet west of Franklin Boulevard. During the design review process, the project received a condition to provide full funding for street and safety light maintenance. County Service Area Number 1 provides these services throughout the unincorporated portions of the county. To satisfy this condition, the project proponent submitted an application to initiate the benefit category change for County Service Area Number 1, and on August 12th, a ballot and notice were mailed to the property owner, informing them of today's hearing. Currently, the project is a single parcel in the street light only benefit category with an annual assessment of $2.56. And the proposed change is to the enhanced street and safety light benefit category for non-residential parcels. Based on current rates, the service charge for this fiscal year is $199. If your board has no questions, staff recommends that you open the public hearing, consider all written and oral testimony, close the public hearing, and direct the clerk of the board to tabulate the ballot. And if there is no majority protest, consider adopting the resolution for the benefit category change.
Okay. All right, with that, then I will open the public hearing. Do we have anyone here? I don't have anybody signed up to speak. Do we have anyone on the phone that wishes to address the board?
We do not have anyone on the phone.
Okay, all right. And seeing no one come forward, then we'll close the public hearing, return to the clerk for tabulation.
And we have one ballot, and the yes is marked.
All right, so noted.
So they are in favor of the proposed change.
Very good. Okay, thank you, Alma. All right, then if there's, I presume then there's no majority protest, so I'll return Mr. Raymond, and you can go ahead and read the resolution, fill in the blanks, and we'll have it for board consideration.
Thank you. Section 2. At the close of the hearing, the board had received 0 written protests. Section 3. At the close of the tabulation, the board had received 1 protest ballot totaling 100% of the total service charges to be levied, of which 100% was in favor of the change of benefit category and 0% was in opposition.
All right, we do have the resolution and the results of the tabulation, and so I'll turn to Supervisor Kennedy. Did you?
Thank you, Chair. Move staff recommendation.
Okay, it's moving a second. Let's move in a second then to approve the staff recommendation as outlined with the resolution read into the record. If there's nothing further, please vote.
And it is approved by unanimous vote with a motion by Supervisor Kennedy and second by Supervisor Desmond.
Correct. Okay, very good. Thank you. All right, next item.
Item number 48 is County Service Area Number 10, Benefit Zone 3. Public hearing to establish a service charge within the Lynn Estates subdivision.
All right, very good.
Good morning, members of the board. Gosh, what a meeting today. The county has some exceptional people in it, don't we?
Yeah, we do. We do.
Nobody has to get up for this one, though.
Okay.
Unless
you.
Unless you want to, again.
Thanks, Joe.
Joe Grassick with County Engineering Division. I also have a member of DOT staff in the audience to help answer questions if necessary. I'm here to present the item that was just read into the record by the clerk. The Lynn Estates subdivision is located approximately 1.25 miles east of Elk Grove Florin Road, north of and adjacent to Gerber Road, and proposes 30 residential lots. In response to a rezone condition of approval, a request was submitted to initiate the establishment of a service charge for County Service Area Number 10, which provides trip reduction services. In response to that request, a notice and protest ballot were mailed to the property owner on August 12th. The item proposes to levy an annual service charge of $120.16 per residential lot. And if there are no questions from the board, staff recommends that the board open the public hearing, consider written and oral testimony and objections and protests, close the public hearing, and then direct the clerk to tabulate the returned protest ballot.
Great, thank you, Mr. Grassick. So I will open the public hearing and don't have anyone signed up to speak. Do we have anyone on the phone that wishes to address the board on this item?
We do not.
Okay. All right, seeing no one coming forward, then I will close the public hearing and go to the clerk to tabulate the protest ballot.
Yes. We have one ballot. Nice. And they voted yes. They are in favor of the proposed annual change.
Okay. All right, with that then, noting that the return ballot is in support of the request, I'll turn to Joe to read the information into the resolution.
Thank you. Yes, since there's no majority protest, I'll read those fill-ins now. In Section 2, at the close of the tabulation, the board received 0 oral and written protests. In Section 3, at the close of the tabulation, the board received 1 protest ballot totaling 100% of the total amount to be levied, of which 100% was in favor of the service charge and 0% was in opposition to the service charge.
Very good. All right, thank you for reading that to the record. Unless there's any member have any questions, I would move the item.
Second.
And it's been moved and seconded then to approve the staff recommendation as outlined. If there's nothing further, please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Very good. Thanks, Joe.
Thanks.
All right. Next item.
Item 49 is a report on COVID-19 response and update on monkeypox virus and request for termination of proclamations of local health emergency and state of local emergency for monkeypox.
Okay, we have Dr. Kasiri and Siobhan Kazari in the audience. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the Board of Supervisors. I'm Dr. Olivia Kasiri, Public Health Officer for Sacramento County. So I'll start off with just a few comments on COVID and then move on to monkeypox. We did provide you with a written update, so I'm just going to highlight a few points from that update. As far as COVID-19, the cases continue to go down. From the last update, we were at 8.9 per 100,000. And we do have some additional variants circulating, but the main ones are variant 5, 4, and 5. So it seems like things are slowing down quite a bit. As far as the state, on September 17th, the state amended or rescinded several state health officer orders. And basically what that did was remove the surveillance requirement for testing. There are a number of workplaces that were required to do regular testing on a weekly basis. And then also ended vaccination requirements in certain settings, including schools. We do have links in the update that you were provided if you would like to see more about the orders or if you have questions about them as well. In addition, on September 23rd, or effective September 23rd, the state also modified the guidance for masking, and now it is aligned with the CDC community levels So, for example, for Sacramento County, we're, according to the CDC, we're in the medium level for community transmission. There's a recommendation for people that are vulnerable to wear masks, especially indoors and in crowded places. Also, recently, the FDA authorized an updated bivalent booster for both Moderna and Pfizer. And so those are the ones that are available now for booster doses. So our staff are still providing vaccines at vaccine clinics. And in addition to COVID-19, now that the flu season is upon us, they're also providing flu shots as well. Those are the main points from COVID-19, so I'll just pause for a few minutes to see if there are any questions.
Okay, we'll turn to board members here first. Any questions? Dr. Kasiri, so the boosters that are available, then is the county administering those, or those to people's own private physicians or healthcare providers?
Healthcare providers do have the doses, the booster doses, but we're also providing them especially for places where individuals might have a difficulty with access to healthcare.
Okay, so through our clinics, which are scattered throughout the community at different times, different places, you're providing the boosters and the flu shots. Is that what I understood?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. All right. Very good. Thanks. Supervisor Stern?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good to see you, Doctor. I guess my general question is, are we at the point where we have moved into, or we are moving into the somewhat expected protocol that is similar to how we try and protect ourselves from influenza seasonally as it relates to COVID?
It certainly appears that it's trending that way. One question that we're asked very often is whether now we consider COVID-19 endemic. That's a decision that will be made by the CDC, but definitely we are trending towards that.
And so it would be the CDC's formal declaration that's now moved from pandemic to endemic that would motivate, I guess, healthcare providers to do what we've been accustomed to for a very long time, which is reminders about seasonal vaccination or seasonal boosters, right?
Very possible. At this point, the new booster is only one shot. There is no recommendation to get additional after the new bivalent booster, but definitely we're all still learning what's going to happen with COVID-19. And so we'll have to see what happens next year and see if there will be an additional recommendation at that point.
And then which segments of our population still remain unprotected because of their age and their inability to receive vaccination? Is it just the very young?
It's just the very young that are not eligible for vaccination for COVID-19.
Is that below 5 years?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Don't see any other questions on the COVID update, so I'll allow you to move to the next report on the monkeypox.
Thank you. And so for the monkeypox, from our latest update, we are at 135 new cases reported. At the height of this outbreak, we were receiving about 22 new cases per week. That has dropped dramatically to 2 to 3 cases per week now. And also in addition, we are seeing more availability of the vaccine, and so people can readily access the vaccine right now. For those reasons, we are requesting, along with the Office of Emergency Services, that you consider the recommendation to terminate the 2 proclamations for public health emergency and local health emergency. And with that, I will see if Mary Jo Flynn would like to make a few comments as well.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Kasiri.
Good morning, Chair Natoli and members of the board. Mary Jo Flynn Nevins. I'm the Chief of Emergency Services. Just in support of public health, we had discussed the termination of the local emergency along with the public health emergency. I did just want to take a quick moment to recognize the work of the Medical Reserve Corps volunteers who provided services to public health in terms of the monkeypox hotline. There were 13 MRC volunteers that were physicians, nurse practitioners, and registered nurse volunteers who served 128 hours on the hotline. And so I just wanted to recognize that and thank them for their service.
Thank you, Mary Jo. Any questions of Dr. Kassiri or Ms. Flynn? Okay, seeing none. Thanks, Mary Jo. Dr. Kassiri, anything else you want to add?
I also want to thank the staff for all the work that they have done with this response, and also our stakeholders and partners. I know that a few weeks ago you did recognize Pucci's Pharmacy, as well as UC Davis. They were very instrumental in helping us with both being able to make the vaccine available as well as making treatment available. But there are many others also that we have worked with, and so I appreciate the work that they've done, because we're not able to do this by ourselves, and so very appreciative of all the volunteers and the partners that we have. Thank you.
Yeah.
I also want to thank you for your support. Thank you.
Thank you,
Mr.
Dr.
Chair?
Kassiri. Yes, sir.
I
Yes, sir.
just wanted to make mention of the fact that, in fact, District 1 did have the opportunity to present a proclamation on site at Pucci's Pharmacy as recently as yesterday morning. So we had a chance to, my staff and I had a chance to speak with the pharmacist there and to get a firsthand account of the partnership that they have extended to our public health personnel, as well as to the broader LGBTQ community, as we know that monkeypox certainly has had a much deeper, broader effect in that particular community compared to others. So I'm very glad that Dr. Kassiri has mentioned the fact that we got through, I'm not going to proclaim victory. It's not my place to do that on this one, but it seems to be that the worst is in our rearview mirror on this particular health threat, but it hasn't been the case that it's been a great partnership that has involved the private sector, public sector, and advocates. So I just, again, want to extend my thanks to all involved.
Great. Thanks for those comments. Ann Edwards.
Yes, thank you. I want to take this opportunity first to agree with Dr. Kassiri about thanking all of our partners and stakeholders, but I think it's also appropriate to thank Dr. Kassiri and her team, because just as the COVID pandemic seemed to be letting up a little bit, they got hit with monkeypox. And I know that they're probably all beyond exhausted and continue to work hard to protect our community. And so I think it's noteworthy to say thank you to you and your team.
Thank you.
Well deserved. You can carry that back to your fellow employees and colleagues, Dr. Kassiri. We thank you for extraordinary efforts to respond, obviously, to urgent and emergent situations. Just a quick question. So you mentioned that the state modified some of the emergency orders last Friday, but the overarching emergency order expires this Friday. Is that correct? Or are these just subsets now of what was the emergency order relative to COVID that the governor proclaiming the state of emergency we've been under now for about 2.5 years, I guess, so we're close to it.
So these were the public health state order, health officer orders.
Okay.
But the state of emergency is still in place. We have not been given any date as to when that would end. I think that they are aligning with the federal government on that. And so our expectation is that by the end of this year, we will know more, especially if things continue to go down the way that they're going now.
So have they extended? Because I thought September 30th, they have already extended it through December 31st, the state emergency order? Is that what you
I'll have to check on that,
Okay.
but I know that we have not received any word on terminating it.
Right,
But I'll check on what date it ends.
Yeah, no, I wasn't, I appreciate you. I just didn't know if they'd already made an extension, because if my recollection served me correctly, it was, this Friday would be the expiration unless they otherwise either terminated or extended it. So it sounds like they're going to probably extend it to
Yes.
coincide with the federal
Yes.
efforts. Okay.
But I'll get back to you on the date, the new
Okay.
date.
Thank you very much. And thanks for the updates, and to you, and certainly Siobhan, and to Sandy Damiano and others who obviously kept us apprised of, where we are in the community, but certainly within our institutions as well. I don't have anybody signed up to speak on this item. Do we have anybody on the phone?
We do have one caller.
Okay, we do have a caller. Okay, thank you, Dr. Kasari, and again, our appreciation to all of you and all of your colleagues. Okay, so go to our caller, please.
Please transfer the caller. Hi, caller.
Hi, yes.
Please start your public comment. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. This is Gabrielle Ingram, and I'm calling. One, I'm very happy to hear about the termination of the monkeypox proclamations, both of them, and I fully support that decision to terminate both based on the data. And I'm also wondering why we are not also terminating the, I believe it's the local state emergency proclamation, the one that is left for COVID-19. Given we are trending in line with seasonal flu. We don't track any other virus the way we track COVID. A lot of it is likely due to the amount of money flowing in for COVID thanks to the emergency proclamation. It is irresponsible to continue perpetuating this emergency, and I am requesting that that be terminated at the earliest convenience, especially given that the last 2 times this was brought forth, it was made clear that it was being extended so that applications could be done for further FEMA funding based on all of the people that have been hired to maintain it and all of the resources needed. So I am asking that that same common sense that was applied to monkeypox be applied to COVID-19. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Gabrielle. Okay. Any other callers?
That concludes your public comment.
Okay. Very good. All right. Thank you to our commenter and to our staff once again. So, if I'm not mistaken, that concludes the morning agenda. We do have a closed session, and we will be returning at 2 o'clock, and we anticipate probably a good deal of testimony on a couple of the afternoon items. So with that, then we're going to recess into closed session, and we'll return here in chambers at 2 o'clock for a resumption of the rest of the agenda. So, okay. Meet upstairs. Lisa upstairs.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Good afternoon. Want to welcome you back, for those that were with us earlier, but welcome all those who are joining us for the afternoon session of the September 27, 2022 meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors. And with that, I'll go to our clerk to call the roll to establish quorum, please.
Good afternoon. Member Cerna?
Here.
Kennedy? Here. Desmond? Here. Frost?
Here.
Natoli?
Here.
And you have a quorum.
Thank you. Okay, we've got some timed items this afternoon, and with that, we'll go right into our timed items.
Item number 50 is PLMP 2019-00305, Recycling Industries, a use permit, special development permit, and design review for a property located at 4741 Watt Avenue on the southwest corner of Watt Avenue and Winona Way in the North Highlands community. This item was continued from September 13, 2022, item number 62.
Very good. Okay, I think we have Kimber.
Hi, hello again.
Good to see you.
Good to see you too. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. My name is Kimber Gutierrez, and I will be presenting the recycling industry's continued item. So the board did consider this entitlement package on September 13th. Following staff's presentation, the applicant had provided some testimony and stated that they were contesting several conditions of approval related to installation of sidewalk along Winona Way, dedication of right-of-way on Watt Avenue, and private landscape requirements on Watt Avenue as well. Staff noted that the applicant's request for a use permit for the existing recycling center to obtain a solid waste facility permit as a large volume transfer station constituted an intensification of land use, and that was the nexus to establish conditions of approval. During the discussion, the board did acknowledge the unique circumstances with the request, citing the ongoing Complete Streets projects right-of-way along acquisition and its anticipated timing of construction. So following that discussion, the board did vote to continue the item to today's hearing and directed staff to modify the conditions to allow the applicant additional time to obtain improvement plan approval for the sidewalks along Winona Way and incorporate the right-of-way acquisition and private landscape improvements along Watt Avenue into the Complete Streets project. So based on the board's direction, we did modify attachment 2, findings and conditions. We did provide a strike-through and a clean version. And I'm just going to briefly go over what those modifications are. So there was a modification to condition 8, which was included in the original package to remove the number of inbound, outbound, and employee trips as requested by the applicant. A modification to condition 11 to allow the applicant to secure improvement plan approval to construct the sidewalk along Winona Way within 3 years of approval of the use permit. An addition of language recognizing the county's efforts to seek funding to help deliver the project if applicable. Removal of conditions 12 and 13 in order to allow for right-of-way acquisition to occur through the Complete Streets project. Modification to condition 4 to strike Exhibit A, which was the easement dedication, from the list of final development plans. Modification to conditions 15 and 16 to include installation of the 25-foot landscaping into the Complete Streets project. And then in addition to those modifications, we did revise Exhibit B, which is the roadway improvements. So that has been revised to capture the installation of the 25-foot landscaping as part of the Complete Streets project. So I believe that covers everything. I meant to provide also 3 years and the number of days, but I forgot to include that in my presentation.
You're getting quite a sense of humor, Ms. Gutierrez.
Missed that one thing.
Okay, do we specify a leap year or just a regular year now?
I need to factor that in too.
Okay, very good. Thanks, Kimber.
All right,
okay,
thank you.
Let me turn to my colleagues. Any questions of Ms. Gutierrez or in the planning department? I think you captured the essence of what the discussion was. So with that, I don't know, Mr. Keenan, did you want to come forward or you? Okay, I didn't. By the way, if you're here to speak to any item on the agenda, please fill out a speaker request form. I have a couple for item 53, but I had none for the previous items to that. So yes, good afternoon. David?
I have been sworn in at the last meeting. Do I have to be sworn in at this meeting?
Do we need to swear?
Oh, nice.
If you please stand to be sworn. Please raise your right hand and the appropriate response is I do. Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give this board is the truth, so help you God? If you do not swear, do you so affirm?
Yes, I affirm.
Okay. Please state your name for the record.
My name's David Cunin. I am the General Manager of Recycling Industries, and it's an honor to be in front of you as Chairman Natoli and Supervisor Desmond. It's your district, and Supervisor Cerna used to be your district, and it's still part of your district. I like working with all of you. I just want to let you know, I want to thank you on behalf of my company and on what has happened. Staff was very responsive. I got immediate response the next day of these changes, and we were able to work it out and I don't think there's too much back and forth. And county engineering has reached out to me to let me know what the acquisition process is, so we're waiting for a few things to happen, and then we're going to go through that process. And so at this point, I'm happy to say that we're satisfied with all the conditions that have been presented to you and ready to move forward at your discretion and whatever you see fit. And I just want to tell you the staff was exemplary. So whatever leadership you're doing and magical behind the scenes about what they do, they're good people, and I think they do well. So I don't have any much else if you had any questions for me.
Okay, any questions for Mr. Keenan?
And yet the main event still sits in the gallery.
Well, he was a little disgruntled at last meeting. There was no public comment, so he was hoping there would just be one little public comment period, because he did have one comment to make. They do keep under 3 minutes. So I don't have anything else.
All right, David. Well, good. Thank you. Thanks for your comments regarding our staff work, and to thank you to you and your fellow colleagues in your business. So
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks,
okay.
David.
All right, so unless there's any other questions, do we have anybody on the phone on this item?
We do not have anyone in the queue.
All right, no one on the queue. So Supervisor Desmond, turn to you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to echo certainly Mr. Cunan's comments about staff. Very much appreciated Kimber and Dave and Todd. And I know Chris Pooley is not here, and this is just a great example of, I think, the county being responsive to the needs of our small business owners, others in the community, to really strike that right balance. So I very much appreciate that, and I agree. I mean, some of the work you're doing under your leadership and with our county staff, and certainly under everybody's leadership here, I very much appreciate it. And with that, I would move approval of the staff recommendation.
Second.
All right, moved second then to approve the staff recommendation. And if there's nothing further, then please vote.
And the motion carries by unanimous vote.
Very good. 3 years, 900 and something days. No, 1,000 something days. Anyway, very good. Thank you very much, and thanks to our staff, and that concludes that item. So, all right, let's move on to the next one, please.
We still have 3 minutes till the next item.
Okay, so next minute's 3 minute. Next item is 3 minute recess, I guess. So we'll just.
For appointments.
Oh, we can do our appointments. If people are ready for their appointments, we can go to that.
Yes, we could do that.
Okay, everybody got their stuff down here. So, item 54.
I'm so sorry. If you give me a moment, I'm just looking for my notes. Don't I have them? My goodness. Are you serious? What did I do with them? Well,
You want my copy, Alma?
I
give you my copy if you want. You do that for us. We can help the clerk out here.
I'm looking for, it's fine. I will find them in my email. I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
Can't find my copy now. So for item number 54, you are continuing to October 25th, 2022, the Assessment Appeals Board and the Cordova Community Planning Advisory Council. And you are continuing to November 8th, 2022, the Civil Service Commission, Disability Advisories Commission, Human Services Coordinating Council, Public Health Advisory Board. And then for today's considerations, the Adult and Aging Commission.
Your recommendation is to nominate Lee Miller and to continue the remainder to November the 8th.
Thank you. The Area 4 Agency on Aging and Advisory Council.
The recommendation is to nominate Melissa Jacobs and continue the remainder to November the 8th.
Thank you. The Children's Coalition.
Chief Staff recommend continue this to October the 25th.
Equal Employment Opportunity Advisory Committee.
The Chiefs again recommend to continue this item to November the 8th.
And the Sacramento Environmental Commission.
Recommendation is to continue this to October 25th.
Thank you, and that concludes your nominations.
Okay. Right on time. Very good. Okay.
Okay. Item number 51 is PLMP 2021-00222, Tiger Quarry Use Permit Amendment, a use permit amendment to revise condition number 97 from a prior use permit 2002-0636 to allow an additional 7 years for required subsequent procedural actions, including issuance of the work authorization permit for properties located on the east side of Scott Road, about 1 mile south of White Rock Road in the Cosumnes community.
Okay, Mr. McElhinney. Mark.
Good afternoon. I'm Mark McLean with Planning and Environmental Review, and I'm going to present the Tykard Quarry Use Permit Amendment. Next slide, please. Oh, I'm sorry. It
That's
gets me
okay.
every time. I'm sorry. Okay, the site is located on the east side of Scott Road, about 1 mile south of White Rock Road in the Cosumnes community. And the request is for a use permit amendment to revise condition 97 of the Tykard Quarry Use Permit. The amendment will allow until January 28, 2029 for required subsequent procedural actions, including the issuance of the work authorization permit. The site is located in the red, the smaller one next to the pinkish one. And up at the top is White Rock Road, and Scott Road is the road to the left of that. Okay, once again, the applicant is requesting a 7-year extension to January 28th, 2029 for the deadline for the completion of all procedural actions required under the use permit 2002-0636, including the issuance of the work authorization permit. No other aspects of the project are proposed to be modified, and here's a kind of a brief history of it. So the applicant originally had until December 30th, 2015 to obtain the work authorization permit. Because of litigation, the date for obtaining the work authorization permit was moved to January 28th, 2017. And then there was a 5-year extension to obtain the work authorization permit that set the date for January 28th, 2022. And once again, the key points of the project, there's no change to the project other than the time extension. The final hearing body is the Board of Supervisors, and the environmental coordinator has determined that the environmental impact report as prepared for the original use permit is still adequate and appropriate for the current project. And recommendations to approve the amended use permit for Tykert Quarry, recognize the environmental coordinator's memorandum dated October 13th, 2021, and determine that the final environmental report for the Tykert Quarry is still adequate and appropriate for the proposed project, and to revise condition 97 of use permit 2002-0636, subject to findings and conditions listed in attachment 2. That completes the presentation. If there's any questions?
Mark, just a couple of questions. One, normally in the staff report, at least in your PowerPoint, you would show the recommendation from the advisory council for the area, the Casitas Advisory Council. That's not called out, it's in the staff report. Could you please put that on the record?
Yeah, the Consumnes CPAC did recommend approval of the project.
Right. And I guess I would just offer a friendly suggestion that in the future that we include the advisory council's recommendation. That's an important part, and I can tell you that that council, working obviously with the project representatives over the years, was very key in a lot of the conversations relative to conditions, as well as obviously board consideration some years ago when we heard the matter back almost a dozen years ago now, I guess. But so I think it's important. Again, it's not
right,
major
I
oversight.
apologize for the oversight.
That's okay. Yeah, no apologies. Mark, I just think it's important that for any time we have those PowerPoints to show the advisory council input, and it's a key part
We
of.
won't forget now.
Yeah, no, I know. The other thing I wanted to ask about, Mark, was in the staff report, there is a separate application because they submitted 3 or 4 years ago, same applicant, to extend the permitted mining operational time to 100 years. That is still on a separate, with some other operational changes. Is that still coming through the
Correct.
process?
That's still a pending project, yes.
Could you tell me the status of that? Where's it at in the process?
It's still, last meeting I think we had was probably, could have been 3 months ago, still in the traffic stage. They're
Okay.
doing the
Additional traffic?
traffic with the traffic modeling for the project is what they were working on. Because a lot of it, what they're, for that project is not only the 100 years, but there's a lot of other conditions for the connector with different triggers for lights and stuff, and then some of that's being built out right now, so they wanted to have that more accurate to depict what's out there currently or what will be out there.
Okay. So, again, obviously that item will come after my term concludes, but I guess I would just say that there was a lot of time spent back in the last decade working with mining operators, applicants at the time, and discussing with both the cities of Folsom, City of Rancho Cordova, certainly the County Department of Transportation on what the triggers would be relative to what was then contemplated to be the impacts in the environmental documents. If that's changed, will there still be then a reach back so that because there are conditions imposed upon another use permit, but there were also, I think, expressed concerns that I believe were addressed in large part through our review process, through the conditioning process. Obviously, these mines have yet to begin operation, at least in that area of the county. And so I think it would be important, and maybe you can answer the question, that in looking at conditions that would apply to this applicant on another application, that we're going to look at making sure that's all continues to be trued up, because there was a lot of work, and I'm sure that these folks that are in the audience could attest to it because they were present for a lot of that. So if we're looking at things that may be accomplished through the connector road, there still were conditions on timing and contributions and the proportional contributions depending upon where traffic was anticipated to go. Are all those things in play, or what's being looked at? I guess I'm curious. I don't want to get off topic here.
For the other project, yeah, I believe that everything, there's quite an extensive list of requests on that. I don't have everything, there's a lot of...
But it'll be trued up with previous approvals.
Oh,
because
yes,
other, again, approvals came at different times, but there was consideration for the overall matrix for managing traffic, for anticipated truck trips, for haul routes, impacts to certainly...
and I think that leads to the traffic studies, what the last is still working on. So that's kind of the major starting point, because for a lot of those questions and concerns that you have. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I don't have any other questions. Any members of the board have questions of planning staff? All right. Does the applicant wish to address this? Yeah, and did you swear? Is this a use permit? So if they wanted to address it, they need to be sworn. It's up to you. You okay? I get 3 of these, so I guess you're okay. So I guess I won't speak for them, but I trust that they're in agreement with what's being recommended. So, and. All right, is there anybody in the audience that wishes to address item 51? Anyone on the phone?
No, sir.
Okay, then I'll bring it back to the board. And I would then, if there's no further comments or questions, I would move the staff recommendation. It's been moved and seconded, and nothing further than please vote.
And the item is approved by unanimous vote.
Very good, thanks. All right.
And your next item is scheduled at 2:30.
Okay. Do we have any other fillers for this 7 minutes, or if not, we will
No,
take.
sir.
All right, we'll take a brief recess and return 2:30.
Thank you.
We'll call the board back into session after a brief recess. It's now 2:30. I'll ask Alma to call the roll very quickly. Reestablish the quorum.
Supervisor Cerna? Kennedy? Desmond? Frost? Natoli?
Here.
And you have a quorum.
Very good. Thanks, Alma. Okay, we'll go into our 2:30 item.
Item number 52 is to introduce an ordinance related to approval of a military equipment policy, authorization for continued use of military equipment, and authorization to purchase and acquire military equipment in the future in accordance with policy. Waive full reading and continue to October 4th, 2022 for adoption. And this item was continued from September 13th, 2022. Item number 33.
Okay, thank you, Alma. Mr. Jones, sorry you got down here out in the lobby and had to scramble to get here. You made it.
I made it.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair, Board of Supervisors. Eric Jones, Deputy County Executive of Public Safety and Justice. I will give a brief overview of Assembly Bill 481 as well as sort of the timeline that brings us here today. But then I will be introducing Under Sheriff Jim Barnes, who will give a presentation, and then also Captain Dan Dinelli is here as well to speak to the specifics of some of these issues. So, as you recall, California Assembly Bill 481 was passed in 2021, and it requires law enforcement agencies to adopt a military equipment use policy and an annual report to the elected body. And this applies for all law enforcement agencies within the state. Now, even though it specifies in the Assembly Bill military equipment, this does not necessarily mean what's also called military surplus equipment, that it was specifically procured from the military. It really relates to tactical equipment. A few examples, and you've seen the inventory, but these are firearms, ammunition, drones, tear gas, armored vehicles. And so some of these are actual potentially lethal munitions, but many are for rescue operations, and many also, as you will hear, are for less than lethal interactions, meaning that the equipment is used to hopefully come in with a lower level of lethal force. There have been a few meetings, as you've heard from the clerk of the board, and there has been public input on April 27th. There was also additional public input on September 14th, where it was determined we need to bring an ordinance back to you, which is why we're here back today, still allowing for additional public input today. Also of note is that on September 20th at the Community Review Commission, this item was discussed, and the Community Review Commission was told that this ordinance will have in it that in future annual reports, the policy for approval, the inventory for approval will go to the Community Review Commission first for input before it then comes back to you as the board. Some of the Community Review Commissioners did go out just this week for some demonstrations of the equipment that is here in the report today. So again, we have an ordinance, policy, as well as justification as to why and when it will be used, this equipment, when it's only reasonable. I do want to point out, and you'll hear a little bit more today, that regarding these items in the procurement process, all of these items in the inventory were procured well before January 2022. So there is specific language through Assembly Bill 481 about going through a particular process, determine if it's first commercially available, determine how much fiscal sense it makes to get that particular piece of equipment. That would be for additional pieces of equipment moving forward, not for what's already been procured.
Eric, can I just ask you on that, though? But the munitions, the ammunition, some of that's been procured since then. I mean, they have a stockpile that's reflected here, so I would assume that that's rotated out. So just I want to be clear, with the exception for those that have a shelf life and/or because of training purposes they use them, I would imagine that I could be wrong. So if they buy it first of the year and then nothing until they buy enough for the whole year. But my explanation when I went out and viewed the equipment as well was that there is some rotation within the for the training purposes of and I guess if they use it in the field for any particular reason. Is that accurate?
That is accurate, Chair. So there is going to be a certain stock that is utilized, whether it be for a specific incident, but much of it is for training,
right.
So that the certified users are in the most professional capacity possible. There's a lot of training that goes on. So those stocks, even though we're saying it's the same type of munition, the supply of it, yes, does have to be replenished for mostly for training, but potentially other uses as well.
And just on that specific item, so if there are 20,000 rounds that are called out, then when they report through now to the Community Review Commission to this board, that if they exceeded that amount for any reason, I don't mean in the rotation, but if they exceeded that amount in the number that they retained, that would have to be reported then?
Correct.
Okay. And I likewise, if there was a reduction in the amount that they were either going to stock with, and/or if there was disposition of equipment, I guess it would fall off. I know they talked about the dump truck being surplus and so forth, but so does the report, would it include that then annually? And those would be I guess there'd be a capped limitation, but I guess if they actually got rid of equipment and didn't replace it, then that would be reported, but then in the subsequent reports it wouldn't show up any longer.
That is correct, Chair. So that will be part of the annual reports to discuss not only what equipment needed to be replenished, perhaps some equipment is now obsolete, and there might be cheaper or just new technology that would change the course of what type of equipment's needed. Those things would be reflected in the report that would first go to the Community Review Commission before coming to you as the Board of Supervisors.
And if a piece of equipment became available in the course of a calendar year in between reports, does that, the acceptance of that equipment is under the sheriff's authority, or does that require coming to the board because it would be a modification or an addition to what was reported in the annual report?
Yes, so any new additions from the annual report throughout the year that would classify under military equipment definitions would have to come back to you as a board and go through the very specified process that is under Assembly Bill 481.
Okay. For example, I know the Bearcat, we received that a few years ago, and there was obviously some different views on the board about accepting that, but it didn't come at the first of the year, then it came in the middle of the year, if I recall correctly. So, and we had an item before the board. Okay. I didn't mean to interrupt your report, but I just want to be clear about what had to be reported out and what the status that was. Continue.
Thank you. The last item I have is that the 180-day clock, if you will, activated the moment that, according to the Assembly bill, that it was first brought to the board as an item, which was in late April. So if this were not to be approved, and it's an ordinance before you that then would later receive another vote next week, 180 days from April, if we're not approved, all of this equipment would not be able to be utilized. So I just want to make sure the board understands that component. We can come back to that if you would like as well.
It would just be, if there was a gap, it would be able to use, or is that ever? It expires altogether?
It would have to come back to the board through an entirely new process. So during that time, whether it be a week, months, it would not be able to be utilized at all. And that does include the less than lethal munitions, essentially everything.
Okay. Thanks, Eric.
Well, with that then, through the chair, I would like to introduce Under Sheriff Jim Barnes to come up and proceed with the presentation.
Sure. Any questions of Eric before Jim presents? Yeah, Supervisor Stern.
Thank you. So while the undersheriff's making his way to the podium, I do want to take advantage of asking Mr. Jones one follow-up to what you just mentioned, so I understand it. So if we were not to approve this today, or within the 180 days, I guess, as an example, less than lethal rounds for shotguns, beanbags essentially, is the way I understand them, would not be deployed. So if there was an incident, the department would have to rely back on lethal rounds?
That is correct, Supervisor Cerna.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Under Sheriff Barnes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Supervisors, County Leadership, Madam Clerk. Under Sheriff Jim Barnes for Sac County Sheriff's Office. I wanted to come in and just kind of paint a picture of where we at. We understand that based off past meetings, there's going to be a lot of opposition to this equipment. I know offers were gone out to all of you. Not everybody accepted, but most of you did come out and take a look at the equipment to see what it is. And I think there is, in going with Eric Jones and talking with him, we hear military and we think we have tanks going down the road, people in tactical gear jumping out with the M4s, and that's not the incident, what we're talking about. These events where a lot of this tactical equipment come from generates from a call for service. It's a normal day as we've been in. Most of you have been on ride-alongs. I've taken some of you on ride-alongs. And you see it's a normal course of action. We have first-line officers that show up to these events. And then it turns into a major event. And then that's where the tactical team comes in. I kind of want to draw a little evolution of where we as a sheriff's office have kind of gone to and come from. There's been a big call for de-escalation and how do we use less lethal force in encounters with people maybe experiencing mental illness or whatever it may be, just having a bad day. And the Sheriff's Office has been real proactive. Now, in the past few years, we transitioned all of our 870 Remington shotguns into less lethal shotguns. So we do not have a patrol shotgun that fires a double hot buck as we had in the past, because we saw more of the need of these encounters that we might need a less lethal option going into an encounter. Even recently, I was proud of the special ops team and the negotiations team is where we started looking at some of the call outs for hostage situations and or barricaded subjects. We noticed there was a component of a mental illness. So we started including our negotiators with our CIT personnel. The clinicians have been part of those negotiations. But we also took it a step further, and we were the leader where we approached the district attorney's office as a law enforcement agency and say, it really doesn't matter how much time this person gets. They need to get the help that they need so we don't have a second encounter with this individual that might decompensate. So we created kind of a matrix. We worked with not only the district attorney's office, regional partners are now on board, and we have a checklist. So whenever this individual or individuals that we encounter in a situation, maybe a barricaded subject, and there's a mental illness component, it goes through Judge Brown's court. We go to Chris Carlson at the DA's office, and we say, hey, take a look at this from your standpoint. Again, it's not about how long this person serves. It's about getting the person the help so they don't decompensate to that point. I wanted to bring that to the attention because not everybody knows that. We were the leaders in that. We brought that forward. District attorney and all the regional partners in Sacramento area are all on board with that same matrix that we go through. And it's a special ops team that go out and do that day to day. And when you think about what our community expects of us, collectively, you all represent 1.6 million people in the county of Sacramento. And we represent that as a law enforcement agent and a first responder. And when you go to your meetings, your town hall sessions and everything, the first thing you're hearing, because I'm usually standing there with you or some of us are, is safety. And how do we keep our communities safe? And for me, the thought of the fact that this doesn't pass and our officers may not have a less lethal option to take us back, what our region, the nation has been calling for less lethal options and de-escalation, to take it back to only provide our officers with a lethal option in the interim would set us back a lot of time. And I think it'll kind of undo all the work that we have all done collectively as leaders of trying to make those necessary changes while hearing the opposition. And I'm sympathetic to the opposition, but I also have to be honest about my time in homicide. There were many times when we identified this subject and we went and knocked on the door, and we've even changed the way we deploy in a tactical team, where before it was a flashbang at the door, maybe a breach of the door, and the team would enter. And we've changed tactics now to try and get the person out so it doesn't impact the family. It doesn't take down everybody that's inside the house. But we have to be safe. And I've watched a special enforcement team get out there and do the work all the time when I was in a homicide. And have someone inside there that says, I'm not going back to jail and I'm going to shoot it out. We've seen that, not only locally. We've seen it Uvalde. And to not have this equipment for our teams to be able to respond, to keep our communities safe, to provide less devastation in that incident, I think as leaders, we would fail our community and the expectation of what our community has as us. We all understand what we did when we took our right hand up and took an oath to serve this community. But when I think of incidents similar to what I just described, and we're seeing it nationwide, we're seeing people drive through parades. And our community now turn around to us in our meetings, in our leadership meetings, and saying, are we prepared for an event like that? And I'm proud to say we are. Because this equipment we're talking about, or a lot of it that's getting contested, is not in a patrol car roaming around handling calls for service. These are locked up with the specialized teams that when that call comes, all those resources come to there, and we're ready to respond to any action that comes that way. And it may have been said before, but when that Bearcat is there, it is designed to be the magnet for gunfire. So if someone is shooting at a house, they're not shooting into the neighborhood, they're shooting at that armored vehicle. And that armored vehicle can take those rounds without having to deliver rounds. And then when we talk about some of the unarmed, or the UAVs, the drones, we talk about why that's been implemented. And I look at for what we've done as far as a law enforcement leader, I think in the region and in the nation, is utilizing those drones for maybe getting situational awareness on someone who's barricaded in a house, as opposed to knocking through the front door and trying to force our way in that turns into an officer-involved shooting and or a bad incident. We don't want that. None of us want that. Now, my responsibility is different. I don't get out in a patrol car, and I don't handle calls for service. I'm closer to my retirement days than I am my start days. And I will tell you this, my stress every night is I wake up, my phone's ringing, and someone got hurt. Not just in the department, but in the community. And so how do we prevent that? When we have people in our community that are going to commit crime, it happens. It is out there. And if people that say otherwise, if people that are listening in are going to call in, watch the news. It happens. And it's upon us as leaders to minimize that impact to our community. And the equipment that we have here are not would like to have equipment. This is must have based off of best practices, based off of incidents that's happened throughout the nation, and conversations that we can say, stand tall together and say, we're ready for any incident like that. And we're trained differently, and we will respond differently, because we want to minimize that incident to make sure that we have the lowest level of impact, getting that person the help that they need and making sure our community is safe. And for me to sit here and think that today we can walk away from here and there's a potential that this expires and every less lethal round gets locked up, every drone gets locked up, I might as well put my special enforcement teams back in patrol, because they can't respond the way they're supposed to respond, the way they've been trained to respond, and the way our community calls on us to respond to these events. And that's why I felt it was important here today to come out here and talk to you from a higher level as I look at us as leaders. We represent 1.6 million people in the county, and there's going to be, I guarantee based off of meetings I've heard before, there will be opposition to this. But we cannot forget our obligation and our oath to our communities to keeping them safe. And looking at this equipment for what it truly is an essential tool to respond to an incident in which we were called to be there and utilize these events so nobody gets hurt. That is the goal. Our goal is for everybody to go home safe, including the person that has caused us to be there. And we have proven that time and time again. And now there's laws that continue to change, and we comply with the laws. And people talk about our policies. We are transitioning into Lexipol, where we have policies that are driven that as soon as state law changes, it sends an alert to our organization that says AB, whatever it is, 41, 481 or 48, excuse me, has come in now. It sends an alert to the organization. We identify what it is. We automatically put that out department-wide to let everybody know there's been a law change and legislative change on how we're doing business. And we make sure that that information is received and acknowledged by everybody in the organization. So I wanted to briefly just really talk about where we've come from, where we are, how we continue to evolve, but we don't forget the fundamental right and responsibility of keeping our community safe. And that's why I wanted to be here today. I know Captain Donnelly will be mad at me, but he actually received a promotion to Chief Deputy. Over field service will be effective in October, and I wanted to acknowledge that because it's not only the work that he's done, Lieutenant Hampton and Lieutenant Galovich over there. There's a strong team. We have all the answers that you need. But I'm going to tell you this, it's not going to have everybody agree with us. But it's the right thing to do because we swore to it. So I thank you for that, and I would call soon-to-be Chief Deputy Donnelly up if that fits. He has a little presentation to do as well.
Okay. Thanks, Jim. Any questions for Mr. Barnes? Okay, good. Thank you, Jim. Good afternoon, Chief Deputy Donnelly.
Not yet. Soon. Yes, exactly.
Oh, no pressure.
Well, good afternoon, Chair Natoli, members of the board. As you know, my name is Dan Donnelly. I'm currently the commander of the Sacramento County Sheriff's Office Special Operations Division. In addition to Under Sheriff Barnes, who you just heard from, also present with me are Lieutenant Hampton, our tactical commander, as well as Lieutenant Galovich from our Professional Standards Division, Internal Affairs. As you recall, I spoke with this board at the April 27th meeting regarding the importance of approving the Sacramento Sheriff's Office military equipment inventory and draft policy, as required by Assembly Bill 481. At the conclusion of that meeting, this board requested the extension of 180 days so that further thoughtful consideration could be given to this legislation, and several additional questions could be answered regarding the Sacramento Sheriff's Office justification for and frequency of use of this equipment that we have listed in our inventory. I'm honored and grateful to have another opportunity to speak with you regarding this legislation. As an addendum to our material presented to the board, we have attached a document titled AB 481, Summary Use Justification. This document serves to answer the questions from the board and its constituency regarding the specific incidents in which we use this equipment, such as chemical agents, armored vehicles, and unmanned aerial systems. The document, in combination with our military equipment inventory, which is posted to our website under Services Transparency, also answers a question of how much these items cost, how often we use them, and by whom. In terms of prohibited use, the Sacramento Sheriff's Office adheres to existing policy and law, including the new Assembly Bill 48. The proposed military equipment use policy will safeguard the public's welfare, safety, civil rights, and civil liberties. These items allow the Sheriff's Office to assess, address, and resolve a variety of situations in the safest manner possible without the need to resort to lethal force. All the items in this inventory are used in accordance with applicable laws and policies to ensure civilian civil rights and safety are protected. As the Undersheriff alluded to, I've met with several of you to further explain this equipment. Members of this board, in addition to members of the Community Review Commission and the Inspector General herself, have accepted my invitation and have had the opportunity to view this equipment in person. All members that I have met with have been gracious enough to allow me to explain that this equipment, most of which has been in use for many years, has proven time and again to be highly effective in enhancing the safety of officers and reducing risk to members of the community. This equipment has also been effective at offering de-escalations to individuals in crisis, as the Undersheriff said, and providing safety services for our personnel in the community. Simply put, without this equipment, we will have less options available to avoid using deadly force. These items are no secret. We frequently display most of this equipment during community outreach events such as Unity in the Community and various school and community demonstrations. In regards to who can use this equipment, most of the items on our inventory are used exclusively by our SWAT team, and only after countless hours of initial and continued training as required by existing statutes. The common misconception presented by this legislation is that the equipment listed in the inventory was acquired through a program designed specifically to equip law enforcement with surplus equipment from the United States military, such as the 1033 program. In reality, a large percentage of this equipment was purchased from civilian law enforcement specific manufacturers and acquired through the existing methods of Sacramento County purchasing. This law is misleading in that without proper scrutiny and research, it would lead our citizens to assume that our deputies are driving through their communities on routine patrol, heavily armed and armored in military surplus equipment. In reality, most of this equipment is retained by the SWAT team and used specifically for the peaceful resolution of critical incidents and high-risk situations. These items have proven useful in situations such as a 3-day Arden hostage standoff in 2009 and during the incident that resulted in the unfortunate death of Sacramento police officer Tara O'Sullivan. Without the armored vehicles and other equipment used during these incidents, far more casualties of officers and citizens would likely have occurred. Our Rook and Bearcat took the brunt of the gunfire, directing it away from innocent civilians and their homes. The equipment that is listed in this inventory is necessary because there are no reasonable, cost-effective alternatives that can achieve the same objective of officer and civilian safety. The Sacramento Sheriff's Office is committed to using the most up-to-date tools and equipment to safeguard our communities. These items provide our personnel with the ability to safely resolve volatile situations that otherwise might rise to the level of a lethal force encounter. In addition to the items that serve as less than lethal, also included are items that are specific to the safe rescue of citizens and downed officers, such as our Bearcat and Rook, as well as items that help to increase situational awareness during critical incidents, such as our unmanned aerial systems. To that end, the items in this inventory also provide our personnel with vital tools that facilitate compliance with stringent use of force policies. The Sheriff's Office is not seeking to purchase any new equipment at this time. However, if it should seek to in the future, it will be cost-effective compared to available alternatives that can achieve the same objective of officer and civilian safety. Future purchases of these items will be at the discretion of this board, with the oversight of our Community Review Commission and our Inspector General. As I did on April 27th, I will reiterate that the Sacramento Sheriff's Office is committed to transparency and accountability to our community. We understand the importance of trust from those we serve and pledge to do everything possible to maintain it. As such, we continue to strengthen our relationships with faith and community-based organizations. Additionally, as already mentioned, procedures are in place for the continued oversight from our Professional Standards Division, the Sacramento County Office of the Inspector General, and the newly formed Community Review Commission. When a complaint comes in from the public regarding our personnel or equipment from one of the many avenues available to the community, we will continue to investigate the complaint in a thorough and non-biased manner. Simply stated, as the Undersheriff said, without the approval of this equipment and existing policy, our SWAT team will cease to exist. In addition, less than lethal tools will be taken away from our patrol officers. This will force a situation that, when confronted by an assailant that is armed with a rock or a knife, as has happened in the past, the only option that will be left available after trying to verbally de-escalate the situation will be to use deadly force. The Sacramento Sheriff's Office has collaborated with County Council and available industry standards to ensure that we are in compliance with Assembly Bill 481. As I mentioned on April 27th, this is the most important legislation that I have seen in my 28 years with this office. The outcome of our governing body's decision could have far-reaching implications that are quite literally detrimental to the lives of our officers and the citizens that we serve. We hope that the board has been adequately briefed to make a decision that directly affects the safety and security of your constituents and our Sheriff's Office personnel. Thank you again for your time, and I remain available to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dan. We have any questions by board members? Supervisor Desmond?
Thank you, Captain. I appreciate it and appreciate the time you gave me when I came out for the tour with you and your team out there. One thing that seemed like I didn't see in the justification, or maybe I missed it somewhere, is can you describe a little bit about the Sacramento County Sheriff's role in assisting other agencies, not only in the county, but in the region that rely a lot of times on our tactical equipment in the county?
Yes, we're called quite often to fill in for Sacramento Police Department's special or their SWAT team when they have to go out of town for training, vice versa, them for us. And quite often we either let them use equipment if they're in need of necessary or additional armor, such as our Bearcats and our Rook. And we have on occasion borrowed their Bearcat for our situations when the situation warrants additional armor.
And then what about smaller departments? I mean, I'm just thinking, down in Galt, for instance, and other departments. Do they rely on assistance from the Sheriff's Department? Is there any kind of MOU that you have with them for which they rely on you for this kind of assistance? I mean, I just honestly, I don't know the extent of that.
Yes, Supervisor Desmond. We do fill in and assist all of the neighboring partners, Elk Grove Police Department, Galt, Citrus Heights, Folsom, if they have a need for additional personnel or equipment.
Okay, thank you.
And if I may, through the chair, just addition. So, mutual aid is where they are assisting emergencies, aiding other law enforcement agencies that might be perhaps overwhelmed with the situation they have. And I can just speak to one particular situation where a particular agency had their armored vehicle disabled by massive gunfire and actually were requesting any and all mutual aid agencies to send one their way. So it just shows you the need can expand just beyond the unincorporated areas.
And also, I mean, I remember in my experience as well in Sacramento County, if there's a long-term deployment, for instance, I mean, you can't keep teams on scene for hours and hours and hours, so you have to routinely give them a break, and I know that's necessary, and certainly in the case in the shooting of Sac County Sheriff's deputy, I can't remember, several years ago, where there was a deployment for many, many hours, and I remember Sac Sheriff being out there, and then the police department relieved them, and so it's important from that perspective as well.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Supervisor Stern.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Captain, for the presentation, and thank you for the one-on-one meeting with my chief of staff and I. I think it shed a lot of light on the department's need. One of the specific concerns that has been expressed by some of my constituents, our constituents, have not necessarily been about the use, deployment of, or acquisition of military equipment for those situations where you might have a hostage or active shooter, but whether it's perceived or real, it's the deployment of that equipment when it comes to crowd control or when folks are expressing their First Amendment rights to to assemble and to protest and to speak publicly. And I say real or perceived because really sometimes it depends on whose perspective you're taking into account. So can you maybe speak a bit to the practical and historical use, if any, of the type of equipment that's in the inventory that could or would be used in and I don't even know if I'm using the right term, in a crowd control environment?
Certainly, thank you. So the Sacramento Sheriff's Office doesn't encounter a lot of civil unrest in the unincorporated areas. Where we have been involved is on mutual aid calls with Sacramento Police Department in the downtown area.
And CHP? And
CHP as well. And our plan is to adhere to the existing laws, in particular AB 48, which was recently signed into law, in terms of our deployment of any chemical agents or rubber baton rounds, things of that nature. So we will be adhering to those laws. And I have that in front of me, but I don't remember the specific wording, but it's something to effect of when the actions of an individual or group of individuals are of such nature that they are either causing harm or about to cause harm to other individuals is when we can actually deploy those chemical agents and different munitions. And so we plan to adhere to those laws.
Would it also be, is it fair to also assume that they could or would be deployed if there was an instance where you had separation of sworn officers that were kind of left alone in a small group that were, surrounded by a mass of folks, and so you'd use whatever you have available, non-lethal rounds, for instance, to kind of get them out of that situation?
Certainly. If it was in accordance with existing law and we felt that their lives were in danger, essentially, there is a possibility that we could use those to separate our personnel from whoever's trying to do harm to them.
And then finally, can you speak to the use of unmanned aircraft, drones, again, in the same context of crowd control? I don't want to say surveillance because I don't know that that's the right term, but maybe you can speak to that since there are a number of drones in the inventory.
Certainly, thank you. So it is written into the unmanned aerial system policy that we will specifically not use our equipment for violation of any civil rights. As a matter of fact, and a matter of example, during the civil unrest of 2020, we had the opportunity to, when our air assets, our manned air assets were down, to launch unmanned aerial systems, and I denied the request because I did not want them over a protest, essentially. Right now, they're used primarily as a tool for our special enforcement detail, our SWAT team. And what they provide is an aerial perspective of a high-risk search warrant or a critical incident, which lends greater situational awareness to our incident commanders and our tactical commanders. We have the ability to stream directly to our incident commander and a command post exactly what's going on. So in a situation where someone maybe comes out into the backyard and throws a gun into their neighbor's yard where the kids live next door, we have the ability to see that and flag that so that we can retrieve the gun or evidence, or someone who jumps over the fence, we can see where they're run into if they're a wanted individual. So right now they're used for greater situational awareness, but it is, to answer your question, specifically written into our policy that they're not going to be used to violate anyone's civil rights. And additionally, the software that we use tracks each flight. Each flight is recorded, and we have the ability to go back in an instance where someone says, I had a drone hovering over my backyard. They were checking out my family while we were in the pool. We have the ability to dissect that mission to determine that did not happen. We can see, the path of the flight and where the camera was pointed, things of that nature, to kind of rule out any nefarious activity.
Great. Thank you, Captain.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dan. I had a question, it actually came to me last evening from a party who's communicated on this item, and it relates to the deployment of the Bearcat and the Rook. And I know you've outlined the number of times, 10 to 20 times a month, and that would be 120 to 240 times a year. Again, I don't know what the average would be. But I think one of the things in your presentation that may have answered part of the question anyway was that you make that available to other agencies. And I think for clarification, because again, it's described as to the incidents that would be utilized in, and you talked about some very serious ones where that was, again, effective and drew fire, away from, either a downed officer or the residential neighborhood. But when it just says 10 to 20 times a month, and then a rook is 5 to 6 times, that sounds like a lot of use for the types of incidents that have been described as it relates to where the normal hardcover doesn't provide, the protection either for the officers or for innocent bystanders or neighbors and so forth. So I guess, my question is that, and maybe you don't have the detail in front of you, but is that how many times are we using that for incidents in that we're responding to? Because again, if the serious incidents is described here in large part, and we were sending out 10 to 20 times a month, that's a lot of confrontation and certainly activity that jeopardizes safety of, certainly as Under Sheriff Barnes says, of certainly officers, but also others. And so I guess it would seem to me, one, if you could answer that question, but I do think there needs to maybe be a breakdown in future reports so that the deployment, particularly of those, if those are utilized that much, others are rarely. If I think you've described some of these that haven't been used in this past year. They're available in the inventory should the incident call for that use. And so I wanted to ask about that to begin with. And one other thing as a part of the question is that it talks about using the Bearcat to serve warrants, high-risk warrants. And I guess I'd be curious to know, is that just a rarity, or is that on a regular basis or intermittent? And so that was how the question was generally posed, and I think it's important to try to get that out in the record. So,
yeah, and I think it's important to mention, because people may hear that we use it that frequently, and they may assume that it's always a high-profile event, right. And they may think to themselves, well, I didn't see anything on the news. I didn't see 10 incidents in 1 week on the news.
Thank goodness, yeah.
Yes. Yeah. So for those high-risk search warrants, we actually have a threat matrix in place where our detectives have to reference this matrix and determine whether or not it rises to the level. Does a person have a history of being armed? Are there surveillance equipment surrounding the house? Other aspects that make it rise to the level of a high-risk search warrant that's going to be served by our special enforcement detail. So for those incidents, yes, we do deploy our Bearcat to help in the service of this search warrant. And essentially, it's just to provide safety for our officers and the community. And it's also basically a work platform for our negotiators to set up and try and establish communication safely with whoever's inside.
So of that average 10 to 20 times a month, then how many times would you estimate, or maybe you have it down to the very number, that the vehicle then is through a mutual aid or through a program where you're called by a neighboring jurisdiction, city of Sacramento, one of the other cities, even outside the county? Is that a couple times a month, or is that,
It would be a very low percentage that it's actually to assist a neighboring agency.
Okay, so these are largely deployed in the unincorporated area of the county for use. And maybe to the finer point, then, are they predominantly used for the serving of warrants?
Yes, they are.
They are. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
If it rises to the level that the SWAT team is going to serve it,
right.
There are warrants being served quite often from, child abuse detectives, homicide detectives, other detectives that serve search warrants. But when it rises to the level of being dangerous enough that they feel the need and they consult with our tactical commander, and he or she says, yes, let's use our SWAT team, it's the safest manner possible, then we will bring the tools available to us, which include the Bearcat, and not necessarily the Rook every single time.
No, I know. Yeah,
Okay.
That's a little far less. But is that a part of the warrant that's issued, that there's a higher risk, or is it information that's known, obviously, to law enforcement, so then the judge was made at the level of the serving the warrant, or when the warrant's issued, is that something that comes from the court, that this is a high risk and that agencies are alerted to that?
No, it's usually a collaboration between our tactical staff and the detectives that are serving the warrant, and that's established from prior history or the fact that this person may or may not be armed, or that they just committed a crime which involved a weapon or a firearm.
Okay. Well, I think you've clarified for the record that the predominant use of this is that in those situations where it's been deemed I guess, necessary, but the predominant use of the Bearcat is for service of warrants and to provide the, I guess, the aura of safety for officers, but also then for those that would be in a residential setting.
Correct. And if there's been quite a few times where there's been other residents in a house that need to be evacuated due to a potentially dangerous person inside, we'll generally call them out to the back of the Bearcat so that they're in an area that is safe.
Okay.
And through the chair, may I add just on the frequency of use? So purposes of this report coming, estimates were made. However, I just want to make clear for the next annual report, these items will be tracked.
Okay.
All of the military equipment in the inventory. So you'll have actual numbers.
I think it would be useful, just in light, I appreciate that, Eric, because I was going to ask that in a moment, so that and particularly as it relates to this, because of all the things that are listed here, maybe with the exception of drones, if they were deployed in in situations, these are probably used the most frequently of anything in the inventory, if I'm correct. I mean, you put the helicopters up, and you have the weaponry available to you, but so I do think it would be helpful, and I think it would be useful for those that are certainly interested and might have concerns, or I think just nothing else to provide clarity relative to the actual deployment of this equipment. And I know even at this board, obviously there were differences at the time that equipment came to the county about whether we ought to accept it or not. So I think that would be very, very useful. And, and if it's, 70% of the time is for high-risk warrants and, thank goodness maybe there's no school incidents that year, maybe it's to evacuate folks. I think that type of explanation for benefit of all. And again, but I think it also shows, demonstrate judicious use of the equipment, but also in those incidents where it's being called upon to be used. And so future reports annual will have that listed for all of the items, but this one in particular seems to me, because it's deployed most frequently, unless I'm mistaken, of just about anything in here. So.
Certainly.
The other thing I wanted to ask, and maybe this is for you, Mr. Jones. So again, now we will have Community Review Commission, Inspector General, the police standards component of the Sheriff's Department to review use, concerns, complaints, and to provide, hopefully transparency to the process, but not compromising obviously safety or intelligence that lends itself to making sure that the communities are safe. So, but here in the ordinance, it just talks to those bodies that would review it. If someone had a specific concern or complaint or inquiry, it didn't be a complaint, an inquiry, who would they direct that to? It's not, we talk about these layers. Obviously, Sheriff's Department might be one of the parties, but if somebody wanted to go to an independent, and I guess those phone numbers and email addresses are available to folks in some context. But I guess my question is that if somebody wanted, where would they go first, or would they just go to all three, or or would it be the flavor of the nature of the situation in which people are either asking about, complaining about, expressing concerns about? So.
I'll begin, Chair, with yes, there are several layers here, and any of them can be utilized. I will like the captain, perhaps his team, to specify. They actually set up a particular mechanism in place to be able to, if somebody wants to express a concern or complaint about the equipment, they've actually set up a mechanism to be able to do that and track it. Keeping in mind the Inspector General oversees all of their complaints and has access to all of that information, as well as the Community Review Commission is yet another layer on top of that. But they have made adjustments to the complaint process, and it's advertised on how to do such.
Yes. So the software that we use to track our complaints is called IA Pro. We've been using that software for years, and Professional Standards has now incorporated specific trigger words to capture specific complaints about each of these items listed in our inventory. So if someone complains about, the beanbag rounds, then that is flagged and it's held in a specific category, so we're able to track it that way. In addition, as Mr. Jones said, we've been receiving complaints from the Office of the Inspector General for quite some time now. I imagine it's going to be the same with our Community Review Commission, that they'll have the ability to pass along complaints to our office to investigate in the same manner that we would investigate misconduct or other issues.
What if they just had a general inquiry? They saw the report, and obviously this information be disseminated, and they wanted to learn more about it. Again, it's not just not a complaint, may not even be a concern, at least initially, depending upon what information. Just do you have a point person in the Sheriff's Department? Is the Inspector General, the Community Review Commission staff, so that if those types of inquiries came in, that we would be responsive to those?
I would imagine that the question would be passed along to our office, whoever the point of contact is. I know that our Inspector General has a point of contact in our professional standards, as well as the Community Review Commission. They have a captain assigned from our office. And so I would think that any questions regarding this equipment would be funneled to the appropriate source to answer the questions.
Okay, thanks. Just one other question, and again, it was expressed in some of the communication we received, and that is demographic data that would relate to where incidents are responded to, the type of equipment that's utilized in those situations, and so forth. And that may be something that the Community Review Commission will want to delve into more deeply, and so forth. But I think the basis for the concern is that maybe this type of equipment and deployment of these elements is more predominant in certain zip codes, certain neighborhoods, and so forth. I don't know, Captain, if you could respond to that, and I don't know if that's something that's tracked. I mean, incidents, obviously, if there's a public response, those reports are generally available to the public once they're filed and so forth. But I think it goes to concerns folks have that, maybe there's more use of this in certain areas, and maybe there's more calls for service, but that, how decisions, for folks that will serve in your command post, going forward, would then make determinations, one, immediate call for service, but then secondly, the demographics that go behind that. And, that data oftentimes is useful, certainly to law enforcement. It could be useful to those who have a civilian role in all of this. So any thoughts about that?
So I know that's the specifics regarding demographics, race, ethnicity, things of that nature are recorded if there's a crime report. If there is just service of a search warrant, I'm not sure that all of those specifics are captured, and I'm not sure that we have the appropriate software to mine all of those specifics. So for something like that, we would have to look into the proper software. We would have to look into how many people is it going to take to effectively mine this data to answer those types of questions.
Maybe, I guess my final question, if the board chose to ask for that information in future reports, not necessarily what level of detail that would that encompass, is that something that under this authority that we would have the ability to ask for that? Or the Community Review Commission, again, might ask for that?
That's not specifically called out in AB 481, but there's no prohibition to it either. So I would say that the board could ask the Sheriff's Department to do that. Non-compliance may be an issue. I'm not saying that they wouldn't comply, forcing them to may become an issue, but certainly worth considering if that's something that the board would like to do.
Okay. Well, again, and certainly the captain's been very forthright and certainly in presenting the item, but I think that, again, this is for the ages now. I mean, obviously the law calls out for certain things that this board is responsible for, obviously the sheriffs and those people who are line officers, and then the community that, as Under Sheriff Barnes says, that we all answer to from a standpoint of public safety, but certainly good conduct for all of us. Okay, that answers my question.
If I may, Chair, just regarding tracking of demographics. So this is something that we're getting better at and want to do more with data sharing and systems. So, for example, we know there are disparities when it comes to where officers are deployed, arrest rates, right? We know this along all lines of the criminal justice system. And we did just, as a county, post arrest rates by race through the whole county, and that's something new for us. And this is something certainly we're always looking at, but there are going to be some current limitations that the captain mentioned until we get that countywide data sharing up. But it's something also that the Community Review Commission can specifically ask for as they go throughout their year of deciding what issues to dig into. They can certainly ask for some special reports.
And just what you said and what council said, then the board could ask that information be included, again, to the degree of specificity if that was the board's desire. And again, it would take some, obviously, work, and we'd have to know, what would, be as a part of that effort. But to your point, I think that's the whole thing about having data, good information that informs all of us of, whatever they are, trends and or actual, occurrences and so forth. So the Community Review Commission could ask for that, but certainly this board could ask for that as well. So, right? Okay, thanks. All right. Any other inquiries? If not, thank you, Captain. Stand by. We have some folks on the phone. We have one person in chambers. Alma, do we have folks on the phone on this item?
Yes, sir. We have 7 callers.
Okay, good. All right. Thanks again, Dan.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Board.
Okay, we'll take the, I have one person in chambers, and then we have 7 callers. So with that, I'll call Mackenzie Wilson. Good afternoon, Mackenzie.
Good afternoon. I jotted a couple notes on my code, just a little past the 3, but I promise I'm on it.
Okay.
And I want to name that the 180-day mark is actually November 1st, according to Lisa Travis on April 27th. Good afternoon, Board. This is a beautiful day, and I hope that you get to wrap up your meeting with enough time to enjoy it. I think I'd like to start my comment with a summary of a question asked to Under Sheriff Barnes at the most recent Community Review Commission meeting. I think it's relevant because when also asked about the repercussions for officers who do not follow policy, he said accountability and steps are taken to address behavior of his officers. But we know through reading the Mays monitoring reports and what happened to this community in 2020, that isn't the case. He was asked to give an example of how the Sheriff's Department has addressed any concerns of the culture found within his department. Simply, I think the question went a little over his head because his response was to bring up the 2020 protests, but in the framing of addressing the morale of his officers because they felt like the community doesn't like them, without any recognition or acknowledgement of why that might be, and speaks to their lack of understanding of why AB 481 exists in the first place. Social change lesson. Police with military equipment, studies have shown, are more likely to escalate situations in moments of crisis. Not only was this seen here in Sacramento when windows did not begin to break until the Sheriff's Department almost shot a kid's jaw off from point-blank range, but it's evidenced by the amount of lawsuits jurisdictions in our area and the country are dealing with right now. This speaks to the requirement of AB 481 that says they have to prove they use this gear in accordance with training and policies prior to you voting on it. They cannot prove it, and instead have denied any wrongdoing and are going to use our tax dollars to pay off all of the settlements, which speaks to the cost effectiveness of these weapons. And the fact that this is happening everywhere, it speaks to the training and culture of law enforcement around the country. I need to name that these things talked about in here today are all theoretical and use words like I imagine so, because all of this is not in the policy as it is required to be by law. I'll further name that the sheriff's 2.5-page policy is severely lacking in the following areas. The law requires them to define authorized uses for each item, and it doesn't. You all should ask for it to include all times that it is not authorized to use as well, because it will safeguard our civil liberties. The chemical agents and kinetic energy sections are not in compliance with a new law, AB 48, that restricts the use of these weapons in First Amendment activities. It still has use for crowd control next to them. It does not include language on the funding mechanisms and acquisition of the gear from here on out as required by AB 481. It does not detail the annual reporting requirements, and my favorite 2 deficiencies. Nowhere in his 2.5-page policy does it talk about the oversight. Who is it? Where do we go about giving comments, questions, concerns, and complaints? It's part of why it has to be on his website so that people can find out this stuff and how people can make these complaints, how they'll be addressed in a timely manner, and what legally enforceable sanctions are put in place for violations of the policy. That could even include civil ones and the possibility of having to use more of our tax dollars. It doesn't even say half the things they said it says today. And the analysis of these weapons, and the other one, the analysis you all asked for about these weapons and their cost effectiveness, they didn't do, or at least there's no attachment for it. I think I'll end my statement with the alternatives that are needed. To prevent crime, we must invest in vital community resources like housing, substance use and mental health services, and violence prevention programs in our schools and our neighborhoods. We need to foster a culture where how to have healthy communication and relationships are centered for kids and families and people who would otherwise be victims of domestic violence or interpersonal or intercommunal harm. We need to promote healthy ways to navigate conflict instead of investing in less than lethal force. When violence and force are psychotic at most and lazy at best, that means that people either don't have access to another choice, or as the sheriff department likes to say, they look at themselves as the tip of the spear. Well, we need to invest in peace and the olive branches, not the spears that just said they would kill somebody for having a rock if this policy did not go through today. I hope the much needed changes in this policy are reflected before we have to bring this again back a third or a fourth time. It is not this community's fault that this work was not done properly with the 6 months it was given, and passing it today would be negligent and complicit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mackenzie. Okay, we do have another speaker following Mackenzie here in chambers. Is it Jason Wirt? Jason Witt, I'm sorry. Yeah, okay, Jason.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Board of Supervisors. As a former Marine and as the grandchild of a law enforcement officer, this subject is near and dear to me. In family talks and confidence, I know what it is like to discuss the mental anguish that occurs when lethal force has to be used. I'm going to, while we're acknowledging, and I agree, that more training and ways to de-escalate and ways in which to try to resolve conflict without the use of any kind of force is amazing. And that is, of course, something that we all would agree on, because by nature, I would like to think that we all just care about the sanctity of human life, obviously. With that said, I want to kind of bring it back down to the focus here. For me, this is just my take on it. Having an option to not use lethal force to me is a very important option, because whether we want to or not, we can't control the fact that there are some bad actors that are out there. There are people out there that will do harm. And it is a duty of care and safety for law enforcement to respond accordingly so that innocent lives aren't affected by these bad actors. Personally, it's not going to be fixed in a day, obviously. The training, I really appreciate hearing about having negotiators brought in and things of that nature. That's amazing to hear. We need to hear more of those things. I think the public needs to know more that those kind of measures are being taken, because it was the first that I have ever heard of, and I just happened to be here today, and I'm very happy to. I wish that was resounding a little bit more. Hey, there are some more human, as we would, human care measures that are being taken. I think people need to know that does matter for those who have mental needs, and not just putting someone in a cell. They actually want to help someone get better, help somebody be reintegrated back into the community, as it were. Sometimes good people make bad choices as well. There are also those that someone just had a bad incident and then they just kind of snapped and they just need a little counseling to get back on track, whether their family situation or whatever have you. But while I'm listening to demographic areas, and we want to know concerning the demographics and the areas, and is there an imbalance and all of that is important to acknowledge. But I still, as I listen to this, I still want to bring it back to, I think it would be very detrimental, regardless of how long this is going to take to handle some of these other more civil and these issues that tug at heartstrings. We still need to make sure, in my opinion, that we can minimize the use of lethal force, the necessity that is all we have. I think by allowing and having the option of a non-lethal option,
that needs to stay in force. We need to have those while we're fixing the rest of this. It's going to take time to fix these things. It's going to take time to have the resources available for the counseling and for the hand-ups versus the handouts, as it were, for those that want to get the help. It takes time. But while we're waiting for that time to happen and while we're working this out, and let's just face it, while we're fixing relationships between law enforcement and some of the community that have issues, it would be nice to know that the law enforcement do still have those non-lethal options, though. Period. Because the bad motor scooters that are out there, if I may say that, won't pause while we figure this out. It's still going to happen. And I absolutely again, I have a military background. I have some other experiences, and I'm over my time, excuse me. While we figure these things out, non-lethal options, as much as some may not like hearing me say it this way, saves lives. Because if you only have a lethal option and someone says, I'm going to shoot my way out, well, now we have a situation that's not going to be good on the news yet again. So I just wanted to express that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jason. Okay, so those are the two speakers we had signed up in chambers, and then we have folks, we'll go to the phones in. Next, first caller.
We have about 10 callers on
10
the
callers.
line.
Okay.
Please transfer the first caller. Hi, caller. Hello, caller.
Hello?
Please start with your public comment. You have 3 minutes.
Greetings, Board of Supervisors. I'm calling in to oppose Sacramento Sheriff's Department's policy as written and urge this Board of Supervisors to reject the policy as written today. In case you need a reminder, the County Council at the last meeting instructed you that you have until November 1st, not today and not even October 4th, to approve this policy, which means you have plenty of time to review and make additional requirements as AB 41 requires you. And as it stands right now, the Sheriff's Department is not remotely in compliance with the law, much less does it even honor its spirit. In case those of you haven't read AB 481, the legislature found in the first paragraph of the bill that the acquisition and mere deployment of military equipment in civilian communities adversely impacts the public safety, and welfare, including increased risk of civilian deaths, significant risks to civil rights, civil liberties, and physical and psychological well-being, as well as incurment of significant financial costs. Furthermore, military equipment was also found to be more frequently deployed in low-income Black and Brown communities, meaning the risks and impacts of police militarization are experienced most acutely in marginalized communities. AB 41 states the county sheriffs can only, the county board can only approve a military equipment use policy if the policy satisfies 4 specific requirements. 1, the military equipment is necessary because there is no reasonable alternative that can achieve the same objective of officer and civilian safety. It also requires that the policy must prove it will safeguard the public's welfare, safety, civil rights, and civil liberties. The Sheriff's Department has not only shown that the military equipment has not shown that the military equipment is necessary, but every statement or example they've given thus far has shown that the policy prioritizes officer safety over civilian safety, without providing any examples or any evidence that would show how it achieves the same objective, equally, much less equitably. Furthermore, as studies also confirm, officers' possession of military weapons has escalated rather than mitigated any harm, often resulting in serious preventable injuries, most notably during the George Floyd protests of 2020, which the sheriff's, therefore the sheriff's not proven that it complies with either of these requirements. Furthermore, it also has to show in this policy that the equipment they're purchasing is reasonably cost-effective compared to available alternatives that can achieve the same objectives. The sheriff has not shown this. In fact, research has shown, there is ample research on policing practices that either facilitate peaceful protest and other public order events or violate basic rights, engender resentment, and in some cases injury among peaceful protesters, and often result in costly lawsuits against cities and counties with substantial settlements. Furthermore, it also requires that prior military equipment use comply with the military equipment use policy that was in effect at the time, or if prior uses did not comply with the accompanying military equipment, that corrective action was taken. The sheriff has not shown that it has complied with its own military equipment policies in the past, and especially given their prior uses that violated federal law during the George Floyd protests, which prohibited police officers from shooting at people acting peacefully in a crowd and also indiscriminately within crowds. Rather than implementing corrective action to address these non-conforming uses, the sheriff's department simply denies that it misused their equipment and simply demands that you trust them and take them at their word, even though they have been publicly proven and found to have lied to this board on multiple occasions.
Keon, I need to have you conclude, please, if you could, please.
I will conclude by saying that this policy has many deficiencies, and you have absolutely ample time. You have more than a month to actually get through this, and that also must require that you ensure compliance with this policy by explicitly stating independent persons or entities that have oversight authority and what legally enforceable sanctions are put in place. That is the letter of the law. You have some work to do, and this is definitely not the end of the conversation, but please take your time and really don't let them lie to you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ken. All right, next caller.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller.
Hello.
Please start your public comment. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Marshall Arnwine, and I'm the legal policy advocate for the ACLU of Northern California in Sacramento. I'm calling to oppose the Sheriff's Department's policy as written and urge the Board of Supervisors to reject the policy today. The creation of this policy is non-compliant with AB 481 in several ways. First, the bill requires there should be meaningful public input in this process. The Sheriff's March 2nd, 2022 interim order even stated it should hold at least one well-publicized and conveniently located community engagement meeting. The ACLU asks, did the Sheriff Department hold this meeting? If not, this policy should not be approved because there was not any meaningful public input in this policy. Keep in mind that the law declared military equipment is more frequently deployed in low-income Black and Brown communities, meaning the risk and impacts of police militarization are experienced most in marginalized communities. Thus, at the very least, the Sheriff's Department should have met with the most impacted communities when creating this policy. Second, AB 481 states the Board of Supervisors can only approve a military equipment policy if it determines that 4 specific requirements have been satisfied. Those requirements are outlined in Government Code 7071, subsection D, 1A through D. And the Sheriff's Department has not met any of the 4, which means it's not in compliance. For example, the board must determine that the military equipment is necessary because there's no reasonable alternative that can achieve the same objective of officer and civilian safety. The policies simply restate the legal requirement without providing any explanation for why the department required the weapons. Simply restating the law is insufficient and does not comply with AB 481. We also would like to see more transparency about the drones. We have a concern that drones may be used to have surveillance and record actions with protests, with people exercising their free expression rights. This is important because through a year-long public records investigation, we've uncovered records including flight logs and actual surveillance footage showing California Highway Patrol spying on protesters for the racial justice protests during the summer 2020. This raises serious concerns and raises questions as to how the sheriff will decide to use their drones. Lastly, you heard Under Sheriff Barnes mention the Lexapol company. We also have concerns with Lexapol, a private company that issues ready-made policies to departments. We ask that you all cautiously and watchfully watch the Sheriff Department when they use Lexapol policies, because the creator of Lexapol in the past have given wrong advice about California laws when it comes to adhering to the state legislature. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you, Marshall. Next caller.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your public comment. Please start with your public comment.
Yes.
You have 3 minutes.
I am opposed to this policy as written. What we're asking for you to do is to follow the requirements of the law, and this isn't it. and you have until November 1st to make this right. They continue to lie about this not being military equipment. Every single piece of equipment on their list was designed by and for military use. Having drones that are available for civilian use does not negate that history or their purpose. Sacramento County's proposed policy has major deficiencies. Among those are the lack of defining authorized uses for its military equipment. This does not detail funding mechanisms and acquisition processes required by the law. And lastly, it does not detail annual reporting requirements, again, as required by the law. Robust public outreach is required as well. Board hearings do not fulfill this, not according to the bill's authors. Also, future approvals are not required to go through the board if it is under 10% of the budget. Regarding compliance mechanisms, the Community Review Commission and the Inspector General, both created to provide that kind of oversight to the sheriff, should be named as the independent oversight body. The policy should include that information as well as how to get into contact with them. Regarding annual reporting requirements, all the sheriff provides is that they will submit an annual report, but provides no information or details on what the report is required to include. This report should include demographic data of who it was used against, where it was used in Sacramento County, why it was used, in order to meaningfully measure the impacts of the sheriff's policy, and how its military equipment genuinely safeguards the public welfare, safety, civil rights, and civil liberties as required by AB 481. Additionally, in such a report, it must be explained the total annual cost of using these items, including but not limited to personnel costs, training costs, upgrade costs, transportation costs, and storage costs, etc. According to the law, you should only approve an MEU policy if it determines all of the following. The military equipment is necessary because there is no reasonable alternative that can achieve the same objective, officer and civilian safety. The proposed military equipment use policy will safeguard the public safety and liberties. If purchasing the equipment is reasonably cost-effective compared to available alternatives that can achieve the same objective of officer and civilian safety, prior military equipment used complied with the military use policy that was in effect at the time. This does not meet those requirements. We need adequate documentation as required by law, and you should question why a competent CEO would bring such stuff like this before you. Also, no idea what the fuck mining the data would be required or additional software. It's called a database. I do this in my daily job. In order to track the demographic information, you add an extra field to explain that military equipment was used, how it was used, why it was used, and a new report that would filter based on those fields and the data. This isn't rocket science. It doesn't require any additional positions. I could literally make this new form in a day or two at my job. There is by no means necessary to hire an additional whole person. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Next caller.
Hi, caller. Hello, caller.
Yes.
You have 3 minutes. Please start your public comment.
Thank you. My name's Dorita Capua. I'm a disabled Army veteran and a concerned community member. I'm calling to oppose Sacramento Sheriff Department's policy as written and urge the Board of Supervisors to reject the proposal today. First, the Sheriff's Department is not in compliance with the law. AB 481 states the county board can only approve a military equipment use policy if that policy satisfies 4 specific requirements. The Sheriff's Department has not met any of the 4 requirements, which means it is not in compliance. For example, requirement 2 says that the proposed military equipment policy will safeguard the public's welfare, safety, civil rights, and civil liberties. The police department has not proven they comply with this requirement, given how Sacramento residents and victims of police violence have repeatedly declared they feel less safe with the presence of heavily armed law enforcement. And as an Army veteran myself, I feel less safe with the presence of heavily armed law enforcement. Studies have also confirmed the police possession of military weapons escalate situations rather than mitigate civilian harm, often resulting in serious preventable injuries, most notably during the George Floyd protests of 2020. So again, I am asking the Board of Supervisors to reject the Sacramento Sheriff's Department's military equipment use policy as written today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, caller. Next caller.
Hi, caller. Please start your public comment. You have 3 minutes.
Thanks. I just want to have a moment of laughter, ha ha, as we sit here and hear the Sheriff's Department tell us about how they need these military equipment as less lethal options. When we know y'all have tasers, when we know y'all have your words, y'all supposed to have de-escalation training. So what is it? So someone has a rock, the only option the Sheriff's Department has is to shoot them? That's what their captain just said. So I'm a little concerned about that and just wanted to make sure that we, all kind of really take that in. Besides that, I'm also calling to urge this board to reject the proposal set forth today by the Sacramento Sheriff's Department regarding the military equipment use policy. It's completely out of compliance with AB 481, and I'm deeply concerned about the harmful outcomes that will result in passing the policy if as written today. Sacramento County proposed policy has major deficiency. It fails to define and authorize uses and non-uses for its militarized equipment, as required by AB 481. AB 481 also requires that every piece of military equipment must describe both the purpose and the authorized use. That's authorized use, not authorized user, for anyone who's listening, including the Sacramento Police Department, Sheriff's Department. The policy must describe under what circumstances a weapon is authorized for use. So this must be remedied before this is approved. Another thing that's wrong with this bill, it also requires, AB 41 requires the creation of mechanisms to ensure compliance with military equipment use policy, including which independent persons or entities have oversight authority and what legally enforceable sanctions are put in place for the violations of the policy. County Council, is that outlined in this policy? Nowhere in this policy do they have anything on who the independent oversight body is or how to use it. All this must be remedied again before you all approve this plan. There is another law, AB 48, not 41, but 48. County Council, AB 48. Make sure you have this down in your notes. That restricts the use of chemical agents and kinetic energy weapons, tear gas, rubber bullets, and other less lethal weapons for crowd control, except if the use is objectively reasonable to defend against a threat of life or serious bodily injury, which is a high standard. So the County Board of Supervisors should incorporate these limitations from AB 48 into this policy as well. And again, I just want to wrap up my time in saying that this is not a less lethal policy. This is a military equipment policy. So let's please stop using fluffy, rainbow, unicorn, whatever words and get it right. It's a military use policy. Okay? Y'all have like rounds of less lethal. Everything else is rooks. It's a tank. It's drones for surveillance. Like, what are you talking about less lethal? These are military equipment. Okay, great. And I also just want to circle back to our moment of laughter about how your captain just sat here and said if someone had a rock, their only option is to shoot them, to kill them. He just said that. That should be a problem. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, caller. Okay, next caller.
Hi, caller. Please start your public comment. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, I am calling today to oppose AB 481 and your guys' last-minute decision to go ahead and implement this into a county-wide program. I have been listening to these meetings for years now, and recently you have been making these horrible fascist and Nazi-like decisions in our county, not allowing people to be on parkways, waterways, doing an ordinance against sidewalk living when we don't have shelter beds, making these decisions about military-grade equipment when we know that nationwide police are 4 times more likely to use equipment against Black and brown communities, but in Sacramento County, it's 4.5 times higher than the national average. How dare you make these decisions when all of you are the same on the board, when you're making decisions for constituents that look nothing like you, when you have no community impact on these decisions? How dare you make these decisions when you have not even followed through with the law, when you are out of compliance? And how dare you, Sheriff, Under Sheriff Barnes, mention Uvalde and the lack of the police and how they stood by on their phones as 20 innocent children were murdered? How dare you use that as an example of why you need more military-grade equipment? You already have less lethal rounds, which you have killed people with less lethal rounds. You already have those in your stash. They aren't going anywhere. So stop lying to your constituents about what this is actually about. You're lying through your ass. Stop lying to your citizens about this bill. How dare you do this? You are now having to make it known that you do not care about your citizens. You don't care about your constituents. You are putting rooks, missile launchers, chemical weapons. All of these are going to be used against citizens that may have warrants, probation violations. How dare you? I'm calling to oppose this bill. ACAB 1312. Fuck the Sacramento police.
Okay, thank you, caller. Okay. Next caller.
Hi, caller. Please start your public comment. You have 3 minutes.
Great, thank you. Hi, my name is Meg White. I'm in District 1 with Phil Cerna, and I'm calling in today as a very concerned community member. I want to really remind the council that AB 481 was specifically created because of the havoc that law enforcement agencies all over the state are wreaking on the grossly less armed community. Specifically, as the bill points out, Black and brown communities, low-income communities. And the Shack Sheriff is not innocent of this violence. This policy is not in compliance with AB 481, and as our law enforcement agency, the sheriff should have to, at the very least, follow the law. What I saw happening during that presentation was straight fear-mongering, with little regard for the protection to the communities for which these military weapons are being used on. The captain presenting really said that if an assailant has a rock or a knife, without this policy, their only option would be to use lethal force with a straight face. Every single day, teachers, nurses, doctors, and other unarmed community members de-escalate violent situations without state-sponsored guns. We have a serious problem if our law enforcement agency isn't able to do the same. AB 481 requires that there is meaningful public input. I heard nothing about any sort of opportunity to put in meaningful public input. They must also have an independent oversight body with accountability members included in the policy. What are the legally enforceable sanctions? And to reflect the input from the community, in regard to this specific law, demographic reporting should definitely be included, along with wordings around prohibitions of use. As our council, it is your responsibility to hold the sheriff accountable to this bill. Save money, save lives, save our community by voting no on this policy and requiring the sheriff come back with one that actually upholds the law.
Thank you, Meg. Next caller.
Hi, caller. Please start your public comment. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Board. I hope y'all are doing well. So firstly, Sheriff reps today pointed to how the use of their military equipment and a $224 million budget is to minimize impact. To really do so, you don't go to mitigating the repercussions of a problem after it's occurred. If you really want to minimize impact, you start at before it even happens. You start at mental health care, housing, drug treatment, and employment. I urge this board today to ask the hard questions about Sacramento Sheriff's policy when comparing it to AB 481, and to reconsider that some of the money used to purchase and maintain these weapons can be reinvested into community needs. The entire basis of AB 481 was to ensure accountability. The sheriff's policy right now isn't accountability, and it's far from transparent. Firstly, AB 481 requires the creation of mechanisms to ensure compliance with the military equipment use policy, including which independent persons or entities have oversight authority and what legally enforceable sanctions are put in place for violations of the policy. Nowhere in the policy right now do they have anything on who the independent oversight body is or how to use it. The Community Review Commission and the Inspector General, both created to provide that kind of oversight to the sheriff, should be named as the independent oversight bodies, and the policy should include that and how to get in contact with them. There are currently no mechanisms on how to address complaints, concerns, or even questions, and the policy should outline how to do this in detail, let alone how to do this in a timely manner. The policy also fails to define authorized uses for militarized equipment, as required by the new law, AB 481. AB 481 requires that every piece of military equipment must describe both the purpose and the authorized use. That's authorized use, not authorized user. The policy must describe under which circumstances a weapon is authorized for use, which it doesn't do right now. I'd just like to emphasize that victims of police violence have consistently reported where the department is in possession of military weapons. Officers have escalated situations rather than mitigated any harm, often resulting in seriously preventable injuries. The department has, over time, demonstrated a propensity to undermine other statutory rights and common law interests of Sacramento citizens. The county has settled on lawsuits totaling multiples of millions of dollars for the department's legal violations. When you militarize police with the hopes of more effective surveilling and confrontation, you only further alienate your citizens and provide the police with more ability to abuse. Safe communities, as the reps brought up several times today, aren't built on fear and intimidation. They're built on prevention, resources, and real de-escalation. You can't have both. You can't give money to both and expect the best. The representatives today also repeatedly referred to that word, de-escalation. But how can we as a community expect them to do so if authorized use isn't in different encounters aren't clearly defined? If we aren't even allowed to review that what the police are doing right now, how are we actually ensuring that they're upholding the policy? Again, this is the furthest thing from transparency and accountability, and as such, I really urge the board to deeply reconsider and rework the policy in its current form. Thank you.
Thank you, caller.
Hi, caller. Please start your public comment. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Samuel Lewis. My pronouns are they, them. I'm calling to oppose the Sacramento Sheriff's Department policy as written and urge the Board of Supervisors to reject the proposal today. First, the Sheriff's Department is not in compliance with the law. AB 481 states that the county board can only approve a military equipment use policy if that policy satisfies 4 specific requirements. The Sheriff's Department has not met any of the 4 requirements, which means that they are not in compliance. I urge this board to ask the hard questions about Sacramento Sheriff's policy when comparing it to AB 481. Listen to the community feedback and consider that some of the money used to purchase and maintain these weapons can be reinvested into community needs for mental health care, housing, drug treatment, and employment. The Sheriff's Department policy has many deficiencies. AB 481 requires the creation of mechanisms to ensure compliance with the military equipment use policy, including which independent persons or entities have oversight authority and what legal enforcement sanctions are put in place for the violations of that policy. Nowhere in their policy do they have anything on who the independent oversight body is or how to use it. The Community Review Commission and an Inspector General both create to provide that kind of oversight to the sheriff should be named as an independent oversight bodies, and the policy should include that of how to get in contact with them. There are no mechanisms on how to address complaints, concerns, or even questions, and the policy should outline how to do that in detail, let alone how to do that in a timely manner. I I urge the Board of Supervisors to please listen to community needs and listen to us. And when we say please oppose this and take your time to really consider what community is talking about, because there's no need for military budget expansion that is going to harm Black and brown communities and kill people. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Next caller.
Hi, caller. Please start your public comment.
Hi, thank you. My name is Sarah, and I'm a Sacramento County resident, and I'm calling to strongly oppose the Sac Sheriff Department's military use policy as written, and to urge the Board of Supervisors to reject the proposal today. First, the Sheriff's Department is not in compliance with the law. AB 481 states the county board can only approve a military use policy if that policy satisfies 4 specific requirements, and the Sheriff Department has not met any of these, which means it's not in compliance. And I'd like to specifically address the second requirement, that the proposed military equipment use policy will safeguard the public's welfare, safety, and civil liberties. The Sac County Sheriff Department has not proven they will comply with this requirement. In fact, many Sacramento residents and victims of law enforcement violence, of which there are many, have repeatedly declared that we feel much less safe with the presence of heavily armed law enforcement. And studies have confirmed, but many have called in and talked about this, other speakers there, that the possession of military weapons escalates situations rather than mitigating civilian harm, often resulting in serious preventable injuries, most notably during the George Floyd protests of 2020. And I know of this escalation harm and these serious preventable injuries firsthand because, and I think I've mentioned this before at one of these meetings, is that I had to wash the blood out of a friend's clothing after she was shot in the back of the head with so-called less lethal rounds that required her to have her head stapled shut at the ER to stop the bleeding. And she still hasn't recovered from that and to sustain brain damage. So all of this was for peacefully protesting police violence, strangely enough. I think it's despicable and frightening that we allowed law enforcement in Sacramento to do this to so many peaceful protesters. And as a board, I think you should all be very concerned about and disturbed by this kind of mass violence against your constituents, of which I'm one. It wasn't crowd control. It was pretty much a battle against citizens by a militarized force, as well as a severe violation of citizens' rights. Militarization implies war, and in this case, it meant and actually felt like a war against the people of Sacramento. We should all be terrified by this excessive force by Sacramento law enforcement, but you, the board members, can actually do something to stop it by rejecting the sheriff's proposal as it's written today. The Sheriff's Department's policy has other serious deficiencies as well. AB 481 requires that mechanisms be created to ensure compliance with the military equipment use policy, including which independent persons or entities will have oversight authority and what legally enforceable sanctions are put in place for violations of this policy. Nowhere in the sheriff's policy as it's written is there any mention of an independent oversight body, nor is there any mention as to how such a body would be used. The Community Review Commission and the Inspector General, which were both created specifically for such required oversight to the sheriff, should be named as the independent oversight bodies, and the policy should also include how to get into contact with them. It's extremely concerning that there's no mechanism or method for addressing complaints, concerns, or even questions. The policy should outline this and how such a review will be done in a timely manner. You have the power today to ensure our safety and ensure compliance with AB 481 by rejecting the sheriff's proposal as written. And I could not more strongly urge you to do that today. So please hear this. It's terrifying. It's really terrifying. But you, like I said, have an opportunity to do something to make sure that that your constituents will be safe.
Thank you, Sarah, for your comments.
To if we are not safe, to kind of like make sure that's corrected. So thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you, Carl. Okay.
I believe this is your last caller. High caller.
Hi, County Board. I just want to call in to say that this policy is not in compliance with AB 481 and that you all should definitely take the time through November 1st to really make sure that the sheriff is in compliance. But I wanted to highlight something that they made early on when the undersheriff and the sheriff captain, I couldn't tell if they were trying to be cute or just insulting this board and the public when it claimed that they need this equipment, they need less lethal rounds in order to avoid using lethal force, even against someone carrying a rock. Because this is exactly what they did when they killed Michael McIntyre for throwing a rock back in 2017, when they had free use of their military equipment, including that less lethal ordnance, but chose not to use it. Instead, they put dozens of rush hour travelers at risk and ended up costing this county taxpayers over $1.7 million in a wrongful death settlement, which this board agreed to. And it also precipitated the less than stellar IG report, which led to Sheriff Scott Jones at the time to lock out the IG and force the confrontation with
Keon,
this
I'm
board.
at you already had one opportunity. So again, I appreciate your thoughtful comments, but you already commented previously.
I'm going to just say that you need to really think twice about this and really ask some tough questions.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Kim. Okay. We have any other?
That concludes your online public comments.
Okay. Then I'm going to bring it back to the board. First, for any questions by board members, I had one of council. Supervisor Kennedy. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. A couple things, some coming from the public comments. Mr. Jones, regarding AB 48, which is the 2021 law that regulates the use of kinetic energy projectiles and chemical agents. So AB 48, as signed by the governor, would not prohibit the use of any of these items that are in attachment 4 and other places. It just kind of limits the ways in which they can be used. Is that correct?
Yes, Supervisor Kennedy. So Assembly Bill 48 is exactly as you said about lethal munitions. The Sheriff's Office is complying with this because it is law. And so there are 12 particular points in AB 48. And so just a few of them is, and Captain Dinelli mentioned, it will only, such munitions in, for example, crowd control will only be used when reasonable if there's a threat to life or serious injury. They can't just fire indiscriminately into a crowd. Warnings are to be given if at all reasonably possible. Exit routes are to be given and may not be aimed at the head or other critical parts of the body. So those are just a few examples. And of course, it is law, so it is absolutely part of what the Sheriff's Office has to follow. And one reason not all Assembly bills and Senate bills are added is there are many components of law that the Sheriff's Office has to follow, including the Fourth Amendment, right? So just not all of those are listed in there, but the compliance with law is mandatory for the Sheriff's Office.
And are we already doing that?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. And as far as for County Council, you and I have had this discussion before, and AB 481 was fairly clear in how it should be, the lens in which we should be looking at these. Do you think, in your opinion, is what's before us, does it satisfy AB 481 at this time? Because I don't feel like last time around it did.
I think the Sheriff's Department has done a lot of work in order to ensure that the information presented to the board, especially, I think a lot of the public commenters are focusing solely on the policy, but there's a lot of information in the attachments which are also included by reference in the policy regarding the requirements of AB 481. So while it's not necessarily organized in the 1, 2, 3, 4 that the public commenters have alluded to, the information is in the attachment. I think it's attachment 3, and does a good job of explaining what the uses are for, the justifications are there.
Okay, thank you.
And just one more point related to that. A lot of the callers did bring this up, and I think Mr. Jones brought it up earlier. As far as the cost effectiveness, that only applies to purchasing new equipment. So all of the equipment that you see before you today, except for possibly the ammunition, is existing equipment. So that finding and justification is not required at this time.
Okay, thank you very much. And for the first of all, to the Sheriff's Department representatives here today, the Undersheriff, thank you for being here. And Captain, I appreciate. I do think that the public gleaned more out of this this time around than the last time around. You know, this is all new territory for all of us. Might I suggest, because I was kind of looking for that, exactly what you said, the checklist, maybe to organize it in a way that is more aligned with, because I think the information is here. You just have to look at multiple documents to get to it, and it would probably be easier to see clearly if we did analyze it as kind of like we did back in law school with Iraq, and stating the issue, the rule, analysis, and conclusion. For each one of those four components, I think would be clearer to the board and to the public in the future. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Desmond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and appreciate certainly the discussion today, and also I thank you, Under Sheriff Barnes and Captain, for your presentation today. I do think this was a good opportunity to really provide a lot of information to the public, and I think that's important. I mean, that's really the underlying rationale behind AB 481. It wasn't to prohibit the use of this equipment, but to provide a much more transparent process in the use, and that's a very good thing. I mean, I think it was a great discussion we had today, and it just makes me think about that there have been a lot of great improvements, I think statewide in law enforcement, necessarily so, appropriately so, and Under Sheriff Barnes, to hear some of the concepts that you were talking about during your presentation, just being mindful of how important it is to avoid violent confrontations, to resolve situations safely, to get help to people. I mean, you never would have heard that kind of talk, years ago. And that's, that's progress. It's not progress, I think, that a lot of people want to see. It's not enough progress that I know a lot of people want to see. But and there's always work to be done. There's always work to be done in terms of educating the public and engaging with the public and improving law enforcement practices. And I think this certainly, this policy today is no exception to that. But this will be something that evolves, I think, with informed by input from our own Inspector General, input from the Citizens Review Commission, and I welcome that. And I think that as this has to be approved on an annual basis, we can certainly improve not only the outreach process, but the actual policy itself, and making sure it's maybe more accessible, and that instead of having to pull together the elements in different places, it's all right in one place. And I'll be very much looking forward to that, those continued discussions to accomplish that. But I think about the discussion about less lethal, and it makes me think of my, background in the highway patrol, and I think about how when we brought on less lethal options or other options where officers did not have to use as much force, it was amazing how much you saw a decrease in the need for using force in the field, and how important that is, and what improvements that have resulted because of that. And I think something else we didn't talk about in here, some of this equipment is to make safe explosive devices. I don't think that was part of the discussion today. Also, very crucial equipment. So for me, I am I'm satisfied that this policy meets the requirements of AB 481. I think there's additional work to be done that we will do through some of those forums that I mentioned. And just thank you for submitting it. And when it's appropriate, I will move approval of the item. Thank you.
Okay. You have a motion. We do have another supervisor in queue, but is there a second? Second. Okay, so it's a moving second. So we do have a motion on the floor. Supervisor Cerna?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So first I want to thank our sheriff's deputies and leadership that have not just presented today, but certainly in their intervening time between the last time this was before the board, I think have done a good job of helping to educate, certainly myself, about what the intent of the policy is and what it is not. I think having taken the time that we have to let that happen, as well as to revisit the legislation to ensure that we, the county, and more specifically the Sheriff's Department, are following the letter of the law was critical. I was not comfortable last time without kind of that belt and suspenders approach of really delving into a greater understanding of what AB 481 really entails. And again, hopefully judging based on my line of questioning earlier, even the critics of this policy, I hope, will understand that what I was trying to vet with the assistance of the captain who was at the podium during our question and answer series, that I'm feeling much more comfortable that abuses aren't necessarily invited by the way of having these less lethal tools available to our Sheriff's Department. And of course, what does concern me greatly is that if we don't have a less lethal assortment of equipment to use as the situations that our sheriff's deputies may encounter arise, that we would, or they would, be forced to look to other means to accomplish their mission. So I'm prepared to support the motion. Again, I want to thank our county council staff and the Sheriff's Department staff who took the time to go a little further than they had before. Again, I'm feeling much more comfortable with it today. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Supervisor Cerna. Supervisor Frost?
Well, there was a lot said, and I want to thank the undersheriff and the captain for coming out. I am supporting this. I wanted to say I do think transparency is good. I know firsthand from my little bit of experience at the City Council in Citrus Heights and here in Sacramento County how these tools have and the SWAT have been used to actually save lives in situations, hostage situations and other situations. So I really appreciate what Under Sheriff Barnes said about, sometimes you need those kind of tools to actually keep the situation from evolving to something even worse or protect people or get them out. I like the idea of improving the reporting formats also so that year over year we can easily see changes, and it just helps us. It's easier for us to see things as they progress over time. And then lastly, I just want to say that it's eminently important that our law enforcement have the tools they need to keep themselves safe and to keep our citizens safe. And I support that 200%. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Frost. I had just a couple, an observation, but also a question. So we have in our packet material a resolution, then we have an ordinance. I would just, the red line version, draw attention to page 3 of that, it doesn't have the correct dates in there. It has the April 26th and April 27th dates.
Let me just
And that was in the red line version, the most recent. Attachment 6.
Yep. And you're looking at what part? I'm sorry.
I'm looking at section 3 under.
Right. We will edit those for the approval next week.
Okay. So the observation I had, though, is that I think it goes to the reporting format, but I do think the demographic collection of demographic data is important. I think it's important for transparency. I appreciated Mr. Jones talking about what's recently been published and that information, and I think that's an important component, and I think that information will be useful to certainly this body, but to the Community Review Commission and to the Inspector General, as well as the Sheriff's Department in years going forward. So it's not included as a requirement because, again, I think there needs to be some discussion about how that will be gathered, what that format would be. But I guess, Mr. Jones, I just turn to you because, again, I assume there's some standardized approaches to that data and, again, making it available to the public in future years. But, again, any comments you might have on that?
Yes, Chair. I think that's, again, that aligns with the bigger data project we're working on, which is just not for us, criminal justice agencies, to make the best decisions, but also to have it public-facing. Mm-hmm. So that is one of the top 3 efforts of the Public Safety and Justice Agency. So we will work diligently on working on those types of reports.
And I do think that at some juncture, then it would be important, and maybe when it's known how we're going to assimilate that and certainly publish it, that would be included as part of the policy going forward. I wanted to ask about the discussion, though. There's a number of places that's mentioned relative to compliance with the law and with existing policy. If a situation of noncompliance, whatever that might be, were to occur, who is the authority? Is it the board under this policy? Who is the authority to then, and again, people ask about sanctions. I mean, we heard those comments today, but I don't know what those sanctions would be. Again, obviously the sheriff's an elected officer, the people of this county administers his department, but this board certainly has a role in budgetary and personnel matters and certainly in the policy framework here, so.
Yeah, there's nothing in, I wasn't sure what the callers were alluding to because there's nothing in the law that requires sanctions. There's nothing that requires additional oversight except for approval by the Board of Supervisors. There is language in the findings regarding the need for oversight, and that was just a justification for passing, from what I can tell, passing AB 481 and allowing the Board of Supervisors to have oversight and approval of the military equipment use policy. So there's no additional ability to sanction or anything like that. As I think you pointed out, the ordinance spells out that it shall be, the policy shall be considered by the Inspector General, the Community Review Commission, in addition to the board, which is an additional safeguard, I guess you could say, that's not required by AB 41, but that is what the board is being asked to do in this case.
And it may have been a rather simple request, and it might change from time to time, but I do think having it published, commensurate or concurrent with this documentation as to how folks can contact the Inspector General, how they contact the Community Review Commission. Obviously, Board of Supervisors is pretty widely known, either through our offices or through the clerk. But I think, as well as obviously the Sheriff's Office Professional Standards Division, I think publishing those in a way that folks would know that if they had, again, complaints, concerns, or inquiries, that those are the places that they can reach out to find out more about whatever their question might be or concern. So I don't know that it needs to necessarily be spelled out in the ordinance because that will change from time to time, but those points of contact should be published and be well distributed to folks as a part of this. So, okay, that's one last point of clarification. I know some of the callers referenced that November 1st. However, if an ordinance is to take effect, I'm looking to Lisa on this, that by introducing it, there are 30 days before it implements, and so the ordinance is running concurrent with this, and so we introduce this today. If we were to approve it today and then approve it and adopt it next week, that would put us within that 30.
So
30.
the date, and I don't recall stating that it was October 5th. I'm not disputing that I
No,
did. But we
November
were,
1st they said.
we were
Yeah, they said November 1st.
kind of scrambling
Yeah.
at the last meeting
Yeah.
to figure out if we needed to continue it one day or if we could wait another week or two.
Yeah.
But I did calculate it. The date that it would have to be, well, let me back up. The date in question is October 24th, 2022, and that is the date that the ordinance has to be adopted by, not effective by. The law, the AB 481 is a little bit different than our normal process. So it would actually need to be introduced today and adopted next week because we don't have another regularly scheduled meeting before October 24th.
Okay.
I mean, certainly you could have a special meeting if you wanted to, but in order to make that October 24th date, we need to do this today.
Okay, very good. Well, thank you for the clarification. Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you. The chair reminded me of something, and Lisa, perhaps I'm being too nitpicky, but in the what's titled the interim order here, attachment 2, which is the actual policy ostensibly, section 2 definitions A, is this language, I see the citation here of Government Code Section 7070, is this language taken directly from the Government Code? And I bring it up because, and again, a little nitpicky, but it did jump out at me when it says definition of a governing body is the elected or appointed body that oversees the sheriff's office. That's questionable if that's the Board of Supervisors.
Good point.
In section 7070, which is what is referenced, the governing body, it says, means the elected body that oversees a law enforcement agency, or if there's no elected body that directly oversees a law enforcement agency, comma, the appointed body that oversees a law enforcement agency, and then the second sentence I think is relevant. In the case of a law enforcement agency of a county, including a sheriff's department or district attorney's office, the governing body means the Board of Supervisors of the county.
Okay, would the maker of the motion accept that language as a friendly amendment?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So this needs to be amended.
Well,
this is a sheriff's interim order.
Right, that's what I was going to point out. We don't, I mean, again, it kind
Okay,
of,
so
I would just suggest that you suggest to the
Give
sheriff's
that
department that that governing body definition be changed to reflect what AB 7070 subdivision A actually states.
Okay.
Versus the what it states here.
Okay. Consider it notified. Thank you.
Good point. Okay, all right, we have a motion and a second. It's on the floor, so any other comments or questions? If not, then I'll call for the vote. All right, seeing none, please vote.
And the motion carries by unanimous vote.
Okay. And one final follow-on, then, will this come back to us? I think there ought to be I think I said this at the last hearing, a regularly calendar date for this to return to the board on an annual basis, and not just leave it to some agenda that shows up on the consent calendar. I'm being facetious, but so that we ought to have an opportunity to know if it's going to be in June or if it's going to be in July. Is it going to be pre-budget? Is it going to be post-budget? And so I guess I'd look to either Eric or to Lisa on that.
Yeah, there's nothing in the law that requires a specific date, so I would defer to the county executive's office. We could certainly address that and maybe make that a point next week. So I don't know if they don't want to probably commit to an actual date right now.
No, I don't mean a date, but I mean it's going to be in the first meeting of June or May. I think you need to call out so that it's understood that on a regular basis, annual basis, there'll be a report issued to the board, and it's going to be, pretty much in a pattern that people can prepare for if they're interested. So
yes, and we will bring that to you next
you will
week.
next week? Okay, thank you, Ann. All right. Okay, thank you to all, to certainly our presenters today, to all of our commenters and callers. And with that, then we're going to, this will be back on the agenda next week for adoption. And we're going to go to the next item. If we call the next item, I know Supervisor Cerna wanted to make a comment once we call the item. So.
Item number 53 is PLMP 2016-00063, adoption of the community-wide climate action plan.
Okay, thanks, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just want to make note of the fact that I am going to have to leave the proceedings today at no later than 6:45. I'm expected at the Capitol, and it's something I cannot miss. But if the deliberations or the speakers are going at length, and it appears that there's going to be plenty of time for me to go to my meeting at the Capitol and make it back for the continuation, I certainly intend to do that. But that does not that's not intended to diminish the fact that the board may, conclude early or in the middle of proceedings that a decision may not be made tonight. So I'll kind of have to gauge that as it unfolds. But I just wanted to be transparent about my scheduling challenges this afternoon and this evening. But I entirely expect to be part of any vote here. So thank you.
Thank you, Phil. Okay. With that, then, the item's been called, and I know we've got some folks in chambers who wish to speak. We certainly have a pretty detailed presentation from our planning director, and I trust we'll have callers on the phone as well. So, Todd, turn it over to you.
Good afternoon. Thing on? Yeah.
Yep.
Good afternoon, Chair Natoli, members of the board. Todd Smith, your planning director here, presenting on the Climate Action Plan. And just before I begin the in-depth presentation, I want to make note that staff has prepared an addendum to the staff report that's being distributed, hard copies to each board member and to the clerk and county council, that responds to some comments received late yesterday. And I'll cover that as part of my presentation later.
Just to note, too, we're receiving comments almost to the moment we just called this item. I know that.
That's correct.
So, and that will probably enter into the conversation a little later as we try to digest some of this. But thanks, Todd.
Right. So I'm just going to briefly recap the Climate Action Plan. Obviously, we had a board workshop back in March of this year, but I'm going to repeat some of this just to get our senses around what we're doing here today. So the Climate Action Plan was developed in response to a mitigation measure contained in the county's general plan EIR, as well as the Board of Supervisors' declaration of a climate emergency in 2020. This final cap integrates the previously prepared plans, which are Phase 1 and Phase 2A, into a single comprehensive document. Public engagement and outreach for this cap began in 2016 and has continued over the past 6 years. The cap details specific measures to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from community-wide activities and from government operations. It also includes an adaptation strategy. So this slide just represents those three components. First, the greenhouse gas reduction strategy, which outlines a number of specific greenhouse gas reduction measures, some of which are quantified, meaning measured or modeled numerically, and then others that are not quantified. Those have not been modeled at this time. And those are both community-wide and for government operations as well. The adaptation strategy is the second part of the cap. It includes a framework and measures to address those climate vulnerabilities and increases resiliency for Sacramento County's communities. Third, the implementation and monitoring portion of the Climate Action Plan includes commitments to continual assessment and monitoring to successfully implement the cap. Obviously, this is not a document that sits on the shelf. We need to be transparent and routine in our public reporting and accountability here. And then finally, the appendices, A through I, those are all there to document some of the background assumptions, the strategies, and provide additional details. So a little bit more about the greenhouse gas reduction strategy here. Really, there's 5 main components. Clean energy is one of those. The energy sector of our inventory is roughly, I'll call it ballpark 40%. And this really is about providing clean and affordable sources of energy for Sacramento County residents. The second part is low and zero emission vehicles and equipment. This gets at supporting electrification of vehicles. We all know, or those of us who are in this line of work know, the state's really ambitious target of phasing out internal combustion engines and shifting to electric vehicles. This cap is aligned with that goal. It also speaks to sustainable fuels and fuel efficiency measures, and these are not just for residents of the county. This also speaks to the county's fleet. We have a pretty substantial fleet that the county workers use, and this is included in the Climate Action Plan. Green buildings, this is about incorporating the design features that reduce or eliminate the need for fossil fuels in new and existing buildings. There's a two-pronged approach there. And then the final two, the natural and working lands. Sacramento County has an extensive amount of agricultural land and habitat land that provides a great deal of sequestration benefit for carbon dioxide. And so we see a benefit to preserving those lands, increasing the amount of urban forest in the county, as well as preserving open space and providing opportunities for carbon farming, which was one of the measures in the cap. And then finally, reduced driving and alternative transportation modes. So vehicle miles traveled, or VMT, is the latest metric wherein we measure transportation. And so the cap includes a number of measures to promote public transit through partnerships with RT and other transit providers, alternative modes of transportation, biking, carpooling, transit-oriented development, and the like. All of these are captured in the Climate Action Plan, as well as supported by our general plan policies. Public engagement, I mentioned this began in 2016. To date, we're at 40-plus meetings, 4 workshops, and we have over 9,600 subscribers to the Climate Action Plan Gov delivery topic that we use to send out messages when we have new information to share or advise of certain upcoming public hearings like this one. So implementation, I mentioned earlier, this is a key component of the cap. The slide here represents those pieces of Section 4 of the Climate Action Plan. Some of those tasks include an annual report to the Board of Supervisors, providing regular updates on the progress of cap implementation to the public. Obviously, it's not just to the board, but we have a number of key stakeholders who have been following this process for many years. We want to continue engaging with those folks as we develop implementation strategies on the Climate Action Plan. Further, we see the importance of coordination with other county departments. This isn't just a planning and environmental review task. It's incumbent on all county departments that are identified in the Climate Action Plan to implement the work here. We see a benefit to ongoing coordination with the Climate Emergency Mobilization Task Force. I just slow that one down, it's a mouthful. That task force has been seated, and John Lundgren's doing great work as the sustainability manager there. I believe their next meeting is coming up. I do want to note on the task force, the Climate Action Plan does specify that the county will interact with the task force as it develops the Climate Emergency Response Plan. That task is the county's responsibility. It is not the task force's responsibility, but we do want to look to them and their expertise to vet some of those additional measures that we need to as part of the development of that plan. Third here, we have coordination with nonprofits and community-based organizations. This emphasizes the staff point of view that we cannot do this alone. We know that we need the support of not just county departments, but others in the community to implement this Climate Action Plan. On the right side of the slide, some kind of logistical things that we have to do, or we expect we have to do. First, we have to adjust the cap when necessary in response to the performance that we're reporting on an annual basis, and to public feedback along the way as we're developing some of the ordinances and code amendments over time. We expect to have ongoing engagement with the public and interested parties. And so we see that the cap can evolve over time. as those things take place. Then updating the community greenhouse gas emissions inventory on a regular basis. The Climate Action Plan calls for the next update to occur within 2 years of this CAP adoption. That will obviously chart our course as far as our performance over the next couple of years. And then finally, providing updates on the CAP to regional planning agencies like Sacramento Area Council of Governments, SACOG, and organizations that could include other jurisdictions, which we've done along the way, and to collaborate on best practices for CAP implementation. Here we see a need to and a benefit to learning from what others are doing and to modify our approach if necessary. I will say on this slide, we have heard a number of concerns about the enforceability of the Climate Action Plan. And I do want to note that there are several mechanisms as it relates to implementation beyond those that are listed in this slide. For example, several of the measures call for updating the zoning code, the county code, and development and adoption of REACH codes. All of these fall under the umbrella of ordinances. That's one implementation mechanism. Secondly, staff is obviously recommending that the board adopt the Climate Action Plan as a policy plan into the general plan. And what that means for those who don't live in this planning world, the CAP then becomes county policy. It would be used to both evaluate new development projects as well as county projects for their consistency with the policies or applicable measures in the Climate Action Plan, much like we do with the general plan consistency analysis of the capital improvement program right now. And then third, this is on the slide already, but the annual reporting in a public and transparent way is key. Staff does expect to be providing regular updates, not just to the board, but to the general public via a public-facing website. All right, now I'm going to move on to a couple of the revisions since the March 2022 workshop. And so first, we heard a lot about infill and land use control. So I want to emphasize here that the CAP is not a substitute for the general plan. Obviously, the general plan update is on the horizon. We're beginning scoping of that effort now, and we have committed in this Climate Action Plan to include climate change as a major component of that general plan update. And the general plan is the governing document through which the county exercises its land use control. It does include 3 methods for growth currently. First, and most importantly, build out of infill sites, and that includes specified commercial corridors. Second is build out of planned communities within the urban policy area. And then the third way the county can grow is through new growth areas. And those who were here during the general plan update recall a lot of discussion about the land use strategy, growth management strategy of the general plan. We anticipate that discussion happening again as part of the general plan update. As it relates to infill, which is the first bullet on this slide, sections 1.4.1 and 1.4.2 were added to the Climate Action Plan to emphasize the importance and the prioritization of the county's infill programs and policies. And these sections really highlight not just the past work that the county's done or the present work, but also the future infill work that the county is doing. And some of these corridor plans in infill areas, were adopted post-general plan update roughly 10 years ago, and I know that they have been the focus of significant county investment over the last 10 years. Staff is continuing to look at ways to incentivize and encourage high-quality infill in those areas. I would also add here, moving on to the 2030 carbon neutrality goal. This has been emphasized more strongly in section 1.3. At the board's direction, we did remove measure GHG 30, which was carbon neutrality for new growth. And obviously the board gave that direction to staff, and we followed through with that, but we did emphasize the carbon neutrality goal in the climate action plan. I would say, despite the removal of that Measure GHG 30, county staff does see a need to continue to advocate for those new growth projects to be as aggressive as possible in reducing their project-specific greenhouse gas emissions. Carbon farming here, we've added several, this is Measure GHG 1. We've added several financial and technical assistance programs and emphasized the need to coordinate on a regular basis with resource conservation districts and other partners, including the Farm Bureau, and the Ag Advisory Committee is one of those entities that we could benefit from coordination with. Measure GHG 3, this is supporting urban and rural connections. We've added some support for things like local food hubs and connecting farmers and food entrepreneurs with regional markets and institutional buyers. And this is really a connection to the environmental justice element, and it helps with resiliency. Now, a bit about measures GHG 4 through 7. These measures speak to electrification and energy efficiency improvements for both existing and new buildings. Staff has been following the statewide REACH codes team in their development of those cost effectiveness and feasibility analyses. We are expecting some publication of those studies. Actually, we've seen a couple most recently this month, but others later next month. I would also note that staff has also been engaged in the RMI equitable electrification cohort with other jurisdictions that would aim to develop a roadmap for success with electrification in the existing building infrastructure. With that in mind, we have extended the implementation date by at least 6 months because those cost effectiveness studies are not yet available. We've also, in response to the board's feedback at the March workshop, made a commitment to reviewing permitting processes to focus any necessary inspections on the task at hand and to reduce complexity and cost.
Todd, before you leave that slide, if I could ask you a question. Sure. On the bullet point on the carbon farming, I guess it's related in that it has to do with carbon sequestration. As you're well aware, or at least I think you're aware, there are at least a couple of entities, agencies, maybe even private firms that are looking at parts of Sacramento County, particularly in the Delta region, for carbon sequestration projects that are tied to other activities in the state and such. I guess one of the things that just occurred to me as you were talking about carbon farming, but if those projects actually are proposed, and we would not necessarily be our land use policies obviously would have to be adhered to. They're going to require lots of levels of review and permitting and such, and maybe, again, some years off. But one of the thoughts that occurred to me that, for all those benefits, certainly they accrue to the environment, but to accrue to other entities, other regions of the state for activities that are, permitted activities, and maybe other regions and or at least other geographical areas. I think it would be wise for this county, and again, it might be a matter of future policy deliberation or discussion, if we're going to have large-scale carbon sequestration projects, proposed in our geographical county, that then some consideration may be given to actually what benefits beyond the broader ones that accrue, how that would help us achieve, some of the reductions or offsets that will be important in our consideration as well. And so, again, there's nothing concrete, but I know there's been inquiries, and certainly folks have, visited with certain county staff, and I know I've been alerted to a couple of different proposals that are concepts, I guess, more than anything else. But I don't know. My question to you is that something that in your review or over time have we looked at those projects? And again, if all the benefits accrue to mankind, but don't really accrue to our county in how we're trying to do it seems to me that may be a lost opportunity for us at least to recognize whatever those might be, some of those offsets that would come here to help us meet our goals and our carbon neutrality, particularly if we're going to store forever and all time underground. carbon 5 miles beneath the ground in our geographical jurisdiction. So I'm curious, any thoughts
I
on
would
that?
respond to that in probably two different points here I want to make, and I want to clarify what you're talking about.
Yeah.
And
Sure.
there's two different things as it relates to carbon farming. One, we're talking about changing agricultural practices, conservation tillage and the like,
Right.
changing,
Right.
certain crop rotations and that. Obviously, I'm not a farmer, so pardon me. The other aspect is what I would call carbon capture and storage underground, which is a very complex and technical matter that I don't profess to possess any expertise in. Obviously, we are aware of those proposals. We have not received any applications to date from any of those entities pursuing those projects yet, but we are very much aware of them, and we do expect to engage in some, I'll say, in-depth discussions if and when those come forward to see what benefit they do provide to Sacramento County and to the residents of the location where they're proposed. I would also add that I am aware of I'll say more natural sequestration efforts by various Delta entities, kind of returning certain lands in the Delta to a more natural state. That, I think, is what's more envisioned here in the carbon sequestration umbrella as opposed to the carbon capture and storage. That one, I've had really good conversations with Campbell Ingram a couple of weeks ago on their progress, and I think that is a benefit to not just Sacramento County, but all the Delta counties.
But under our plan, is that creditable? Because again, it's one thing to change your farming practices, but continue to farm. In some cases, obviously, they're looking at inundating lands that would, return to rice farming or even to, marshlands. It wouldn't be tidal marsh, but it'd certainly be wetting the lands more permanently, and taking them out of agriculture. And again, agriculture still is a big base of the economic engine in this county, but certainly, a pursuit that has many different benefits, including the open space and obviously employment and such, and the production of food and fiber for our communities and adjacent communities. So I recognize the distinction between the carbon capture and storing it underground and so forth, but I just would hope that as the Delta Conservancy and or other entities work with local landowners, state agencies. They've acquired a couple of the lower islands. I know they have sequestration projects that they either have put in place or are considering. But I would hope they would help to provide offsets, not just to what's in our plans relates to urban development and such, but also the benefits that accrue, so we get some credit in those areas where, again, farmers aren't without requirements on their equipment, on their activities and such. And I just think that it's important if we're going to have sustainable agriculture, but yet we're doing our part in those areas of the county, that not all that benefit necessarily just accrue to other parts of the plan here, which, again, I know has been modified from some of the earlier drafts. And we want to encourage that throughout the county, and certainly, good farming practices. But I want to make sure that we retain some of the emphasis and credit in our communities in our county, and certainly the Delta can provide, some of that benefit both for capture, but certainly for sequestration. And I know some of those projects are moving forward. So,
yeah, I do want to just respond briefly to one thing you just mentioned there. I want to clarify the use of the terminology offsets. The Climate Action Plan is not depending on offsets. I obviously haven't been part of conversations in that level of detail with any Delta entities about how those projects are funded, but I do see a benefit to, and obviously we'll have to vet this as those individual projects come forward, to those projects counting in terms of greenhouse gas reductions for the county, if they're located within the county.
Right. And that was kind of my point. You were much more concise than I was in asking my question, but that would be part of the consideration. Again, that may be a ways off or a long ways off, or maybe never, depending upon what people want to pursue. But I think it's important to keep a framework of understanding about what we're going to obligate ourselves to, certainly, but also how we might help ourselves if folks seek to do things in the county that would help them, but also help this county and its communities, and certainly to address issues that are very serious as it relates to climate change. So, okay, thanks.
All right, I think I finished this slide. Yeah. So moving on to Other revisions, so measure GHG 8, which was originally proposed to require Tier 4 or cleaner construction equipment. Excuse me. In the August 2022 draft, final cap, we added language that would allow for alternative demonstration of equivalent greenhouse gas reduction due to the potential for equipment unavailability or infeasibility. We heard a lot from the construction industry about the reality of Tier 4 equipment not being available. We've also added supportive language for small businesses and fleets. And I do want to pause here on this specific measure because as late as Friday of last week, we received concern about this measure as it's revised. And the addendum staff report that's in front of you includes alternative language here. Frankly, what it comes down to is a demonstration of infeasibility or unavailability subject to verification. And so the equivalent greenhouse gas reduction approach seems not to be feasible at all if the Tier 4 equipment is not available. So unless there's alternative equipment that's electric or hybrid or otherwise that's available, we would ask construction or developers or construction firms to submit whatever alternative equipment list they have and demonstrate that that equipment is obviously in compliance with the Air Resources Board's off-road fleets rule, and then verify their demonstration of infeasibility in concert with the Air District. And so the proposed language is in that addendum staff report, but it simply provides a path for those applicants to demonstrate infeasibility or unavailability of that equipment subject to verification.
Is that addendum? It just was distributed to us. Is that
That's
up?
correct.
Is it up on?
I've provided it to the clerk of the board. It will be posted, yes.
Okay.
Moving on to...
Oh, I'm sorry, Patrick. Yeah.
Thank you. Kind of was going the same place the chair just did, and that's, I just want to be clear so we're all speaking the same language in a very complex issue. So for example, in what we were just handed us, there's like changes to, or a change to section 2.3. There's the language change that you're talking about for GHGO 8 for the equipment. So is that part of the current staff recommendation, or do those changes have to be made in, when a motion is made later? Or?
Yeah, so those changes are not yet in the cap that is published.
Right.
And so staff would be recommending, obviously, adoption of the cap with those changes when we get there.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to pause and take a drink. All right, so measures GHG 10 and 19, both of these deal with EV charging infrastructure. We've identified in these measures the additional priority areas that include Sacramento International Airport. That was a specific comment made at the March workshop, as well as partnership opportunities with other jurisdictions and public fleets. And I think the board members brought this up a couple of weeks ago in the context of the short-range transit plan and the zero-emission bus plan. This is an idea that we have multiple jurisdictions in Sacramento County, including SAC-RT. As all of those jurisdictions look to electrify their various fleets, there could be some benefit to collaborating on spaces to charge those fleets. And so those measures include that concept, as well as clarifying the various multifamily and commercial EV charging capabilities where we're pushing to exceed the 2022 Cal Green Tier 2. So this would make EV charging infrastructure available and the spaces ready for just plugging in your EVs at multifamily and commercial facilities. And then SAC-RT collaboration, we have worked with RT staff over the last several months to update several measures that include increased coordination with RT on an ongoing basis that would ultimately result in improved transit service or public fleet EV charging stations. Moving on with other revisions. So water conservation, this is where we're getting into adaptation measures. So a couple of measures related on the government operations side. Water 1, 2, and 3 have been updated to clarify the intent of those measures, which is obviously to conserve water, but also provide example implementation activities such as non-essential turf removal in county facilities, landscape irrigation audits for county facilities, and in some cases, demonstration gardens or landscaping to show the community what drought-tolerant landscaping looks like, and suggest a few high priority or highly used county facilities to implement that. The adaptation strategy measures also include support for the regional water authorities' efforts to evaluate the vulnerability of local water supply systems, including ongoing participation in the Water Forum, which is a significant effort that's underway right now. Further collaboration with the Farm Bureau on adaptation as it relates to agricultural practices, and again, the resource conservation districts, and then groundwater sustainability agencies as those groundwater sustainability plans are, most of them have been developed but need to be implemented. And then the cool pavement technology, this was a measure, I think it's Temp 7 or Temp 8. We heard a lot of concerns about feasibility here and implementation, and so we've restructured this measure to focus on collaboration with the UC Davis Cool Pavement Research Center that would then determine appropriate applications for Sacramento County, and then ultimately lead to developing standards for public right-of-way and eventually make its way into the county's improvement standards. Obviously, a lot of work needs to be done there, but we think it's worth the effort to engage with the UC Davis Research Center. All right, so now I'm going to speak about the CEQA component of this. So we have developed an addendum and published an addendum to the general plan EIR. The reason for this is because the CAP fulfills a mitigation measure in the general plan EIR. And that general plan EIR evaluated the cumulative effects or impacts of a number of potential new growth areas. Ultimately, the outcome of the general plan was that those new growth areas were not approved with the general plan, but those impacts were evaluated nonetheless. And that general plan EIR identified significant and unavoidable impacts associated with climate change. And so as a result of this addendum to the general plan EIR analysis, which is included in the staff report package, no new environmental impacts were identified. And when we say no new impacts, we're talking about as a result of implementation of the climate action plan. We're not speaking to any other projects that are proposed or pending within the county. For example, new growth master plans all have project-specific analyses, standalone EIRs, standalone greenhouse gas analyses. They are independent of the climate action plan, and the CAP does not authorize or incentivize or approve any of those projects. It does not provide any CEQA streamlining for those projects. Again, they are standalone, independent from the climate action plan. And the response to comments that's included in your package, not the one that I recently provided to the board, but that response to comments does address those ongoing concerns that we've heard about as it relates to cumulative impacts, and it provides specific citations to the general plan EIR chapters and various tables where those cumulative impacts analyses are found.
Can I ask you a question, Todd, just at that juncture, because response to comments that you've received, obviously, up until probably through last Friday, but comment period was through today for written comments. Obviously, anything we hear in testimony today obviously is included in that. And I guess it would be more for us as a board, again, whether it's new information or it's information that has been transmitted by a number of parties. Again, stuff's been handed to me in the last 45 minutes that pretty good at reading stuff pretty quickly, but there's some, substantive materials, much of it, that we've received. I guess I kind of posed the question as we're going to embark upon the public testimony here in a moment, but how do you respond to those comments? If we take the action today, and I trust you haven't seen some of the last-minute written ones that we've received, and they may be identical to other ones that you've already responded to. I just think it puts a real crunch for this board to try to digest that. And again, we're going to deliberate points here and hear from folks. Have you given any thought to that? Because I guess I'm going to suggest from the chair's vantage point anyway that, we can, have the hearing here today, take these comments into consideration, and whether it be any additional responses from the planning department or environmental review section. But that period just closes today. I don't know if it's 5 o'clock or it's the end of the, at midnight tonight. Give us a chance to digest that information, again, because what we are being asked to do here, and certainly we've had previous discussions, is to determine the adequacy of the environmental document, but secondly, then to adopt a community-wide climate action plan, which is going to be in force and effect for, a number of years to come. So my thought has been, and again, I certainly had conversation with folks in the last few days, give us a chance to digest this. Ultimately, the 5 of us are going to have to make a decision on this, and we might all be in concert, or we may not be on certain points, but I think having a little more time, a couple of weeks at a minimum for this board to, take into consideration, thoughtful comments. Some of them are repetitive, but nonetheless, it's tough to do that in this context where we're sitting here and hearing, and we just got your report, and you've done it verbally, and I understand that would be incorporated into any motion that might be considered. But I just think, in fairness to all parties, certainly your department, and you're trying to respond quickly, but certainly to this board in our consideration of this matter. So, any thoughts? I mean, it's a little bit unusual, in that sense, and it's not anything you created, but I'm just curious as planning director what your thought might be on that point.
So a couple of points by way of response.
Yeah.
So the public comment period for the final cap was published August 26th, 30 days, September 26th. We encouraged all interested parties to submit written comments. Obviously, they can do that right up until today's hearing. And so staff, I would also mention that public review period is not a mandated one, but we felt it in the best interest of the county and transparency and accountability to offer that again. And so we did that. And certainly it's within the board's purview, if you so desire, to continue this. Obviously, we want to make sure we have ample time for public testimony here today.
Yes.
And it may be beneficial to review those comments again in more depth, in detail. I certainly know I just received comments while sitting in the chambers, so your point is taken.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Again, I know what your recommendation is, and so I'm just going to lay it out there that I think that it's important for us to, one, take into account what we receive, but secondly, to have a chance to at least reflect on that. And this, when this is adopted, it'll be a major milestone of action and for this county, and going to be a roadmap for a lot of action yet to follow. So I just, say early in this hearing that not without a great deal of appreciation for what your department and everybody else has scrambled to do to respond and to have good information for this board, assuming we were prepared to take a motion today. But I for one, going to signal pretty early here in the hearing that I want to hear from folks. We want to encourage that. But I also want a chance to, get a chance to read these a little more thoroughly. And, I've gone through and scrambled here today just in the event that we get into a deliberation that's going to reflect emotion. So I would just offer that to my colleagues. I don't know if there's any other thoughts about that, but not presuming that everybody's going to be in agreement with me on that point. But so anyway, you were getting to.
I was just going to add one more thought.
Sure.
And thinking through some of the comments that we just recently received in an hour before this hearing. Looking through them myself, I see a number of probably good suggestions, some good edits for changes, and I would be supportive of taking the time to incorporate those if it's so desired.
Thank you for that. Very good. Okay. All right.
All right. Let's see. Alternatives. Just touch on this briefly, and we kind of covered this at the last hearing, but evaluation of alternatives, CEQA alternatives, is not required with the preparation of addendum, but staff did identify 4 and develops 4 strategy options for public hearing bodies to consider. Those strategy options were developed with public outreach. We worked very closely with a number of folks in the focus stakeholder group, members of the environmental community, the development community, taking into account all those perspectives. And those strategy options are in Appendix F of the Climate Action Plan. And I expect some of those topics to come up as we develop the Climate Emergency Response Plan. So general plan consistency, staff's point of view here is the CAP is consistent with the general plan and that it complements the general plan with additional greenhouse gas reduction measures and climate change adaptation strategies. And staff, I mentioned this earlier, but the CAP would be incorporated into the general plan as a supporting policy plan. And it supports the county's existing growth management strategy and the existing HCP, South Sacramento HCP, to be specific. The Climate Action Plan also does commit the county to an update of the CAP through the development of the Climate Emergency Response Plan and its initiation. And we also emphasize that the comprehensive general plan update would be able to explore new policies aimed at reducing sprawl, protecting farmland and open space, and then also increasing infill development and reducing vehicle miles traveled. So finally, this is the staff recommendation. Obviously, the board can deliberate on this recommendation and choose to do what it wants today. But obviously, we're going to recommend that the board determine that the addendum to the general plan EIR is adequate and complete, and that the board adopt the community-wide CAP as a policy plan into the general plan. I want to briefly touch on the staff report addendum now, which I do not have slides for.
Supervisor Cerna, did you have a question before we go to that?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to get some clarity on your earlier suggestion, if in fact that's what it was in terms of perhaps continuing this. Is your idea to split up any of the recommendations or to take all the recommendations for consideration for adoption all in the same meeting?
Again, I hadn't burrowed down that far. I guess I would, keeping together probably makes sense. I know we certainly could, adopt the CEQA determination and, retain the portion, but there are some linkages, at least in the conversation we've seen in communication. So
yeah, and that was going to be kind of my question for June was, do we run, if we did split them, do we run the risk that perhaps any further addendum or changes to the actual plan may compromise the CEQA action?
Yes, so it's better for you, if you're going to continue it, to keep it all together.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Good. Thanks for the question, Bill. Okay. All right, you're going to go into the addendum?
Yeah, I'm just going to briefly touch on some of the points raised in the addendum staff report. So first one is a number of these public comments that we have been coming in over the last several days have raised kind of recurring themes. Obviously, the biggest one by volume is the Chatton Brown, Carson's, and Mintier letter on behalf of the Sierra Club. And that letter reiterates a lot of prior comments, similar sounding to others, but a lot of our responses in the prior response to comments that was included in the original board package have addressed a lot of these comments previously, but I want to touch on some of these other things. First, enforceability. I covered this in my presentation, but the final CAP would be adopted as a policy plan into the general plan, and that would be used for subsequent evaluation of new development projects as well as county projects. I also covered the point about various county ordinances, the zoning code, the building code, adoption of REACH codes. Those codes then become the county's policy, in a manner of speaking. I also want to mention the implementation section of the Climate Action Plan that describes a number of activities that demonstrate how the measures are going to be achieved on an ongoing basis in a public and transparent manner. Second, I want to talk about funding. The staff report, the original staff report, identifies approximately $750,000 specific to planning and environmental review that would be used for the near-term greenhouse gas reduction measures that are assigned to planning and environmental review. Staff has already initiated the county-wide coordination with all departments in collaboration with this county sustainability manager. We've developed a matrix that very clearly identifies the timeframes that are specified in the climate action plan, as well as the responsible departments. And we have already asked all the assigned departments to put together cost estimates for those specific measures that are their responsibility. And it's our expectation that those cost estimates would be included in the county budget process on an annual basis. I would also note that a number of the comments point to or identify various state and federal grant sources. Staff is very much aware of those, and we want to go after those for the benefit of the county and its residents. We think they can very much benefit climate action plan implementation. Second, or maybe third, prioritization of infill development. This addendum staff report expands somewhat on the sections in the climate action plan that deal with infill development. So I want to point out past actions by this board. In November of 2020, the board adopted infill green zones, and this is attachment 2 of the addendum staff report. And these were selected to and adopted to identify key infill opportunity areas that would be the focus of investment as part of the Sacramento Area Council of Governments Green Means Go program. And that program is a multi-year pilot program that aims to lower greenhouse gas emissions in the SACOG region, the 6-county SACOG region, by accelerating infill and by reducing and electrifying vehicle trips. And so Sacramento County has submitted an application for the early activation phase of Green Means Go. And that application is attachment 3 of the staff report addendum. And that application does represent a partnership between the County of Sacramento, the City of Sacramento, and Mutual Housing of California to provide 150 units, affordable units, in one of the county's environmental justice communities. So staff believes this demonstrates, obviously it's one example, but we want to be able to demonstrate the county's commitment to affordable housing and to infill development, particularly in EJ communities. Finally, as it relates to infill, both planning and transportation staff are engaged with SACOG and the Urban Land Institute, or ULI, on a technical assistance panel. And this is the scope of that work is attachment 4 of the staff report addendum. And that would develop recommendations to facilitate and accelerate equitable residential and mixed-use infill development, specifically within the North Watt Avenue corridor. This is one of those corridor plans was adopted about 10 years ago. We want to make that corridor activate and result in positive change for that community. Third, building electrification. Several of the comments that we received, not just on this cap or this final cap, but previous versions, emphasize the importance of building electrification. And a number of them suggest interjurisdictional collaboration with cities and SMUD as one of the mechanisms that could result in a consistent and coordinated approach, not just for the county, but for the cities as well. Obviously, the county is very large, and we share a lot of common boundaries with the cities within us. Staff does not disagree. In fact, we wholeheartedly agree with those comments. And that's one of the reasons that your sustainability manager brought forward the electrification MOU with SMUD in March of 2022. That is attachment 5 of the staff report addendum, and that has been executed. It's signed by the county, the city of Sacramento, and SMUD. And we have heard that the city of Elk Grove is scheduled to vote on signing that MOU tomorrow. So that's another example of exactly what the commenters have suggested the county is doing. Finally, carbon offsets. The final cap, I mentioned this earlier, but the final cap does not rely on carbon offset program to meet the state mandated greenhouse gas reduction target. But it does include section 2.3 as a potential for the county to explore such a program if needed. I want to make note of this. This is an important point. The approval of the final cap does not explicitly authorize a carbon offset program because additional work relating to establishment of fees, quantifications of emissions reductions, and third-party verification would be necessary before the board could approve such a program. Some comments that we've received raised concerns about the potential for those carbon offsets to occur beyond the local region. And so section 2.3, as published in the package today, includes priorities for that program if it were developed. First priority being Sacramento County's environmental justice communities. Second priority being countywide, which would include incorporated cities without adopted caps. Third priority would be the SACOG region, and then the fourth priority, the Central Valley. In response to previous board comments on the potential offset program, we eliminated the state of California as a boundary. We scaled it back to what's in the cap right now. Staff would be supportive of deleting the Central Valley and keeping it within the SACOG region to ensure that those offsets occur locally and provide a local benefit to the SACOG region. And then finally, measure GHG 8. I've already covered that in the presentation. And I think that covers the staff report addendum. There are obviously much more in-depth responses to the Chatton Brown letter as part of the staff report addendum, but no others at this point, although they do, as I mentioned earlier, have some recurring themes.
Thank you, Todd. Let me go to board members' questions of Todd. Yes, Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. Not a question for Todd necessarily, but again, more of a process question. Should it be the will of the board to continue this? Is the thinking, Mr. Chair, that we would take public testimony today on it? We would certainly accept, what continues to come in written form, but at some point between today and the time that we have scheduled, presumably final adoption of the cap, that there would be a cutoff date in between in terms of receiving further written comment. No, and I asked the question not to choke the availability of comments, but we could very easily get in a feedback loop.
Yeah, keep chasing responses.
That could extend for months more. So I think if we do go that route and hold off a final decision today, we do give some thought about that, so everyone's expectations are the same about when and how additional comments would be welcome.
Okay, no, that's reasonable. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, and thank you, Supervisor Stern. I think that's a valid point, and I apologize, Todd. I was shuffling a lot of paper here while you were talking. I had a question about the addition of the 1.4.2, the infill projects, and you just were specifically talking about the North Watt Avenue corridor plan, and there are other corridor plans and SPAs and other efforts in here to promote things that you said to encourage infill development, which you and I have had many conversations about this. I've had conversations with virtually every county staffer I speak to about District 3 and so many of these commercial corridors where you see empty lots and you see opportunities for infill development. Something that strikes me, though, is some of these, I mean, look at just specifically Fair Oaks Boulevard and North Watt. They've been in place for 10 years or more, and they really, they haven't had the desired effect, I think, in attracting some of this infill development. And for me, I think it's a couple things. Maybe the county needs to do more in maybe incentivizing, promoting infill development in these areas. And I think some of these plans I guess counterintuitively, may be a little overly proscriptive. So, I'm curious what your thoughts are about that, because I know we've talked specifically about, hey, how do we provide some opportunities, revisit some of these plans to provide some opportunities for the board maybe to carve out certain exemptions in certain area to do what these were designed to do, attract infill development. I'm curious what your thoughts are about that.
Sure. I appreciate the question. And obviously, we put a list in the cap of what things we have done. And I mentioned in the presentation the ULI and SACOG effort that we're participating in on North Watt. Measure GHG 21 speaks to, I think, the issue you're describing. So this measure is titled Update Community and Corridor Plans. And so just because those plans have been adopted doesn't mean they can't change. Staff is very much aware of the ongoing desire, and from a staff perspective, and I'm not just pointing myself out here, a lot of our long-range planning staff and current planning staff want to see those projects, those corridor plans, come to fruition. And so that's one of the reasons we put this measure GHG 21 in there. We want to be able to revisit some of those plans to see what is working, what isn't working. What can we do to actually create some forward progress in those corridor plans? And I would expect that as part of a future board workshop on the various corridor plans, SPAs, et cetera, we can engage in some conversation about the prioritization of any number of those plans, which one or ones rise to the top of the list in terms of activating the type of infill that we want to see.
All right, thank you.
If I could just follow on to that, we have these plans, and I think we understand what some of the potential barriers are, or the real barriers are to develop in those areas. And sometimes it's undersized infrastructure. Yep. So we identify that, but then we don't really have a way to get at that. And I think that's part of the conversation that this board probably needs to, particularly in the quarters that we've done plans around, and maybe those need to be revised or revisited. But and that's going to come with a price tag. But if we're, as a county, not so much a planning department, serious about, basically being a catalyst for development in those corridors, beyond what we've done, working with PBIDs and so forth, but is to look to ourselves, I guess, because if we don't, then, even if you have a developer or two or a builder who wants to build, if they have to put in a $3 million improvement to the water infrastructure for fire flow or for capacity to a more dense development, or if they're, the sewer lines are undersized and it's going to require a $1 million price tag to do that. We have some incentive programs, but I think to your question, Supervisor Desmond, but I would say this probably goes throughout the county where we've identified these corridors for many years now. And we've seen, fits and starts with, different type of development, and there's some good examples out there. And I think, Todd, you identified one in your earlier report when it comes to housing. But it may be beyond whatever programs are available to the state that this county, if we're, again, not just truly serious, but if we're going to be a part of that catalyst besides maybe facilitating permitting or, allowing for some streamlined processing, that all counts, and it's dollars and time and so forth. I do think, though, that we ought to do a real serious look at the infrastructure in those areas, if that is, in fact, a part of the barrier, because if those issues aren't addressed, and I'll just use an example going back, more than 20 years ago, but when we were doing the Fulton Avenue improvements, working with the PBID and the business owners, there was a $3 million price tag for the fire flow for the Metropolitan required, because if you're going to either improve or provide capacity for additional development and densification, it was an undersized fire line, but there wasn't really nobody that was going to be able to, on a single user, step up and do that. And so, again, I give credit to Supervisor Muriel Johnson at the time and working with county staff, economic development, and some other partners to have found a way to do that. But it was key, and it was key to get it in early, one, to hopefully spur on development, but also because then there were above-ground improvements that were contemplated, and that, if that water line came in after the fact, then you were going to tear up a lot of what, the investment was made there. And so I guess, without getting into any more detail I've already done, is would suggest that maybe going forward that we pick, one or two of these corridors and look at what what the barriers are besides obviously private sector interest, and see if we can't, do all the things we talk about. But part of it might be making, and again, Ann, we've had conversations certainly in different settings about this, and we talk about bonding for different things and so forth. Well, maybe that's part of the strategy with our older ring suburbs, our older, business districts and so forth, where we really want to encourage smart development, recognize that we may have land use policies to promote that, and we even have efficiencies built into our system to process permits. But the infrastructure just isn't there, and you're not going to have any one developer that's going to do it. So maybe that's part of the investment we bring to it. You may be able to recover some of those costs over time. And I think obviously with capable folks like Dave DeFonte and certainly Todd and others, might be able to figure out a plan. And it might mean us going in and saying, we're going to do this. We're going to provide the capacity. If that's the barrier, it'll be there. So now we've taken that cost down, but we've opened, we're open to inviting folks to come in here and do this. Because a lot of those areas were not built with the densities that are contemplated in our general plan, nor what we're trying to encourage. And so somebody's going to bear the cost. And again, I don't necessarily say it should be all the people of Sacramento County, but we may have no other way of anytime soon seeing development occur that we would like to see for a variety of reasons, including housing stock, unless we considered that. So I don't know if you have any thoughts, Anna. Again, I don't expect any recommendation today, but to me, it seems to be part of our strategy, and it might be a good topic for this board to discuss in the future as it relates not only to climate action, but certainly to trying to encourage infill development in these areas of our county that right now are struggling to see that actually happen.
Yeah, I do think that is a very intriguing suggestion, and I do think we need some time to talk about it and bring something back.
Yeah, and I appreciate it. I didn't mean to put you on the spot, but it occurred to me. So, Supervisor Kennedy. Yeah.
All right, there we go. Thank you. Putting her on the spot is our job.
I wasn't saying that.
So, Todd, back in 1.4.2 infill fee section, and pardon me, I'm going to read it because it's the words are chosen very carefully, and I think they have impact, so I want to read it. Activities that may facilitate infill development or redevelopment include, but are not limited to, design assistance, fee deferrals, application fee waivers, staff support for P-bid formation, capacity building, water, sewer, and other necessary infrastructure upgrades, electric vehicle charging facilities, and other mobility hub infrastructure, and code amendments that may be necessary for conversion of existing commercial or office buildings to residential uses. First of all, I applaud how much that says in a sentence or two. But I guess my question is, how would that be determined then, as far as from a practical standpoint? Is it, does an applicant come in and make a proposal or an application for one of these categories? Is it just over, informal talks with a planner? I mean, how would that happen?
Yeah, from an implementation standpoint, I think we would need to obviously be coordinating with, if it's an infrastructure issue, we would need to be coordinating with the affected special district, whether it's sewer district or a water purveyor. But depending on the location, I think we could figure out which one of these items in the list here would be applicable. Obviously, they're not all applicable everywhere.
Right.
So we need to probably put some qualifiers together here.
So yeah, that was going to be my next question. If we were to do that, is it here that we do that, or is it in another document?
I think we would do it in another document. Frankly, I think it needs to be fleshed out a little bit more.
Okay, I would agree with that. So should we go forward? Like I said, I love the intent, but it seems like it could be tightened a little bit better. And then just out of curiosity, the staff support for property business improvement districts, we're all big fans of our P-bids. How does that help greenhouse gas reduction or get to our climate goals? I'm just curious. That one just seems like it sticks out differently than the others.
That's a good question. I could see potentially investment in the community through a P-bid, making it a better place to be, folks want to go there and stay there. I'm thinking of specifically in Carmichael, the Carmichael PBID, although granted it may not have the intended effect just yet. No offense, Supervisor Desmond.
Still early.
Yeah. It could be an opportunity for investment in a particular corridor or a district that could provide certain amenities. It could provide placemaking, things of that nature.
Okay, thank you.
Just, I have one follow-on, Todd, and it's kind of the same frame of reference here. And it was part of the communication, again, but they had, and it came through on the Environmental Council Sacramento's letterhead, but they talked about being supportive of funding for implementation measures activities that are called out for as part of the actionable items here. And again, just presuming for a minute, we may pause on this for a few weeks. They've put together, starting with number 7 through 23, with some of them omitted, about different things that will require planning department engagement, building department engagement, other entities, either updating plans, facilitating certain processes, and so forth. I guess what I wanted to ask, or at least say, that it seemed to me that you can't do everything all at once, and I don't think that's reasonable. But if you had to, and we're going to talk about electrification, we're going to hear from some folks in the audience, and I know that there's probably thoughts on this board about how we move into that, how quickly, and in what manner. But there's some other things here that, again, tie in very much to what you've outlined in the plan. What I would ask is that if we do put this over, when you come back, maybe give us your top 5 in that list of things that either are actionable, but they do require funding, require staffing. Obviously, Ann and others are going to be involved in this, and certainly this board. And maybe some of them are. You talked about the $750,000 that have been set aside for some of the items you're already planning to move forward on, and seeking, certainly partnerships with RT and SMUD. But I think it would be helpful maybe to have kind of a priority list, and I know we're going to have this conversation as it relates to the zoning code and some of the things that are in there. Some of these tie back into that. But again, I think we need to have reasonable expectations of ourselves. We can certainly be, aggressive in the sense that we want to do a lot sooner rather than do later. But I guess I'd like to kind of know from, a recommendation standpoint, if we're going to embark upon this plan, those items that we see as actionable, and maybe you want to put timeframes to them too, with some goals for when those could be done, recognizing that it won't be solely in the control of the planning department, but a lot of these tasks fall to either planning, building, certainly under community development activities. And I guess I would just ask if we could have, some sense about that. You can work off of this list, but you've got a lot of lists here. But that, I think, would, again, send a very strong message, but it also would show commitment by this board. Still have to have funding come behind it to support staffing and or other outside resources to accomplish some of these tasks. But these are the types of things that are precursors to actually getting those real reductions over time, at least as I see it. So I don't know, any thoughts on that? I don't know if you even had a chance to see the list as dated today. So
I think I saw it perhaps yesterday.
Yeah.
I can certainly come back with the top 5.
Mm-hmm.
The CAP, as it stands right now, has a certain prioritization metric to it.
Okay.
And that attachment
to the addendum?
Implementation matrix that's included in the staff report addendum is a simplified version of that.
Okay.
And those are just matching what's in the CAP in a simple spreadsheet. But we could perhaps look at it from a different perspective, whether it's kind of a near-term low-hanging fruit as opposed to a greenhouse gas reduction component, meaning what can we get the most bang for our buck in the near term? That kind of lens on it, if that would be of interest.
Yeah, and again, just what you just did, though, you got to match it up with what the addendum that I for one, haven't had a chance to go through, except for your explanation, to a letter that I did see, yesterday, and where we might, again, marry some of those things up, but also, I think, give you good, strong direction and support for, what's going to come next as a result of this plan. So that helps. All right, any other board comments or questions at this juncture? I know that Supervisor Cerna is going to have to leave us in about an hour. And so we've got several speakers in the audience. Todd, anything else before I go to public
I don't
comment?
have anything else for now.
Okay, all right.
I will mention staff from Ascent Environmental is here in case there are any technical questions, and I think one of their staff is also on the phone just in case.
Very good. Okay. Alma, do we have a lot? How many folks do we have on the phone?
We have 3 callers in the queue.
Okay. All right. And we have about 10 or less commenters here in the audience. So with that, let's get right into it. I know some folks have been in the audience for quite a while. So we're going to go the way these were presented to me. I have Derek Catrone, Michael Corbett, and Chris Norm, and then followed by Ralph Proper and a group of folks. So I'll call Derek.
Good afternoon, Chair Tully,
Good to see you,
members of the
Derek.
board. I'm Derek Cachon. I'm here on behalf of the Sacramento Association of Realtors and our over 8,000 members and the clients who they represent here in Sacramento County. We appreciate the opportunity to provide our comments as stakeholders throughout the past several years as the Climate Action Plan has been crafted. We would like to specifically recognize Todd Smith and John Lundgren, who have taken the time to engage with our members through informational and education events to understand how the Climate Action Plan will impact housing in the county and the region. At this point in the process, our comments focus on GHG 06, increased energy efficiency, and electrification of existing residential buildings, which we realize is a challenging place to encourage behavior changes because the cost of these retrofits come at a big expense for homeowners. We appreciate the addition of a cost-effective study and request that it focus on the region's aging housing stock, especially for homes built before 1978. Additionally, timing and availability of technology and space are important factors. For example, when a homeowner's water heater goes out and needs to be replaced, it is often a project that can be completed in 24 hours. But installing an electric heat pump is a process that can take 1 to 2 weeks in the best of circumstances. The new process now involves plumbing and electrical trades, and it can even mean new space requirements and placement in the home. For these reasons, we encourage you to consider an education program along with incentives so residents have time to plan for larger scale projects before appliances break down. As the Climate Action Plan shifts to the implementation stage, it is important that policies and permitting processes are as user-friendly as possible and provide logical steps that make sense to homeowners as they work through the electrical retrofit process to create more efficient homes so they do not work outside of the permit process. Incentives and funding programs are going to be essential for homeowners who are not in a position to afford or finance these changes when their appliances need to be replaced. The average Sacramento homeowner can expect to pay between $26,000 and $27,000 to convert their existing home to all-electric heating, cooling, and appliance systems. When these costs are compared to a home's value, it can be seen as a highly aggressive policy. For well-to-do homeowners, the cost is 3 to 4% of the home's total value. But for the thousands of people who own a medium-priced home in Sacramento, the cost is 2 to 3 times greater at about 11 to 14% of the home's total value. We know there is an enormous amount of pressure for local jurisdictions to reduce GHG rates, but we should note that if Sacramento County is the only area in our region that implements these strict REACH codes, you could be putting home values in the unincorporated county at an unfair market disadvantage compared with those outside the area. As my last point, my membership understands that the implementation of the Climate Action Plan will not happen overnight, and there will need to be a massive education component for residents. We are ready to do our part to educate our membership that can in turn work with their clients who are buying, selling, and consulting on major home projects. Residents are going to need tools and resources to understand and navigate these upgrade projects. Over the past several years, we have worked with SMUD and the county to educate our members on the different incentives and programs they can bring to homeowners, and you have my commitment that we will continue this partnership. I appreciate your time on this topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Derek. Okay, next, Michael, and Chris, and then Ralph. Good evening, Michael.
Good evening, Chair Natoli and fellow supervisors. My name is Mike Corbett. I'm here on behalf of Bradford White Corporation. On behalf of Bradford White Corporation, we thank you for the opportunity to participate in your board meeting and comment on the Climate Action Plan. Our comments are specific to the proposed ordinance requiring existing buildings to electrify. Bradford White shares the desire to reduce emissions. However, the regulations as drafted, its timetable may cause significant economic harm to the industry and the customers we serve. Bradford White recognizes that our products will play a significant role in helping the county achieve its climate goals. Bradford White is committed to providing our customers with a product mix that reduces on-site emissions while balancing consumer safety, comfort, and affordability. How we achieve this massive undertaking needs careful planning and consideration, especially for our underserved communities and businesses. Consistent with our written comments, we offer additional considerations regarding how the proposed ordinance may impact your constituents. First, we suggest that the county further evaluate the financial impact this ordinance may have on constituents, both upfront cost and ongoing operational cost. Restaurants and other small business owners, including landlords, operate on small margins and have been some of the greatest impacted by COVID. Ordinances that drive up the cost of installation and operation would force business owners and/or landlords to pass those costs on to consumers or be forced to close their doors. Secondly, the majority of homeowners and business owners do not budget for or think about replacing their water heater until it becomes an emergency. Limited supplies and an inflationary economy is driving up the cost of equipment and installation. As an example, the 2019 cost effectiveness study estimates the cost of installing a gas storage water heater at $1,600, a heat pump water heater at $4,155, and this is based on a 2018 to 2020 cost study submitted by SMUD. In 2022, the cost to replace a gas water heater with a heat pump water heater in Sacramento County was $5,747, according to the statewide incentive program database. Beginning January 1st, 2023, homes that wish to convert their gas water heater to electric must use a heat pump water heater per energy code requirements. Third, where work is required to upgrade the electrical service, relocate equipment, or procure equipment, this takes time, multiple trades, and leaves the building without hot water for an extended period of time. Landlords, for instance, may be disproportionately impacted by the proposed ordinance and may incur penalties if hot water is not supplied within 24 hours. Lastly, today's market is 80 to 90% natural gas. It will take time to increase production, stock warehouses, train installers, and outfit buildings with the needed electrical infrastructure to convert from natural gas to electricity to heat water. We encourage you to read through our written comments, which offer more detailed suggestions, and we thank you for your time and consideration today. Have a great evening.
Yeah, thank you, Michael. We have a question, Supervisor Desmond?
Yes.
I don't have a question for you, but I hate to do this, obviously, during the public comment, but the provisions relating to retrofitting existing buildings is going to have the impact on the most amount of people, Todd, and I think just because we had two comments about this, would you mind just providing some comments in terms of the process issues, certainly as brought up by the Association of Realtors, process issues to address this in terms of permitting, to expedite that process, the work with SMUD, for instance, for incentives and rebates. And I just think it's really important, and the educational efforts that you will undergo or the county will undergo so people can appropriately plan for this, because this is going to be the thing that sneaks up on the most amount of people.
Sure. Excuse me. So a couple of things in response to that. The CAP does call for, in those electrification measures, development of reach codes, which would be subsequent ordinances that would follow the adoption of the CAP. We need, obviously, to do extensive outreach, as the commenters have indicated. We've already done the starting pieces of that. In fact, John Lundgren and I were at the Sacramento Association of Realtors a few weeks back doing an education event, informing them of not just what's in the Climate Action Plan, but also in partnership with SMUD, explaining what the available incentives are, and a commitment, as I indicated in my presentation, to reducing the permitting cost and timeline on behalf of the county. That work needs to continue, not just one event. It needs to continue in great detail and get out to the broader community. So we could, and I can't speak for John's thoughts on this, but obviously extensive outreach is needed. We're already collaborating with the chief building official in the county to figure out what are the little tweaks that we need to make to the permitting process to help achieve the goals in the cap.
And thank you for indulging me. And well, some of these requirements, I mean, will they be conditioned on continued incentives and rebates from SMUD?
Good question. So one of the, I want to say it's GHG4, but I could look it up. One of those measures does call for continuing the incentive programs that SMUD has right now. Obviously, incentive programs have a certain limited life usually. We want to make sure that any broad-scale electrification effort that the county is undertaking is backed up by financial incentives to ensure that it does not economically adversely affect particularly those most disadvantaged in our communities. We know that's a real issue.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, I would anticipate we're going to have some more discussion about this because I had some questions and I wanted to get to the public testimony, but I would just say that hot water is basic to sanitation and comfort, and 2 weeks without hot water, because we've got some new rules, is not going to fly very well with the folks that we represent. It wouldn't fly very well with any one of us up here. So at any rate, we'll get a chance to hear more about that and talk more about it. So, all right, we have Chris Norum and then Ralph Proper, and then Ralph will be followed by Tony Zamora.
Good afternoon, Chair Natoli and Board. Chris Norum, representing the North State Building Industry Association, which comprises 500 builders and developers in the region. I just want to begin by thanking Todd and John and the staff. They've been involved in this, as you mentioned, 5 or 6 year odyssey to get us here. We've been involved very heavily in the last few years with numerous discussions that have been very helpful. So I just want to begin by thanking them. It's a giant undertaking, and we've been pleased to work very collaboratively with the county on this. And I just want to start by saying also that the board should be really pleased with, in the big picture, the steps that you're taking that are really on the leading edge in this policy space. While recognizing that you have certain inherent challenges by creating this standard here that others around you do not have. You'll be glad to know that I'm not asking for any changes. We're generally pleased with the feasibility criteria that we have built in on the all-electric for new housing. We know that there are going to be some real inherent challenges in getting to that place where that's where the state is taking us. But I think I've had this discussion with a lot of you individually, but I'll just restate it. The current market for building all-electric is around 2 to 3% of the market. It's around 200, 300 units a year are building all electric. And we're talking about going up to, in the city and the county, going into the unit count of thousands. So there's going to be inherently some challenges of migrating everyone over to that and making sure that we actually even have the supply chain capabilities of getting our hands on the equipment to do that without creating barriers where people want to just go build someplace else because they can't meet the standard that you're asking for. So we are pleased with the standards that are in it's action item 7 that creates feasibility criteria. I want to thank again the staff for working with us on that. We think it's reasonable. And just want to make sure that you guys are aware that there are going to be these, just as in the residential space of existing residences, in the new housing space, there's going to be some challenges of migrating over to all electric. Anyway, thank you so much for your time and for the effort over the last couple of years. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Okay, next, Ralph.
Well, hello, everyone. I'm Ralph Proper, and I'm on the board of the Environmental Council of Sacramento, where I chair their climate committee. I'm also on the board of Breathe California Sacramento region. And just a little bit about myself and climate change. I've been involved with this issue since I taught chemistry at UC Berkeley in the 70s. I later was staffed to the Area Resources Board, where I retired a few years ago in the climate science research section. Following this over the years, we just see that the changes are happening faster than scientists predicted. Certainly, we saw how ExxonMobil back in the 70s had the best research on it before they changed to disinformation. But now I think after the summer we've had and the hottest day we've ever had in September, the good thing is there are fewer climate change deniers around. There are a lot of costs, as we're hearing, to make the changes that we need to make, but there's a lot of costs if we don't. This may have been the hottest summer ever, but it may be the coolest summer we'll ever have from here. At the Air Resources Board, we always, before we did a regulation, had to show the cost benefits, and we almost always found that the costs turned out to be a lot less as private enterprise found ways to accomplish things more cheaply. It enabled California to be a leader in the world for dealing with pollution problems. Similarly, if we can show in Sacramento County that we're leaders rather than laggards to deal with climate change, it'll help our economy. I'm thinking of the California Mobility Center, which has the prospect of having a lot of jobs created here, rather than just be a capital of state workers like I was. We have a lot of opportunities if we can show that we want to be leaders. And then also talking about infill versus sprawl. The other big problem we have here is affordable housing and homelessness. To the extent that we have sprawl development, it takes the incentives away from infill development, which can be affordable and deal with our homeless problem. We need to look at those incentives and not disincentive otherwise. So in that connection, we feel it's really important to try to bring back the idea of a zero net carbon for new development. Rather than have them retrofit in the future with these added costs, then let's make sure that the new development that we get now is of zero net energy, and that'll help us all and help incentivize rather than disincentivize the infill that we need as a way to develop our economy and move forward. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Ralph. Thanks for your work over the years as well. So. Okay, next we have Tony Zamora. Tony will be followed by Susan Hare and Rick Codina. Tony Zamora? Oh, is Tony here? I don't see Tony coming forward, so then Susan, you'd be next. And then Rick would follow. Tony's not here? Okay. Then we have Susan would be next, and then Rick Codina, followed by Oscar Belager. Yes, Susan. Susan, here. Yeah, I'm sorry. I was calling Tony Zamora, but Tony's not here, so you were next in line, Susan. And then Rick, and then Oscar, and then Chris Smith, and that's the speakers I have. Good evening, Susan.
Thank you, Chair Natoli. I was just grousing about how I was the first one here, and my slip probably got lost.
I take them to where they're handed to me, so I won't blame anybody. But anyway, you were in the middle of the pile, so sorry.
All right. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Supervisors. I'm the president of the Board of ECOS, that's Environmental Council of Sacramento, and my background is as an architect, an urban planner with an emphasis in transportation. I worked at the Feds, at Federal Transit Administration for a number of years, and then subsequently Federal Railroad Administration. The comments that I'll make today are based in the written ECOS comments submitted earlier. And we would basically ask that before the cap is approved, that you amend it in these ways and perhaps in other ways that colleagues from 350, et cetera, will make. One thing, though, the first is the new state law, AB 1279, declared it's the policy of the state to achieve net zero greenhouse gas emissions no later than 2045. And that just was passed a week ago. And so, but before that, we had always been asking for the cap to show in a building block schematic fashion how the county will reach carbon neutrality in whatever year that may be. But the cap right now ends at 2030 and leaves really over half of the emissions to deal with in the remaining years. And as we all know, the second half or greater of anything is harder than the first half. And so I think it would be very helpful, it would be informative to the public as well as to the county to see what are the major building blocks and the sectors, and then the quantities of reduction within those sectors that will be facing us. And I think that it will help to put in perspective the choices that you're making now and the hardships that you see will be facing people now, when if you were able to look at the whole effort. The second recommendation is what Chair Natoli mentioned earlier. We provided a list of greenhouse gas reduction measures from the CAP and identified those where there was an obvious component where planning is needed in order to make the measure begin implementation. And so we would just say, could, as you did, could that be estimated and perhaps funding identified along with the approval of the CAP? The third is to reinstate the measure that called for new development that is proposed to be located outside the existing urban services boundary and urban policy area boundary to be carbon neutral. You know, there's a lot of innovation in design approaches and construction technology that's going on to reduce consumption and to increase energy efficiency. And if I know there's concern about becoming economically disadvantaged, but on the other hand, please consider that you don't want to leave Sacramento County out of the clean energy economy and the benefit and the jobs that can be created through that. There is a fourth issue about banding together, and Todd really referred to this, but on infill with the city, with the county, with SAC-RT to map the infill efforts that are happening right now so that there can become some momentum, some PR, some public awareness, some creative ideas that spin off of just seeing what people are doing. So that would be a fourth suggestion. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, Susan, and appreciate the comments. Okay. Next, we have Rick Codina, then Rick's followed by Oscar Lauder, and then last one I have signed up in chambers is Chris Smith. Hi.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair and Board of Supervisors. My name is Rick Codina. I'm a 30-year retiree from SMUD, but for the last 4 years, I've been working with 350 Sacramento's electrification team. And we've been working to try to remove gas appliances from buildings. And so we're really very pleased with greenhouse gas 4 through greenhouse gas 7 measures. And we think they'll go a long way to reducing greenhouse gas emissions in the buildings. And we're especially excited about greenhouse gas 6, which is aimed at removing gas appliances at the time of burnout with electric. This is an excellent policy direction, and its proposed start date of next year will be a real game changer. The test, of course, will be in the implementation. We have a lot of recommendations on that, but my point today is focusing on the permitting process. This is, for most of us in the county, it's our only personal contact with the county, and frankly, most folks try to avoid it. We estimate that for greenhouse gas 6 to work, it's got to get to 15,000 furnaces and an equal number of water heaters on an annual basis. That'll be about the burnout rate. But studies indicate that as low as 10% of residents apply for permits when changing out their HVAC and water heaters. And my guess is that that's the fraction that has gone all electric, because you have to go all electric in order to qualify for SMUD's lucrative rebates. So ultimately, to be successful, 06 has to expect 100% change-outs to appear before the permit desk. And this will require large-scale expansion of permit staff and training to handle the expected new volume of applicants. And then you have to bring these applicants to the table to begin with. And the CAP says that it's planning to streamline and offer cost savings in the permitting process. But we also would like to see more specific enhancements. And we have 3 ideas that I'll bring up quickly. First is to lure them to the desk with incentives. And this is incentives beyond what SMUD is offering right now. And secondly, you have to have a lot of educational outreach to the actors who are actually involved in the appliance changeouts in the buildings. This is the HVAC and plumbing contractors, property managers, landlords, apartment owners. They should be asked to specify all electric replacement when they're going out there to change out the equipment in their properties. And finally, we think that you need to work with community groups, and specifically, we'd like to see targeted pilot projects that are using some of the available funds that are coming from the electrification section of the IRA and state agencies like the CEC, which are targeting low-income, affordable housing. And I was pleased to hear from Todd today in the addendum that they will be working with Mutual Housing on a project of this sort. So that's really good news to hear. So in summary, electrification is really the only way to reduce greenhouse gas in buildings. And the county can point the way, but they must also follow through with meaningful action plan and a larger, well-trained permitting staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Appreciate your comments. Supervisor Kennedy.
Yes, excuse me, sir, I have a question. I want to follow up with you on that. You know, you're right. GHGO 6 is one of the more, forward-thinking and controversial aspects of the CAP. There's no question about that. And I'll tell you, it also scares me. I understand the goal, and I agree with the goal. But where I get nervous is, the people in low-income communities that I represent, which is quite a bit of the district that I represent. And that there's an equity issue here that gives me a little bit of heartburn. I actually did a study throughout the SMUD territory once upon a time to determine the capability of, for SMUD, the capability of houses of all incomes to be able to take on just an electric vehicle charger. And a sizable number of those, the majority of those that required a service upgrade were in lower income areas. So to address that, we talk about, the county will partner with SMUD to develop incentives and all that. But, those are good words, but I don't see anything tangible. And you're asking for something that I don't see anything tangible either. So I'm hoping to give you an opportunity to, give me an idea of something tangible that can get us there and not saddle this burden on people who, frankly, just cannot afford it.
Well, I was actually trying to be more tangible than what the CAP actually puts forward. I think we were actually surprised by 06 because we've been working closely with the city, and nobody really expects to hit 100% at the very beginning. You know that the CARB is now requiring 100% of all appliances be electric by 2030. That's their new policy. So the county's going to have to ramp up to get there. I think the beginning you're going to have some issues. I don't think you're going to have it really with HVAC because it's pretty much a change out there. And as we've seen pretty much, particularly with SMUD incentives, it's going to be actually cheaper to go with electric, and it's going to be cheaper going forward operationally than it is with gas. The question, as Bradford and White mentioned, is going to be with hot water. And I put in a heat pump hot water heater in 2017. I've since worked with a number of people getting them to put in heat pump water heaters. So I've seen a lot of the issues that can arise. And yeah, there could be some problems. And I think in the beginning, there'll have to be some sort of exemptions or at least account for when you may need a panel change out or something of that sort that might delay or extend the cost. On the other hand, and I know you've worked with SMUD, and I was there for a long time, we're working very closely with the electrification team at SMUD, and they have pledged $1.7 billion to electrification, building and electric vehicles. They are committed to putting a lot of that money towards low income and actually paying for the entire change out in many cases if they can do that. The problem has always been the tenant relationship. They've done it with homeowners. They've been doing this with homeowners. But this is where you need to work closely with property managers to ensure that, that they're not benefiting in the long run from this, that it actually goes all to the tenant. But I think there is a lot of real work to be done, and I absolutely agree with you. It's going to be a little bit problematic in the beginning, and it might be a little cost expensive for some of it that maybe we'll just have to bypass. But remember, once a gas appliance goes in, it's going to be emitting greenhouse gas for the next 15 to 20 years. So it's important for us to try to catch all of them right now.
Okay.
That's my position.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks for the question.
Good. Thanks, Rick. Thanks, Pat. Okay, Oscar and then Chris Smith, the last two speakers in chambers, then we have some on the phone. So, Oscar, good evening.
Thanks, Supervisors. Oscar Balaguer with Sacramento 350. It's a little premature, but I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Chairman Natoli for his long and conscientious service. Good luck, Don. You're going to be hard to replace.
Thank you, Oscar, for the kind comments.
Regarding the cap, we're disappointed. There's plenty of good ideas in the cap, but as has been mentioned by supervisors today, implementation is sketchy, very sketchy, and I really appreciate some of the comments today focusing on that and encouraging some further specificity. We also, with due respect, we really feel that the cap does need an EIR to be compliant with CEQA. 350 has submitted detailed comments in writing. I'm not going to go through those with you today. I just want to say things are changing. The climate is changing. In times of change, two impulses arise. One is to stay with the tried and true, to double down on what's not going to be working in the future. And the other is to accept the challenges of and come up with new approaches for new problems. The county has chosen an incremental approach, tried and true, but it's a little bit like jumping halfway across a chasm, and it's a little bit like having your cake and eating it too. Climate change doesn't really play that way. It's not going anywhere. Halfway measures, it doesn't play a halfway game. You guys know this. I know you've got a lot on your plate and a lot of problems with dealing with the changes that are coming, that are already here. So thank you very much for your continuing efforts. We're all going to be involved into the future with these issues. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Oscar. Thanks for your thoughtful comments. Okay, Chris Smith, and then Chris is the last person I have signed up unless there's anyone else that wishes to address us in chambers, and then we'll go to the phones. Chris, good evening.
Thank you. I just snuck under the clock for 6:15, which was my over/under, so I think we're good there. I appreciate the board's time on this. So, Chairman Natoli and members of the Board of Supervisors, thank you so much for your work on this. I did come with regarding issues with the GHG 08, but I think they were clarified with staff, and I'd like to thank staffs for helping with clarifying those changes and why they were made there. I'd like to thank Supervisor Kennedy for back in March, you were kind of the one who picked up on the issue and kind of led the charge on that regarding feasibility issues with larger trucks and construction vehicles. So I think we're fine with if the board adopts the changes to GHG 8 there. So if the board adopts those changes. So thank you guys. Thank you to the board for your time and work on this. Thanks.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you for your comments. Okay, was there anybody else in chambers that wished to address the board? I don't have any other speaker forms. All right, seeing none, then we'll go to the phones. Madam Clerk.
How many do we have?
Please send the first caller. Oh, let me check really quick. We have about 6.
Okay.
Hi, caller. Please start your public comment. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, am I ready to start now?
Yes, and if you could turn the meeting down in the background, please, that would be helpful.
Yeah, I'm hearing somebody. That's why I wasn't sure if I was supposed to start talking.
Yes, there's a delay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Chair Natoli and Supervisors. This is Barbara Leary, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Sierra Club. We have appreciated the opportunity to participate in the stakeholders groups and many of the meetings with staff over the past several years, and we are pleased that many of our recommendations were adopted. We are still dismayed to note the final cap still falls short of specifics that were included in the letter sent by Chatton Brown on our behalf. We are particularly dismayed at the removal of GHG 30, which proposed carbon neutrality outside of the urban services boundary. This is a measure that we proposed, and we were excited when staff incorporated it into the last document. And we really feel that it's important to reintroduce GHG 30, perhaps written more clearly and with more specifics so that all that are reading that can understand it. In listening to the presentation this evening, it is clear that a number of additional measures and information was just added today that neither the board nor the public has had a chance to review. So we want to be able to evaluate what was added as addendums to the packet or changes to the document, and hope that they will be highlighted on the county website for the public to review, not just added to the already very long list that has been dropping down on the screen throughout this meeting. We continue to hold that a more complete EIR is needed to evaluate, address, and fully mitigate the impacts of future development. We were encouraged by the statement made today that more environmental evaluation would occur to support some measures, but we want to see that spelled out in the document, and we need to see more specifics of when those evaluations would occur and which measures they would apply to. I want to thank Chair Natoli for your comments, noting that material is still coming in today. I really encourage you to continue this hearing until another date. It appears to me that there are things that are going to be added to this document that still need to be more fully covered. Thank you for allowing us to participate, and we hope that we will be able to continue this discussion and come up with a positive result. We really can't afford to go on developing and doing business as usual. We want a livable future for our residents and future residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. Okay, next caller.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start your public comment. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Tony Zamora, and I'm a resident of Carmichael. I'm also a volunteer for SMART, the Sacramento Metro Advocates for Rail and Transit. SMART has reviewed the transportation-related measures in the latest draft of the CAP, and we submitted a detailed letter earlier today in response that has specific recommendations. Right now, we ask you not to approve the CAP today as currently drafted because it is not yet ready for adoption. It needs more specificity and commitment for actions. I do applaud Todd and the county staff for all that is in the draft CAP. It's full of good ideas, good intentions, as we've all mentioned, particularly for transportation improvements. However, we find that the CAP's measures do not have the specificity, the actionability, or the accountability for any effective implementation. For example, just a couple of examples here, measure GHG 21 does not commit staff to revise general plan, but simply says that the county staff, quote, may recommend incorporating the revised plans into general plan. Measures GHG 16 and 14 both list several vague good ideas, but they're not specifically actionable. But they state that, quote, the county could implement this through the following actions. Also, several of the CAP measures refer to a VMT mitigation fee as a key provision. Measures GHG 11 and GHG 14 seem to assume the adoption of this new fee. However, GHG 23 states that the county will, quote, explore an appropriate nexus to require projects to pay an infill fee. This idea of a fee on low-density greenfield development that would fund incentives to drive infill development elsewhere, that might be a good idea, but without proper definition and governance, none of which are described yet in the CAP, this idea has the potential, worst-case scenario, to be just another per-unit tax on land developers who would then pass the cost on to home buyers, and those funds sucked up into county general funds and add no value. So the Sacramento Climate Action Plan offers us an opportunity to define and commit to actions that will drive development of an innovative, affordable transportation network and supportive land uses throughout Sacramento County. But right now, we implore the supervisors to hold on your approval until these adjustments, including the specific ones that we submitted in our letter, can be made so that we have a document that is actually able to implement.
Okay. Thank you, Tony, for your comments, and again, appreciate you weighing in. Okay, next caller.
Please transfer the next caller. I'm sorry, it's just delayed a little bit.
Quiet time.
Hi, caller. Please start your public comment. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Jill Peterson, and I thank you for the ability to speak tonight. One of the things I noticed in some of the comments earlier about making changes will put Sacramento at a disadvantage, or our choices we have to make. I really don't think we have the choice. We have to do these things. Otherwise, Sacramento is going to become unlivable. We all have experienced 115-degree temperature this summer. There are expectations within the next 15 to 20 years that the temperatures could be up in the 123 degrees. If we don't do these things, we're just not going to be able to live in Sacramento. I have to say that I am disappointed with the draft because after commenting now on 5 drafts of the CAP still does not address the fundamental issue, which is vehicles miles traveled and the GHG that they create. We still are focused on approving sprawl development. It seems to be the county's way of life, and the county isn't making use of its land use power to make the changes needed. In its own strategy document for the CAP, it states that land use decisions is the best way to impact climate change. I do appreciate the discussion earlier tonight about how to incentivize infill and the acknowledgement that even though certain projects are listed in the CAP, they haven't come to fruition. Well, one way we do that is we limit sprawl development outside the USB. The other thing is I appreciated the list of things that Supervisor Kennedy listed that could incentivize, and they're very vague in there. I would propose that the staff prepare a package of potential incentives to come before the board within 6 months and the costs of those, and there be specific discussions about implementation versus some vague futuristic time when we might incentivize. I'm also concerned that it came to my attention today that one of the developers who paid for the cap said in his public comments, the Grand Park comments indicated that they were promised benefits under the cap if they paid for the cap to be prepared. And I have to say that that has put a huge cloud over this whole process for me. The fact that one of the developers that paid has gone on public record saying that there was a quid pro quo for that payment is very disappointing to me. I also wanted to comment that on the feasibility studies on the electrification, I would say there should be some timeline for when those occur. It just says 6 months after that they are done that the action will go into place, but it doesn't say when those feasibility studies will be done. I also think that we should reinstitute the GHG 30, the carbon neutrality outside the USC. As Barbara Leary mentioned, that is a way to use land use authority to actually impact climate change and to direct developers towards infill development. In the same way that the county seems to be moving on sprawl on that is the same way that the Measure A tax, which is coming up, is going to again promote sprawl and worsen our GHG situation. So I would encourage all of you to also look at that and whether you should support that tax. Thank you for your time, and I would encourage you not to adopt the cap as presently drafted. Thank you.
Thank you, Jill, for your comments. Okay, next caller.
Hi, caller. Please start your public comment. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Hello, good evening, Board of Supervisors. I'm a homeowner in District 1, and I'm calling in tonight to support all of the recommendations from 350 Sacramento and other environmental groups who've called in tonight and sent written communications. I just feel so strongly that recent fires and heat waves and so many other events across the region and also the world are showing us the urgency of taking really bold climate action right now. Sacramento County should prioritize reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and echoing of commenter before me, there will be a huge cost if we do not take bold climate action now. What community organizations have you engaged with regarding this climate action plan? It seems as though staff have worked with building corporations closely, and the same corporations that should actually be bearing the brunt of the financial burden against climate change. And I wonder if you have any. I wonder if you've worked in a similar way with local climate justice organizations in Sacramento County that have called in opposition tonight. Asking you to take a moment to reflect on whose interests you're prioritizing in your decision tonight. Please do not approve the CAF today and prioritize working with those groups to get a plan passed that has strong implementation and accountability measures. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. How many callers remain?
Please send the next caller 3.
Okay.
Hello?
Hi. Yes, please start your public comment. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, there must be about a 7-second delay.
Yes, there is. Yes.
Okay. Oh, okay, because I've been prompted 3 times now. Okay, my name is Michael Monaski. I'm in Elk Grove. If you look at page 4 of the report, you'll find table 1. It charts the baseline greenhouse gases measured in 2015 and those targeted and forecasted in 2030. There are 3 holes in this chart. The first relates to vehicles, the second to airplanes, and third to human beings. While SMUD seems to be doing a remarkable job reducing energy use in homes and businesses by 60 to 70%, Off-road vehicles increase CO2 emissions by 30%. And although this plan proposes a 14% reduction for on-road vehicles, this goal seems preposterous, if not impossible to achieve in the face of ever increasing vehicle size and decreasing fleet gas mileage rates. Traffic congestion worsens while speeds increase on our streets and roads. Pedestrians aren't safe anymore. I blame politicos like you who approve sprawling land uses and car dependence. You are as much to blame as the land developers who create the sprawl that fills political campaign coffers in an effort to leverage policies in urban and suburban governments. Under government operations at the airport, 15,000 tons of CO2 per year on the chart is a farcical number pulled out of a madman's notebook. How does a behemoth Boeing 737 jetliner get airborne without pushing massive volumes of fuel through its turbines? When full, such transport on its best day yields half a mile per gallon of fuel on a 1,000-mile trip using a ton of gallons, 2,000 gallons. That's 20 tons of CO2 per flight. And Sacramento has over 330 flights every day. So that's more than 6,600 tons of CO2 multiplied by 365 days a year, which comes to over 2.4 million tons of CO2 per year, not 15,000. That table entry is off by a factor of more than 160. Then there are all the uncounted air freight operations at SMF and Mather Field. A true accounting of air transport emissions has not been done because these important figures are not included in the report and plan. Where is mention of more fuel-efficient rail replacing air transport? Finally, there is no data about the effects upon human health and safety. Human health impact assessments are permitted but not mandatory in completing environmental quality reports, and I have yet to see one done for Sacramento County, much less so for the suburbs, which is an impossible absurdity. There's an obesity epidemic infecting our entire nation and raging in our communities, including ours. It's an epidemic of chronic comorbidities, including heart and lung disease, asthma, cancers, and iatrogenic ailments caused by the very system that's supposed to treat them. The streets are unsafe to walk, which ironically is the bromide to extinguish this epidemic. Crossing the street, or for that matter, a busy parking lot, can be quite dangerous when confronted by oversized vehicles that get progressively more powerful while depressingly less fuel efficient. It's no wonder folks only feel safe.
Michael, I need to have you conclude.
In their cushioned stepladder pickup trucks and SUVs appointed with overstuffed chairs and entertainment devices. Okay. Have you heard? Sitting is the new smoking. There's no discussion about getting Sacramentans out of their glass and metal mobile living rooms and onto buses, bicycles, and sidewalks. Okay. This climate action plan and environmental document, well, it's not an environmental document, and I agree that there needs to be one, has holes big enough to drive a monster truck through and a jumbo jet airliner. We need to walk this one back to the drawing board. And I'd like to conclude by recognizing Don Natoli and his many decades of service to the people of Sacramento. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you for your comments, Michael. Okay, next caller.
Please transfer the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start your public comment. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to speak, and thank you for listening. My name is Edith Thatcher. I'm the chapter lead of Citizens Climate Lobby. I'm on the board of ECOS, and I live in Natomas. Citizens Climate Lobby has submitted written comments in which we recommended not approving the cap. And my colleague Jill Peterson has just spoken. I wanted to take a minute and thank Chair Natoli and also Todd Smith for opening the door to taking additional time to consider public comments submitted on the draft climate action plan, which has continued to come in through today. I also hope that the Board of Supervisors will consider the additional changes proposed by the county staff in a deliberate manner prior to a vote. But the topic I wanted to address was that of electrification of existing housing. Before finishing the draft, I hope county staff and the Board of Supervisors will take into consideration the tax credits that are provided in the Inflation Reduction Act, which was just passed by Congress in August, which provides $385 billion for climate change, including numerous tax credits. There are tax credits, the tax credits generally are income dependent, and there are a set focused on existing housing stock, which can be used for electric wiring, electric panels, electric appliances, heat pump air conditioning, water heaters, clothes dryers, and weatherization. The intent of these tax credits can well support the county's electrification goals. I just wanted the opportunity to bring that up, and I think that this is electrification of existing housing is critical to making the changes we need to keep Sacramento livable. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Liz. All right, next caller.
Next caller, please.
Pump air conditioning, water heaters.
Hi, caller. Please start your public comment. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, supervisors. My name is Muriel Strand, and I am a registered professional engineer, mechanical engineer, also a retired air resources engineer, and I also have a background in economics and permaculture. Yes, constituents want hot water, and I'm sure that a lot of your homeless constituents would love to have some hot water. But I want to speak to this really from a 30,000-foot level. Some of your business commenters spoke to the supply chain issues that they confront. And as an engineer, I am quite well aware of that. And I am also somewhat skeptical of the idea of grafting our fossil fuel lifestyles onto PVs, windmills, and batteries. And so I think we should take a more fundamental approach and basically take our fossil fuel system, our society, off of its fossil fuel foundation and replace it on a biological foundation, which would, in the final analysis, be less expensive, but also hard to measure that kind of progress. So instead of talking about the different devices we need, I recommend focusing on our final goal, our real needs, clean air and water, healthy food, cooking, comfy shelter, and plenty of sleep and exercise. Now, the way that we have been meeting those needs with our fossil fuels, well, there's a lot of unnecessary stuff going on. So then in closing, let me just share with you a remark that I heard. So a few years ago, I took California's 2 basic real estate courses at Sac City College. And one of the instructors told us point blank that in real estate, the highest and best use of any piece of property is defined as whatever makes the most money. Well, one big problem with this is the way that money and fossil fuels are really misconnected. So if I took a healthy adult and I put them on a bicycle generator and I asked them to generate for me as much energy as is available from a gallon of gasoline, it would take them a good 100 hours to do that. So that is the sort of way that our economy has been warped, and that means that just looking at the monetary signals will just lead us to more market failure. So we are, all of us, somewhat between a rock and a hard place, and I think we need a third way. And that's what I've been working on, and these are some of the high points of my written comments. Thank you for the opportunity to comment again.
Thank you, Muriel. Good to hear from you. Okay, next caller.
Hi, caller. Please start your public comment. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Kim Willits, and I was calling to ask why you intend.
Hello, sir.
Why do you intend to spend money to try to prevent a naturally occurring cyclic event?
Are we having some technical problems, only hearing bits and pieces?
Yeah, we can still hear him. I don't know if he's moving away from the microphone, sir.
No, I'm right on the microphone.
Okay.
Mankind in totem in the entire world only contributes 4% to possible climate change. Spending money for this is like trying to stop the wind from blowing or the tides from being high tide or low tide. You should take this completely off your agenda. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start your public comment. You have 3 minutes.
All right. Thank you. Good evening, Supervisor Natoli and the board and everyone else out there. This is Nikki.
Hi, Nikki.
Jones. Hey. Firstly, just want to uplift the work that has gone into where we're at, and particularly the folks who fight and plan and learn every day around this issue, and looking at specifically how to make, move what our county is doing to a more aggressive plan around this. Just really commend and cheers to all the folks who've been working on that, keep working on that, and who have just so many wonderful, detailed comments to uplift you tonight. And I just want to thank them and double down on that. Also, just say, this is a climate action plan, and an action plan can't just be filled with what ifs or ideas. And I think y'all do get that. And there is not a more urgent time than now, except yesterday and 15 years ago and 25 years ago, that we needed to be aggressively on a different path. I think y'all know, and we know, and the people in the community know. We know we've needed something different. And we've done the status quo, sacrificing people's health, the sustainability of our ecosystem for a long time for the profit of many different types of industry. And we just have to stop. We have to stop. It can't be that industry versus the planet anymore. We have to decide that the planet is for the people, that we are going to take the most aggressive action possible to save as much as we can. Because I'll tell you, we're not saving it all. We're in the sixth mass extinction already. We're in it presently. Okay, and now we have to work to save as much as we can. And that's in your power that you do have to put this policy back and say we need a policy that is taking this issue, that is taking this crisis as seriously as the crisis is, not only for us who are existing now, right? We've got people have talked about the fires, the floods, the heat, those are also present. But I know y'all are interested in legacy and the future that we leave behind. And this is not okay to just put forward sort of a status quo, what if action, not even plan. We need enforceable, accountable, and really specifically strong, aggressive caps in every imaginable, the cap to be in every imaginable way. Really looking at this holistically, not just in the nuance, but as a very big picture that we need to get as aggressive as possible, as quickly as possible, and can't echo enough that how one of the commenters mentioned how the work needing to be done on the front end. We can't let this go. If we get to 2030 and we're not already so far along on this, we've lost a lot in terms of biodiversity and our capacity to live here. And I can stop there, but I just encourage you to save as much as we can through an aggressive plan, not this plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Nikki, for your comments. Okay, any other callers, Madam Clerk?
No, sir, that concludes your public comment.
Okay, very good. Thanks to all our commenters, to all those who've written and emailed, and certainly spent time today in chambers and on the phone, waiting patiently to make comments. And again, very much appreciate that. So I'll bring it back to the board, I guess it's kind of, what next? We have a recommendation before us. I think I spoke earlier about what I would think would be a reasonable way to approach this. And that would be to continue at least for a few weeks and allow us to digest the comments, allow staff time to review those, and certainly to come back at a time certain with the appropriate recommendations before us. So other members of the board, thoughts on that? Supervisor Kennedy? Yeah, Pat.
No, I agree. I just want to make sure and ask Todd if you've got direction and heard. I mean, you obviously heard the public testimony, but do you need more for direction from the board at this point, or?
I don't believe so, unless there's any specific items that you found, at least in your review of comments to date, and obviously listening. Any specific items you wanted to call out and provide staff direction on. I have a pretty good sense of where, in reading some of the comments myself, some of them are can be implemented or incorporated into the cap, but just any specific items the board would like to see called out or added would be good to hear.
Okay, and first of all, I really appreciate sometimes when you're so invested in something, there's a pride of authorship that doesn't allow for the open mind that you have exhibited today as far as, incorporating even to this day. So I do appreciate that. If I were to, I already made my comments. Was that adequate when you were at the, okay, then I won't belabor the point. We can talk offline.
Okay, thanks, Patrick. Supervisor Frost.
I think there were a lot of good comments made, and I really appreciate, Todd, that you and staff have been cognizant of, the challenge of the cap, and where we want to be compliant with the goals of state regulations. We also want to be cognizant of the hardships that could incur based on just the economics of it. And where we want to reach the goals, we don't want to also crush other areas that are already with hardship, not without hardship. So I wanted to thank you for being cognizant of that, and hope you'll continue in that path as we're working through it.
Okay, thanks. I would just add to, I think, to the comments, or maybe highlight, I spoke earlier to investment infrastructure. I do think that certainly, as Supervisor Kennedy spoke to earlier, and again, not lost on any of us, I don't think that, particularly as it relates to the electrification and the retro fitting, as to how we're going to incentivize and help offset the cost of doing that, and being committed to the climate action plan, but do it in a way that doesn't unduly burden those homeowners and renters in many cases. And so I think that's going to be part of the greater strategy here. And SMUD is a great partner, and I think we have other opportunities to draw on. I heard a couple of suggestions here about with the Inflation Reduction Act, there may be dollars available. There may be some other grant opportunities. But I think we need, again, it may require investment of county dollars. And I'll be as bold as to say maybe even general fund, because I think we're going to come at this in a lot of different respects with certainly county departments and implementation of things that will have costs associated with them that will be borne by obviously ratepayers and taxpayers. But I think we need to, as part of the implementation, and I know that as we get deeper into this, I probably won't be here for those conversations, at least on this side of the dais. But I think that's going to be key to actually achieving some of the goals that are outlined here and getting to the milestones that'll be important for a variety of reasons. So certainly would encourage us to look at the implementation in a way that's fair-minded, and balanced, and doesn't unduly burden certainly different sectors, but certainly folks who might be least able to afford it. I also wanted to comment, because one of the callers did speak to it, and it's embedded in the document, and that it relates to the infill fee. Again, I've been a part of those discussions as a member of this board for a number of years, certainly having represented areas, some of the growth areas, particularly the Jackson corridor. But other areas may, are certainly going to come into greater focus over time. And I just think that's essential. I think it's essential. Again, it's not to burden new homeowners or new development unduly, but if we're going to incentivize infill areas and investment and reinvestment in our urban core areas, our suburban core areas, then that's a key piece. Again, but I think it may need to be matched by board having a real honest discussion about it, where else we might dig deep to find the financial incentives, but also the wherewithal to facilitate the private sector investment that we want to encourage and certainly incentivize, but also what we're going to bring from the public sector side of that. And we're not solely the only one, as it was mentioned here, certainly SMUD, Regional Transit as a part of a transportation partner, but there are other agencies that provide water, sewer, and other utilities, and I think they're going to need to be a part of those conversations. But the county can be a leader. It may not go as far as some would like in some respects, but I think there's a real opportunity with this plan, with our general plan policies, to match those things up. And last, I would say that I think that, as some spoke to here, to have a roadmap, and it may be a guiding map in the sense, but to really look beyond the 2030 to the 2045, which is now embedded in, obviously, in state policy, to at least have some idea when we get to 2030, and we're going to know better when we get there, and certainly this board will continue to be a leader in that regard, but with our community, to what the expectation is beyond that. And that can certainly be a conversation in a general plan update. But I think having at least some vision about where, not only where we're headed, but how we think we're going to get there. And again, it will require obviously a strong commitment by this board, by this county, and certainly on behalf of the people we represent to get there. But I do think it's, and they're not just lofty goals. I think a number of these things are achievable, and I do think having some sort of a guiding document that at least outlines in the here and now how we think we're going to get there over time, and that will evolve. It will certainly be amended and modified, but I think that's important guide for all of us over the course of the next 20 plus years. So, and those are my comments. I would suggest, as Supervisor Cernan, who I knew had the commitment of 7, that we continue to certainly take comments, but that in order to respond appropriately, that whatever date we choose to put this over to, that there be at least a couple-week lead time there where we would always accept written comments, but if we're going to try to be responsive to those, that we had a cutoff date today as to environmental comments, and maybe that's the point we choose, or give people a couple more weeks to send in written comments. But we have to have a time where I think staff has enough leeway and for us to digest that as well. So, Ann, I'm going to turn to you. And
yes, thank you. We do need to, because comments will continue to come in, right. So there has to be some sort of a cutoff, because otherwise we'll never get this done. Right. And we do have some challenges around calendaring this because of absences. I do think this is an item where all 5 of you should be present, and we have several meetings coming up where at least one of you is not available. So we have very few options. We have, well, actually, we don't really have options other than December 6th. Because if October 25th is completely full, and Todd indicates that's likely not enough time to get that done, and then we have October 26th, someone is absent. November 3rd, someone's absent. November 9th, November 15th, and November 16th.
I'm going to cut it off for close with this board member, I'm telling you, so. December 6th. I don't object to that. Is there some stomach for maybe having us? Is there any time when we would all be here and not conflict with the holidays where we could have it sooner? But otherwise, I'm fine with December 6th. But
we would have to find some date in November that was not a Tuesday or a Wednesday where our chambers were available. And I can't speak to that right now. We'd have to do some research.
Because if we put it over to then we're not going to be able to back up. That's the only thing. So, right, if we continue this to December the 6th, then even if you call a special meeting, if we've already sent it forward, is that correct? We wouldn't be able to call it back to a earlier date. Yeah.
You can always change. You can change the date if you set it for December 6th. You can revise your.
Well, going forward is one thing, but bringing it back, June, maybe we're empowered to do that, but I think people are going to have the expectation that we'll be heard thereafter. I'm fine.
Supervisor Natoli, we could probably figure this out in the next couple of days. So if we set it for December 6th and we can figure out another day in November, we could do it fairly quickly, so there'd be plenty of
notice.
Noticing.
That's what's important. Give some certainty, and if it's not decided here this evening, I'm fine with December 6th. As I said, if there's any other blips, you're going to run out. The clock's going to run out, and you'll have a new board member seated here.
And you can always continue the item, but not set a date certain, and then that will give the county exec the freedom to choose a date maybe sooner than December 6th.
Okay, but we know it wouldn't be during the month of October. That's what we know.
Not be during the month of October.
For those that are watching and those that are here in the audience, it wouldn't be any sooner than that. Maybe we can shoot for a November date, and if not, December the 6th becomes the fallback. So, Patrick, you had a thought?
I just want to visit for staff's sake, revisit the issue of comment period. Sure. This thing, we've been receiving comments on this for 2 years at least, and it was noticed that, and as Todd said, it was not required, but it was noticed that today would be I'm comfortable with keeping it at today and letting staff now. I mean, they've got volumes of comments over the years. I don't know that keeping it open any longer, you're going to get any new information that we haven't already gotten.
Okay. If that's the will of the board, then we still will receive letters and so forth. But as far as the formal responses to comments, then you're suggesting that today close of business was the cutoff as noticed. So, Sue, are you comfortable with it? Okay. All right. So I think that's clear direction around that. And then as it relates to the date, we're going to look for November, but December the 6th, people keep in mind, because if we aren't able to find a date that works from a timing standpoint, then we do need a full board here. I do believe that. So, yeah. Okay, so we would just move to continue to a yet undetermined date, but we know it won't be during the month of October, so there'll be some sufficient time for folks to continue to weigh in and for us to review the material and staff to analyze that. So.
Second.
Okay, so all right, it's been moved and seconded then to continue this item to a probable date in either November or early December. And again, thanks to all. And if there's nothing further on this, please vote.
Unanimous vote with those members present.
Very good.
Let the record show that Supervisor Cerna is absent.
Right. And somebody maybe text him and let him know that, because I know he was going to try to get back here, so we'll let him know what the meeting is. We're getting close to concluding. Todd, anything else you need from us on this matter?
No, I do not.
Okay.
Thank you.
Very good. Okay, I'll bring it back to the board. So that concludes the action items for today. So now it's an opportunity for county executive comments. Ann, did you?
I just want to take a brief moment to thank Todd and his team. He's been working on this for years, and it feels like we're getting quite close. And so I just want to thank him and his team for their efforts.
Thank you. Echo those sentiments. All right. We have a round of applause. We can give them a clue. That's appropriate. It's a precursor to when we actually take action, and we can applaud all the folks who contributed. Okay. With that, board members, any items, any adjournments? If not, then I want to thank our staff. It's been quite a long day, and appreciate Alma of sticking with us through the clerk's office. So thank you, and your compliment of folks. And with that, then we're going to adjourn 1 minute shy of 7 o'clock, and we'll return here next week, next Tuesday, correctly, October 4th. Okay,
Yes, sir.
We are adjourned.